starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Tsunede's actions. Nothing is beyond my expectations. Uehara Naraku's figure was in a street in Konoha, observing teams of Konoha ninjas running towards the forbidden technique room, with a mysterious smile on his lips. Just now, after Uehara Naraku showed his face in front of Tsunade in the form of Kabuto Yakushi, he immediately hid himself and used the void walking to change his position. Now the entire Konoha must be focusing on the important task of capturing Orochimaru, so the Hokage building should be empty, right? Obviously, Uehara Naraku thought too much. The Hokage building is guarded by the Enbu at all times. Uehara Naraku quietly opened the destiny skill, and the whole person appeared on the Hokage rock, overlooking the Hokage building below. After Uehara Naraku slowly closed his palms and made a seal, he shouted in a deep voice, "Ninjutsu, summoning technique." A coffin slowly emerged from the ground. The figure of Uchiha Obito emerged from it. Uehara Naraku smiled at the reincarnated Uchiha Obito, raised his finger and said, "Go, bring me the Book of Seals, asshole." After Uchiha Obito cursed, he turned into a time-space vortex uncontrollably, and the next moment he appeared on the roof of the Hokage building on the ground. With Uchiha Obito's power, it was very easy to deal with several Anbu. Even if these Anbu knew his ability, they still couldn't change their own ending. Obito knew in his heart that the Anbu guarding the Hokage building would definitely die, but he still leaked Uehara Naraku's information to them, obviously hoping that the Yamanaka clan of Konoha could use the secret technique to obtain the information he secretly leaked. At this moment, his IQ improved a lot. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Obito's actions and curled his lips. "Your IQ has improved a lot, Mr. Obito. It seems that death is still good for you." The next second, under the control of Uehara Naraku, Uchiha Obito's Kamu Sharingan madly absorbed several Anbu corpses on the ground, and his eyes suddenly revealed a hint of despair. The corpses were lost. How could the information be leaked? After a while, Uchiha Obito appeared next to Uehara Naraku holding the scroll of the Book of Seals, and handed the scroll to Uehara Naraku personally. Uchiha Obito gnashed his teeth and looked at Uehara Naraku. "Uehara Naraku, you bastard hid so deeply that no one could see through your ambition. Before I killed them, these Anbu didn't believe what I said." Uehara Naraku smiled and shook his head and said softly, "The ninjas of Konoha love, hate and regret me. This is the charm of personality. If it weren't for the disgrace of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, perhaps they would hate me more." Uehara Naraku glanced at the entire Konoha, and the smile on his face gradually became richer. "It's a pity that the third Hokage was disgraced. Some Konoha ninjas may be glad that I killed him. After all, this can be regarded as returning Konoha to justice." Bastard. Uchiha Obito gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. However, under the control of the impure world reincarnation, his movements were forced to stop again. Uehara Naraku turned his head and looked at Uchiha Obito, smiled, and said softly, "Okay, Obito-senpai, do you want to take this opportunity to go see Nohara-in? If you miss her, I can help you to resurrect her." "No." Uchiha Obito shook his head violently and said in a deep voice, "Don't disturb Rin's peace. This is what you promised me." "Hey? Don't you want to be with her?" Uehara Naraku touched his chin and smiled and said, "I can also stuff the two of you into the same coffin." "No." Uchiha Obito shook his head quickly. Because his soul left the underworld in a hurry, he didn't know whether Rin had forgiven him for the wrong things he had done. Maybe she would never forgive him? If Nohara-in didn't forgive him, wouldn't he have to see her disgusted expression every day? What's more, if Nohara-in was controlled by Uehara Naraku, she might be used by Uehara Naraku to attack Kakashi. That angel-like girl, her heart would be broken, right? "Oh, I see." Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Obito and nodded. His voice suddenly became cold. "Now go and rescue Orochimaru. Remember not to leak my information in the future, otherwise I can't guarantee that I will do something impulsive." Naraku's voice suddenly became a little illusory. Maybe I will resurrect Nohara and then disband your impure world reincarnation and let her help me do things? Uchiha suddenly raised his head, looked at Naraku with bloodshot eyes, and spat lightly. Naraku, you bastard is really despicable. Same here. Naraku looked at Uchiha with a look of irreconcilable hatred with him. He smiled and said, Senior Obito has done a lot of bad things over the years, right? Compared with the actions of the senior, I'm actually far behind. Naraku approached Uchiha and said coldly, for example, killing the previous generation members of our Akatsuki, and luring Lord Nagato and Teacher Konan to create a dark Akatsuki. A flash of shock flashed across Uchiha face. Did Black Zetsu tell you even this? Let's not talk about this. Naraku looked at the expression on Uchiha face, and a beautiful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Go senior. Let the whole ninja world know that Konoha's S-level rebel Uchiha has reappeared after 4 years. Arsehole. Uchiha clenched his fists, and his figure disappeared again into a vortex of time and space, appearing near Orochimaru. The battle in Konoha's forbidden technique room has become fierce. Faced with Tsunade and a group of Konoha ninjas, Orochimaru had no choice but to summon the first and second generations of Hokage again. When the two sides were fighting fiercely, Uchiha figure quietly appeared behind Orochimaru and said in a cold voice, Mr. Orochimaru, there is no need for us to fight Konoha anymore. Retreat. The next moment, Orochimaru's body was taken into the Kamu space by Obito. The impure world reincarnation bodies of the first and second Hokage followed his movements and entered the Kamu space. Uchiha glanced at a group of Konoha ninjas who were looking at him with hatred and slowly put himself into the Kamu space. Because Uchiha was the first ninja in the ninja world to be resurrected from his heyday by impure world reincarnation, others did not realize that he was an impure world reincarnation body. After Uchiha and Orochimaru left, Tsunade looked at the tragic battlefield with an unsightly expression, clenched her fist and smashed it on the ground, and said in a deep voice, have these two guys joined forces? The combination of Konoha's level rebel ninjas is not so easy to deal with, especially Uchiha magical eye technique and Orochimaru's mastery of a bunch of forbidden techniques. Their combination may be a disaster for the ninja world. Send someone to clean up the battlefield immediately. After Tsunade gave a loud order, she turned back to the Hokage building and ordered Shizune beside her, send someone to inform other Jonin. I will convene a Jonin meeting to discuss the alliance between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village of the Land of Water. Let the Hidden Mist Village help us suppress the pressure from the Hidden Rock Village. I will allocate personnel to encircle and suppress Orochimaru. Yes. Shizune hurriedly bowed her head and agreed. The Land of Water has been very quiet in the ninja world recently. However, this does not mean that their strength is weak. After all, they have the foundation of a large ninja village. And it is said that the person who has recently taken power in the Land of Water is a woman named Terumi Mei, who is said to have 2 rare bloodline limits. Moreover, the Hidden Mist Village has been closed for too long and has always wanted to cooperate with Konoha and have contact with the mainland of the ninja world. When Terumi Mei was selecting allies for the Hidden Mist Village, the first person she thought of was Tsunade, the newly promoted 5th generation Hokage. Maybe Terumi Mei also thinks that women are easier to talk to? This is overthinking by that woman. Both the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha have some intention to reach an alliance, but Tsunade has been holding back to seek greater benefits. Now it is obvious that she does not want to drag it out. When Tsunade returned to the Hokage building, she saw the messy Hokage office and the empty cabinets. She knew in her heart that the Book of Seals had been stolen. This is a feint to the east and attack in the west. No, this is also a way to lure the tiger away from the mountain. In short, Orochimaru's goal is not the Konoha forbidden jutsu room at all. What that bastard wants to steal is actually Konoha's Book of Seals. Tsunade was so angry that she grabbed the desk and threw it through the window, her voice even more violent. Send someone to contact the old woman in Sand Village. Let her fulfill her duty as an ally and force Rock Village to withdraw from the grass country to the north. Tsunade turned around with murderous intent and shouted, tell that old woman Chiyo. As long as Konoha occupies the entire grass country, I will return the mission of the wind country daimyo to them. Yes. Shizune was frightened by Tsunade and trembled. Even the pig at her feet was frightened and stuck to Shizune's calf, not daring to move. Even in a rage, Tsunade still had enough reason. The first female Hokage in the history of Konoha showed her superior political literacy and her irritable temper that people dared not provoke. Although Tsunade was a big fat sheep who lost money, and she couldn't even count how much money she owed, Konoha was not really short of funds now. Because Tsunade has a good relationship with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and they are also some relatives, the daimyo of the Land of Fire naturally supports her with all his strength. Konoha is not short of money. There are even too many commissioned tasks, and not enough manpower. Now using the tasks commissioned by the daimyo of the Land of Wind, to exchange for the entire Land of Grass, it is a huge profit for Konoha. Tsunade punched the window, not caring that she had a crack on the wall, and said in a deep voice, "Shizune, can you contact Jiraiya? I think of a way." Shizune trembled but did not dare to refuse. Tsunade waved her hands in boredom and said, "Forget it, don't look for him. Jiraiya is not reliable anyway." After a pause, Tsunade said, "I heard from Hatake Kakashi that the Hidden Rain Village and Orochimaru seem to have some old grudges. Let's see if we can get some information about Orochimaru from them." After that, Tsunade added, "Send someone to contact the Hidden Rain Village and see if they are willing to help us target the Hidden Rock Village. After all, it will also be good for them." "Yes." Shizune nodded weakly. Tsunade clenched her fists and whispered, "I hope the Hidden Rain Village will send that brat Uehara Naraku over. I haven't seen him for a few years. Let me see how brave that brat will be when he grows up. Thank you for the reward from Dreaming Onion. Thank you for the reward from the world is a dream and the life is a autumn coolness. Thank you for the reward from At. Thank you for the reward from Death God is Coming. Thank you for the reward from Paperman, old friend. Thank you for the reward from 7. Thank you for the support of all genuine book friends. Thank you, thank you." Chapter 177. Since the first time I bullied Orochimaru, I have no way out. Uehara Naraku is really brave. Who in the whole ninja world dares to play with Orochimaru like a monkey? Uehara Naraku not only dares to do so, he also plays it again and again. Orochimaru has suffered so many grievances, but has not turned hostile, which is really because of his high quality. It is also possible that his strength is not as good as Uehara. Maybe Orochimaru will jump out and fight desperately in the next moment. Uehara Naraku is still a little worried that Orochimaru will be driven crazy by him. He manipulates such a Hirobito to enter the coffin and sighs. Let's take a look at the Book of Seals first. As for Orochimaru, let's lock him up in the Camus space to calm down. Uehara Naraku is a little happy when looking at the Book of Seals and can't stop his smile. TSK, the Book of Seals. Teacher Conan will definitely like this gift very much. Go back and say that it was stolen from Orochimaru. Side quest, obtain the Book of Seals. 1/1. The task has been completed, and the reward has a limited time redemption function. Limited time exchange function. After exchanging any ninjutsu, skill and summoning contract, the system will rate and recycle it, and give back corresponding gold coins, life energy, chakra energy, natural energy and various recovery effects. Uehara Naraku's eyelids jumped. What's wrong with this system? Last time, a skill furnace was released, but Uehara Naraku never used it. Now the system is doing this exchange again. Could it be the system memory is not enough? Then exchange the ninjutsu in the sealed book first. Uehara Naraku was not vague. He directly opened the thick sealed book and began to browse the ninjutsu in the entire sealed book. The sealed book seems to cover all the techniques of Konoha ninja, except for some absolutely forbidden techniques such as impure world reincarnation. Almost all of them are included. Even the flying thunder god technique of the second and fourth Hokage. Uehara Naraku didn't care so much, and he also stuffed the flying thunder god technique into the exchange function to prevent the system from crashing directly. He also got 2 skills. Side quest, get the flying thunder god technique. 1/1. Quest completed. Reward skill flash. Uehara Naraku put this skill into the exchange list without even looking at it. After all, He has the void walk, so why does he need a flash with a very long cooldown time? Side quest, get the Rasengan, 1/1, quest completed, reward skill Galaxy Rush. Galaxy Rush, create a chakra star core, which will quickly absorb the surrounding natural energy and move forward. As the natural energy absorbed, the size and skill power will continue to expand, and it can be detonated at any time. The skill consumes a minimum of 60 chakra points and the skill cooldown time is 5 seconds. This is a skill similar to the Rasengan. However, the power is somewhat different from the Rasengan. In short, it is equivalent to a skill that wants to keep moving forward and absorbing natural energy to become stronger. Uehara Naraku pondered for a long time and began to slowly select his own skills. The first one is of course the life-saving skills that need to be kept. Life-saving skills, the moment of the holy judgment, endless fury, time reversal, golden body stagnation, cell division, my style secret, smoker screen and the secret of group invincibility skills, soul protection, passive skills, dark harvest, overgrowth, enlightenment, transcendence, calmness. All these passive skills must be kept, as they are the foundation of Uehara Naraku. Wind escape skills, hurricane howling, wind barrier, fire escape skills, flame pillar, flame storm, water escape skills, roaring waves, and water escape water dragon bullet and water escape water blast wave in the book of sealing. Lightning escape skills, only 10,000 thunder prison induction is left. After all, it has been used for a long time and the feelings are deep. Earth escape skills, earth escape earth flow wall, he will carve a cat on the wall later. Wood escape skills, entangling roots, strangling vines. Functional skills, psychic summoning, summoning, ephemera, escape, air dance, flying, natural illusion, transformation, the way of the man, stealing skills, life form energy ray, void blade, swordsmanship that steals chakra, void sphere, silence, mutual detonation talisman technique. Bombing, impure world reincarnation, shadow secret doppelganger, purification. Space-time skills, reincarnation despair, void walking, space-time fracture, destiny, secret mercy soulful. Illusion skills, speechless fear, hypnotic bubble. Physical skills, spike defense, Kame immortal flow fighting technique, Crane immortal flow fighting technique. Perception skills, hunting rhythm. Healing skills, healing, palm immortal technique and star infusion. Throwing skills, card trick, card shuriken, card detonation talisman. Immortal skills, galaxy rush, immortal mode, long steps to god ascension. Psychic contract, deep sea titan, sea, Galio, land, ancient dragon, air, magic cat, hang up, soul warden, soul, dragon cave, local household registration. Uehara Naraku did not expect that. Even if he eliminated many rarely used skills, he was still an all-round ninja. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, senjutsu and swordsmanship can be said to be a complete talent, right? As for the remaining skills, ninjutsu and psychic contracts, they were naturally listed in the exchange list by Uehara Naraku. Even the demonic serpent embrace in the soul lotus posture that was quite charming a few days ago was thrown in by Uehara Naraku. As a hanger, the progress speed will certainly be fast, and some skills and ninjutsu are really unnecessary to keep. The system panel clearly lists all the things that Uehara Naraku exchanged, and after a while, all the things are given corresponding values. Among them, there are a full 6 or 7,000 gold coins alone, which is enough for Uehara Naraku to change his clothes. As for the three-dimensional attributes such as life energy, chakra energy and natural energy, they have also increased significantly. Almost every item has increased by tens of thousands of points. As for the recovery effect, almost all of them have increased exponentially. Damn, the Book of Seals is really a treasure. After all, how many skills does Uehara have? The first thing Uehara Naraku did was to choose to buy a Frost Heart and a Frost Fist. Frost Heart increases 800 points of life energy, 400 points of chakra energy, 400 points of natural energy, and 20% cooldown reduction. Fists of Frost increases 600 points of life energy, 750 points of chakra energy, 750 points of natural energy, and 20% cooldown reduction. In this way, his skill cooldown reduction has finally reached 100%, and it is estimated that no one will keep criticizing this matter in the future. For a ninja to become stronger, he must work hard step by step. Naraku Uehara's original attributes were already far over 10,000, plus the over 10,000 points added by the Dark Harvest after destroying the Kusagakure village, and the many skills, ninjutsu, and summoning contracts he exchanged today with great effort. Name: Naraku Uehara. Life energy: 52,311. Normal state: chakra energy: 51,980. Normal state: natural energy: 51,980. Normal state: life energy recovery: 32 points/second chakra energy recovery: 48 points/second natural energy recovery: 96 points/second skill cooldown reduction: 100% remaining gold coins. 6430. Naraku Uehara looked at his three-dimensional attributes with satisfaction, wondering how it compared to Nagato's life energy and chakra energy. After all, the chakra of these bloodline descendants is simply too outrageous. According to Naraku Uehara's speculation, the total amount of Hatake Kakishi's chakra should be above the threshold of cage level chakra, and it must be above 3,000 points. It's a pity that he can't always refine and restore chakra, but instead it is constantly lost because of the Sharingan. As for Uzumaki Naruto, who used most of his chakra to suppress the Nine Tails, a small part of his body has 4 times that of Hatake Kakashi, which is directly beyond the standard of the regular cage level. However, having so much chakra in the body is one thing, and being able to use this chakra is another. After all, they still need to learn to control and guide chakra. Uehara Naraku is a pure cheater. He doesn't need to learn to control chakra. The gift for Nagato is Ashirama cells. The gift for Konan is the Book of Seals. The gift for Kabuto Yakushi is the Kami Sharingan. Uehara Naraku calculated the things he had recently obtained, and simply took the opportunity of Orochimaru being locked in the Kami space, to go directly to Kabuto Yakushi, the base of Itogakure. Kabuto Yakushi was under great pressure. During the day, Kabuto Yakushi worked for Orochimaru at the base of Itogakure. Late at night, Kabuto Yakushi would think about Uehara Naraku's instructions, and think about how he should work the next day. Recently, Orochimaru is not in the base, so Kabuto Yakushi has been learning slowly, and by the way, he is also thinking about how he should induce Orochimaru to break the Shikigami Fujin after Orochimaru returns. Kabuto Yakushi was flipping through a scroll about the Shiki Fujin in his hand, and he sighed softly. I hope that what Lord Naraku has arranged can go smoothly. How can a forbidden technique like the Shiki Fujin involving the god of death be so easy to break? Orochimaru will definitely be able to break it. Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air next to Kabuto Yakushi, sat on his desk, and chuckled. As long as we can find a way to guide him to find the god of death mask in the Uzumaki clan's shrine, we can unlock the Shiki Fujin, but the god of death will reap a person's soul. Lord Naraku. Okay, let me continue. Uehara Naraku patted Kabuto Yakushi on the shoulder, motioned for him to sit down, and continued with a smile. When the god of death reaps the soul of the person who summoned it, Orochimaru can use the great snake style substitution technique and the reincarnation technique to directly let his soul escape. After that, Uehara Naraku chuckled and tapped the table with his fingers. Of course, when Orochimaru unlocks the Shiki Fujin, he will be the weakest. Do you understand what I mean, Kabuto? I understand. Kabuto Yakushi's expression was not very pleasant. Isn't this just taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Uehara Naraku is so powerful, why does he always pit Orochimaru? Okay. Uehara Naraku looked very optimistic about you, and patted Kabuto Yakushi's shoulder with a light smile. After Orochimaru breaks the Shiki Fujin, you can improve your strength. I will arrange for you to learn the Sage Mode of Ryochi Cave, and give you Uchiha Obito's Kamu Mangekyou Sharingan. If you have the Mangekyou Sharingan, maybe you can also try to transplant Ashirama cells. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi nodded, and then said curiously, didn't Lord Orochimaru go to Konoha with you to seize the Rashomon summoning scroll? Yeah. Uehara Naraku showed a rare trace of embarrassment on his face. I deceived him again, and now I'm afraid he will fight me to death. So let him calm down in the Kamu space. After that, Uehara and Naraku told Kabuto Yakushi about his actions this time and asked Kabuto Yakushi to check for omissions. After all, Kabuto Yakushi has the highest IQ among his subordinates. Kabuto Yakushi didn't say anything, but he was a little bit unwell. It turns out that Uehara Naraku also knows that if you cheat others like this, others will fight with you to death. This new boss is really testing the edge of death every day. He is really not afraid of death. Okay, let's not talk so much. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and said softly, I will go to rob his base first to see if there are any ninjutsu I haven't seen. Yakushi Kabuto subconsciously adjusted his glasses, but if this is the case, will you and Lord Orochimaru have a chance to reconcile in the future? He just cheated Orochimaru and then robbed Orochimaru's base. Not to mention someone like Orochimaru who wants to take revenge. Even a selfless saint like the Six Paths Sage would be forced to become his mortal enemy. He won't live that long, and there's no turning back for me. Uehara Naraku sighed, patted Kabuto Yakushi's shoulder, looked at him helplessly and said, and think about it, when have I ever had a good relationship with Orochimaru? When I first joined the Akatsuki organization as an intern, he said that I was a human experiment material. Isn't this a good enough reason to bully him? People, there are some things you must think clearly before you say them. It's too late, I'm too engrossed. I'll update in the afternoon or at noon. Anyway, 3 updates are indispensable today. Chapter 178 I can do Akatsuki's mission and attend the alliance talks. Uehara Naraku didn't care about so much, and under the guidance of Kabuto Yakushi, he looted a bunch of snake ninjutsu studied by Orochimaru and threw them all into the exchange list during the limited exchange time. In addition, Kabuto Yakushi was not idle. Kabuto Yakushi also asked Uehara Naraku to deal with a batch of experimental instruments that Orochimaru rarely used. These were all for the biological science laboratory he would open in the Hidden Rain village in the future. This guy always likes to insert his own personal affairs into his boss's affairs. Uehara Naraku didn't care and even wanted to go a step further. You said, or I can take them all away. Anyway, Orochimaru attacked Konoha again this time, and Tsunade will probably send people to encircle the Hidden Sound village soon. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly and pushed his glasses. He suspected that Uehara Naraku had been planning to attack this base for a long time. First, they attacked Konoha with Orochimaru with the intention of stealing the Rashomon summoning contract scroll. Then they made Orochimaru take the blame in the process, and now they are emptying Orochimaru's base under the pretext that Konoha will soon attack Orochimaru's base. After all, Orochimaru has focused his main energy on this base in the past few years. Some of the scientific experimental instruments here were made by Orochimaru himself, and the ninja world can't buy suitable ones, and even can't find someone who can remake them. Okay, then I'll take them all away. Uehara Naraku took a lot of sealing scrolls, emptied Orochimaru's experimental base, and waved goodbye to Kabuto Yakushi. Before leaving, Uehara Naraku summoned Uchiha Obito and asked him to release all the reincarnations of Orochimaru, the first and second Hokage. Asshole. Orochimaru gnashed his teeth and stared at Uehara Naraku's receding back and suddenly clenched his fists. Uehara Naraku, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Let's settle them together next time. Uehara Naraku turned his head and squinted at Orochimaru, showing a friendly and kind smile, and then disappeared in front of Orochimaru in an instant. Another space-time ninjutsu. Orochimaru frowned and said with an unpleasant look, no wonder this guy always appears suddenly, coming and going as he pleases. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi helped Orochimaru up and said with an embarrassed expression, Lord Naraku has completely emptied this experimental base. Orochimaru then noticed that the secret base of the Hidden Sound village was empty, and a burst of anger suddenly surged up, and he could hardly suppress his anger again. Unfortunately, he couldn't get angry at Kabuto Yakushi. After all, Kabuto Yakushi didn't have the strength to stop Uehara Naraku. Forget it. Orochimaru clenched his fists and gradually loosened them, saying in a deep voice, this time I went to Konoha and exposed my whereabouts again. I guessed Tsunade will soon send people to encircle and suppress the Sound village. This base can't be saved anyway. Let's go to the northern base. Orochimaru had already predicted the coming of the crisis. In order to mobilize enough manpower to encircle and suppress Orochimaru, Konoha village has decided to end the confrontation with the rock village in the land of grass at all costs. In order to avoid the outbreak of the Ninja World War, Tsunade began to use political and diplomatic means to resolve it, and decided to initiate an alliance meeting. In addition to the Wind Country and the Water Country, the two small countries adjacent to the Earth Country, the Rain Country and the Water Country, also received Tsunade's invitation. The methods of this 5th generation Hokage are even stronger than her teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. He used both coercion and inducement. Tsunade, this woman, is really a bit shameless, so these countries really have no choice but to agree to her request with a humiliated face. The leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, the strongest country in the ninja world, has lost all sense of shame. There is really no place to complain about this matter. In the Hidden Leaf Village, it was still pouring rain. When Uehara Naraku returned to the village, Konan was flipping through an invitation letter sent by the Konoha messenger. Her face was a little complicated and hesitant. When Konan heard Uehara's movement and raised her head, the hesitation on her face disappeared. Her eyebrows could not help but bend, and she smiled softly. "Naraku, you are back just in time." "Teacher?" Uehara Naraku's expression was slightly puzzled. He was still a little unaccustomed to it. This was the first time that Konan was not angry when he returned to the village. Why not strike while the iron is hot? Uehara Naraku took out the sealed book neatly, squinted his eyes, and smiled and handed it to Xiaonan. "Teacher, this is a gift for you this time." The smile on Xiaonan's face gradually faded, leaving only a trace of doubt and puzzlement. "Whose body is this, again?" "No." Uehara Naraku patted the sealed book and explained softly, "This is the sealed book of Konoha village. Didn't Orochimaru attack Konoha a few days ago? That guy should have snatched the sealed book at that time. I happened to sneak into his base and found this." "Huh? Did you secretly track Orochimaru again?" Xiaonan's brows frowned immediately. When he was about to teach Uehara Naraku a few words, he subconsciously closed his mouth again. After a while, the expression on Xiaonan's face eased a little, and he sighed softly and said, "Since Orochimaru mastered the impure world reincarnation technique, he actually attacked Konoha twice without any injury. His strength is different from the past. Don't put yourself in danger easily." "Yeah." Uehara Naraku nodded obediently. Konan slowly stood on tiptoe, stretched out her hand to help Uehara Naraku tidy up his hair, and continued softly, "Didn't you say before that you wanted to become an official member of Akatsuki? Nagato and I have agreed. It just so happens that there is a busy mission recently that needs manpower, but you must wear a hood when you go out on the mission to hide your identity." "Okay. What mission?" "Attack the Konoha Ranbu in the land of grass." Konan put down the scroll in her hand, took out another scroll, and said softly, "The third Tsuchika Jinoki made a high-priced commission to Akatsuki, asking us members of Akatsuki to help them attack the Konoha Ranbu and disrupt the Allied Nations talks initiated by the 5th Hokage. This is the largest single mission that Akatsuki has received. However, this mission requires a lot of manpower. After all, it is not easy for a small team to launch a full-scale attack on the Konoha Ranbu in all parts of the land of grass and drive all the Konoha Ranbu out of the land of grass within one day. Moreover, they had to find a way to disrupt the Allied Nations meeting, which was organized by the 5th Hokage Tsunade, the Mist Village's senior official and actual leader Meditarumi, the Sand Village's advisory elder Chiyo, and the Takigakure Village's leader Shibuki. The simplest way was for Akatsuki's personnel to be dispersed to various places to attack the teams of Tsunade, Meditarumi, Chiyo, and others, and kill or repel them. The danger was also much higher than previous missions. Allied Nations meeting? After Uehara Naraku was finally happy that he could become a member of Akatsuki, he became a little curious. He really hadn't received any news recently. This was initiated by the 5th Hokage Tsunade. Konan picked up the scroll that had been placed on the table and handed it to Uehara Naraku. "The location is in the Daimyo's mansion in the land of grass, and the time is 2 weeks later. Konoha has also invited our Hidden Rain village to participate. What's more, they want you or Salamander Hanzo to participate, but you have to perform Akatsuki's mission." Konan slowly raised her head and looked at Uehara Naraku and said softly, To be honest, I'm very willing to let you participate in this meeting. It just happens to make the ninja world recognize you as the future leader of the Hidden Rain Village, but Nagato said to let you make your own choice. Uehara and Naraku subconsciously grasped the scroll. After a while, Uehara and Naraku suddenly looked up and chuckled. I'm going to attend this alliance meeting, and I'll go on the mission together. If you just look at the map, whether it's the Iwagakure village or Konoha, that gets all the land of the grass country, it's very dangerous for us who are close to the grass country. In this way, almost half of our borders will be involved with them. Uehara and Naraku touched his chin, thought for a while, slowly raised his head and said, let the members of the Akatsuki organization attack Konoha Zenbu first and drive all the Konoha villages Zenbu out of the grass country. Konoha village will surely not give up, and the alliance talks will surely continue, right? Uehara and Naraku pinched his fingers and chuckled. Then I'll go to the alliance talks, and see if I can reach some terms with Konoha, such as getting some defensive locations. This is like having the best of both worlds. It's just that on one hand, they use the mission commissions from Akatsuki and Iwagakure to put Konoha at a disadvantage in the battle for the land of grass, and then they use their identities as Rangakure ninjas to help Konoha seize the land of grass and fight back against the Iwagakure. Uehara and Naraku knew this very well. The land of grass is no less than the land of rain. It's good enough for the Rangakure village to get a part of it. It's impossible to get too much. After a moment of silence, Konan suddenly held his hand and stroked his cheek with the other hand. The corners of her lips curved, and she chuckled and said, Nagato is right. Naraku has really grown up. It's okay. Uehara suddenly felt a little hot on his face and gently rubbed Konan's fingers with his fingertips, only to feel that Konan's fingers were a little slippery. The rain outside the window was getting heavier. A young ninja with a bun on her head suddenly shouted outside the window, Angel, we just patrolled here and found someone invading. Hydrangea? Konan subconsciously retracted her palm, slowly turned her head to look at the girl who came in, and explained softly, no one invaded, it was Naraku who came back. Is Naraku Senior back? Hydrangea stopped outside the window for a while, clenched her little fist, and then bowed to Konan, and retreated from here. Well, do you have to patrol in such a heavy rain? Uehara and Naraku looked at Hydrangea's figure walking into the rain with some curiosity. Hasn't it always been the rain tiger freedom technique for sensing and defense? Konan shook her head and whispered, we always have to cultivate the habits of the ninjas in the village. Sooner or later, the Hidden Rain village will rely on you young people. How could it be? Uehara and Naraku raised his eyebrows, chuckled and shook his head and said, Teacher Konan is only 32 years old this year. Still very young. This is the truth. Around 30 years old is the most mature time for women. Konan's face turned cold instantly, and he said softly, okay, now that you're back, go see Nagato. He must have missed you a lot. Yeah. Uehara and Naraku nodded and said softly, I also brought him a gift, which should be able to help him. Wait. Seeing Uehara and Naraku pushing the door to leave, Konan's palm suddenly moved lightly, and the origami turned into a paper umbrella, and handed it to Uehara and Naraku. It's raining heavily outside. Don't get your clothes wet again. Uehara and Naraku looked at the paper umbrella with some difficulty. It's raining so hard outside. Is the paper umbrella really useful? Besides, with his physique, how could he be afraid of getting wet in the rain? After leaving Konan's office, Uehara and Naraku looked around and glanced at a group of UI and Genin teams patrolling in the rain. 3 people held 2 oil umbrellas. Among them, Hydrangea walked in the middle, looking a little pitiful. Well, since he left, has the funding of UI and village become so tight? Here, take it. Uehara and Naraku handed his paper umbrella to Hydrangea in the middle and said softly, you guys still have to continue patrolling. I'm going to the central tower to see Lord Pain, so I don't need an umbrella much. Yes. Hydrangea stretched out her hand restrainedly and said in a hesitant voice, I don't want your things, but I know this umbrella was made by the angel, so I will take it. Uehara and Naraku. So you like Konan but not me. What's wrong with the little girls in the ninja world? But when Hydrangea stretched out her hand to take the paper umbrella from Uehara and Naraku, the chakra on the simple paper umbrella suddenly dissipated, and the whole paper umbrella fell apart, turning into pieces of white paper and falling into the water. Hydrangea slowly raised her head, and a trace of grief and anger gradually appeared in her eyes. Senior Naraku, did you do this on purpose? Everyone in the Hidden Rain village didn't know that Hydrangea admired Conan. Uehara destroyed the paper umbrella made by Conan. Uehara Naraku slowly turned his head and looked at the window of Xiaonan's office. There stood a tall figure looking at this place. There was no one else except Xiaonan. Uehara Naraku looked at the angry little girl, shook his head and sighed. To be honest, you may not believe it. I also want to ask my teacher. The third update is already 5:30 in the afternoon. Thank you book friend 202000805121253911 for the reward. Thank you Zishan Chuankan Xiaoxianmu for the reward. Thank you Totoro ZZZ for the reward. Thank you book friend 2018030320290794 for the reward. Thank you King's father for the reward. Thank you for the reward of a lonely dog. Thank you big brother. Thank you for the reward from Metaverse 27. Thank you old friend. Thank you for the reward from the demon sword. Thank you for the reward from Lee Shimin who loves meat. Thank you all for your reward. Thank you for the support of the genuine book friends. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 179. New member of Akatsuki organization. Here we go. In the central tower, in Nagato's laboratory, Uehara Naraku's ninja tool bag was like a treasure chest, from which he took out a column of interstitial cells and scrolls filled with experimental instruments one by one. These are Hashirama cells, and the others are experimental equipment. Uehara Naraku patted his hands and said softly, I emptied Orochimaru's base in the Sound Village, and these were brought back from there. I will use them to build a biological science laboratory in the village. Let's not talk about that for now. Nagato shook his head, lowered his head and thought for a while, then asked hesitantly, that, Naraku, do you have a girl you like recently? Huh? Uehara Naraku looked at Nagato in surprise, and raised his eyebrows suspiciously. Why do you suddenly ask that? What do you know? Cough cough cough. Nagato covered his lips and coughed lightly a few times, then lowered his head and said, I just saw through Pain's eyes that you handed the umbrella to a girl, but the girl seemed to be still very young. This kind of thing is not right. Hey, what do you mean? Uehara Naraku hugged his shoulders, leaned against the table and said dissatisfiedly, I worked hard to find materials for you that can heal you, and you ask me these? You don't care about your own body, but care about some messy things? I don't. Nagato shook his head and quickly skipped the topic. Okay, let's not talk about this. First of all, congratulations on becoming an official member of Akatsuki. Hehe. Uehara Naraku suddenly laughed from ear to ear, waved his hand and said, I didn't expect that teacher Conan would suddenly be willing to agree. I will leave here to do the mission in half a month. I will accompany you here to do experiments for the next half month. Okay. Nagato nodded and blinked. The reason why Conan agreed was because he had been persuading her behind her back. The little guy has grown up, and now he doesn't even tell him who he likes. Has he forgotten that they are in the same camp? The way Nagato and Uehara Naraku get along is very unique. The two people are 15 years apart in age. They are like elders and juniors, and also like good friends who are close in age. At that time, Nagato was still manipulating Tendao Pain to dictate to Uehara Naraku, which was very unsatisfactory. Since he killed the salamander Hanzo a few years ago, his heart knot seemed to be untied, and he began to care about this little guy silently. Half a month. The cultivation speed of Hashirama cells is very fast. Of course, this kind of thing can't be transplanted directly on Nagato, so Karin became the first beneficiary. According to the conclusion of the public knowledge of the ninja world, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are distant relatives, and there is a certain connection in their blood. The chakra and physical strength of the two clans are very abundant. Therefore, the Uzumaki clan is also the most suitable for transplanting Hashirama cells. Karin has been sucking the vitality of the Kusagakure ninjas for a long time. Transplanting Hashirama cells for her is also beneficial, and it can also increase her strength, so that she can avoid being just a useless mobile blood bag in the Akatsuki organization. On the laboratory table in the Hidden Rain village, The transplantation of Hashirama cells was presided over by Pain, and Uehara Naraku watched from the side, ready to cut off a piece of Karen's body at any time, and then use the star infusion to save her life. Fortunately, the transplant was successful. Unfortunately, she still couldn't awake and would release. And a face grew on her shoulder. What's going on? Pain's Samurai was a little confused. He stared at the face growing on Karen's arm. There shouldn't be any mistakes in his surgery. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead and whispered, maybe Hashirama cells are too pure. Otherwise, the other operation should wait for a while. No need. Pain shook his head and said in a deep voice, since the experiment was successful, it proves that it works. Karen, how do you feel? No feeling. Karen slowly sat up, clenched her fists, and whispered, no, the chakra in my body has increased a lot, and the strength of my body has also increased a lot. After that, Karen subconsciously glanced at her left arm. It's just that this face feels a little strange. This is the face of the first generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Uehara Naraku knocked on the face, spread his hands indifferently and said, it's okay, this is a normal reaction to transplanting Hashirama cells. After all, if you use someone else's cells, can't you leave mark on your body? Karen. Pain. What a mess. Since the operation was successful, Nagato's body transplant can also be performed, and it will still be performed by Tendo Pain. In essence, it is like performing surgery on yourself. I don't know what this feels like. Uehara Naraku planned to ask Kabuto Yakushi later. Anyway, Kabuto Yakushi had to transplant the Kami Sharingan and Hashirama cells by himself. Nagato's surgery was more complicated. His surgery required the use of Hashirama cells to cultivate the shape of two legs in advance, and then transplant these Hashirama cells to his legs. Nagato lay on the operating table, feeling the weight of Hashirama cells. His body gradually filled up, and it was obvious that the effect of his transplant was far better than that of Karen. I want to transplant more. Nagato frowned and manipulated Tendo Pain to prepare Hashirama cells again. Obviously, he thought he might need more Hashirama cells. If there were too many, he could even fully exert the power of the Samurai. No. Uehara Naraku stopped Pain, looked at Nagato on the operating table, and said in a deep voice, you can't transplant too many, you can only transplant according to the amount of Karen. Nagato didn't know the truth, but Uehara Naraku knew it better. The reason why Nagato could accommodate enough Hashirama cells was because he had the Samurai in his body, which could suppress all power. However, this pair of Samurais does not belong to Nagato, but to Uchiha Madara. Moreover, under the control of the two behind-the-scenes masters, Uehara Naraku and Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara will almost certainly be resurrected in the ninja world. Black Zetsu did it for his mother. Uehara did it for the progress of the main quest. At this time, if Nagato rashly transplants too many Hashirama cells, it will be very disadvantageous to Nagato in the future. Nagato has one advantage, that is, he can listen to others' advice. This is also his shortcoming. When someone advises him, he listens. Uehara Naraku tilted his head and watched Nagato sit back in the wheelchair. He sighed and shook his head gently. You are always used to listening to others' advice. You should change it in the future. You can't always change your plan just because others persuade you. Nagato frowned and thought for a while, and was about to climb back onto the operating table. Then I will transplant Hashirama cells again. Wait, that's not what I meant. Uehara Naraku shook his head hurriedly and pressed him hard on the wheelchair. From now on, you only need to listen to what Teacher Conan and I say. Don't listen to anyone else, especially a little yellow-haired guy like Deidara. Nagato couldn't help but glare at him. After a moment, he suddenly pushed Uehara Naraku away and tried to stand up step by step. Although Nagato staggered a little, he was still walking step by step. Nagato walked step by step with some surprise, raised his head, and looked at Uehara Naraku and said, Uehara, I can stand up again. With the help of the energy of Hashirama cells, Nagato was finally able to stand up again, but a face of Hashirama Senju grew on his calf. The first generation of Hokage is too shameless. He wants to grow his face wherever he wants. Uehara Naraku helped the trembling Nagato sit down and looked at him speechlessly. Okay, I see. Put on your pants quickly. Nagato. What a weird thing you said. If Konan heard it, I don't know what she would think of them. But it is indeed good news that Nagato can stand up and walk. As long as he undergoes simple exercises, he will be able to resume normal action soon. Just when Nagato was about to tell Konan in person, Uehara Naraku suddenly grabbed Nagato and muttered something, and the two concealed the news again. 10 days later, Uehara Naraku finally put on the official uniform of Akatsuki, and also received a set of hood and bamboo hat to conceal his identity. In addition, Konan also restricted him from using his special ninjutsu in battle. Because the future leader of the Hidden Rain village must not have any involvement with the Akatsuki organization before Akatsuki's plan succeeds. Uehara Naraku also thinks so. Uehara Naraku touched the auspicious cloud black robe on his body and felt a little happy. Side quest: put on the red cloud black robe and become a formal member of the Akatsuki group. 1/1. The task has been completed and the reward is S-level rebel certification. S-level rebel certification: increase life energy by 10,000 points, increase chakra energy by 10,000 points, increase natural energy by 10,000 points, increase life recovery effect by 50%, increase chakra energy recovery effect by 50%, and increase natural energy extraction effect by 50%. After seeing the rewards on the system panel, Uehara Naraku's eyes were obviously a little resentful. If he had been recognized as a formal member by Konan, after joining the Akatsuki organization, he would have become a cage level strongman long ago. Before Uehara Naraku received the Dark Harvest, his attribute points were only equal to the reward for wearing the red cloud black robe. Now that Uehara Naraku's attribute points have exceeded 50,000 points, it is obviously impossible for him to be too excited. Okay. Konan stretched out her hand to help Uehara Naraku tidy up his clothes, looked at him with a chuckle and said, "Naraku, this time I will be your teammate and go out on the mission with you. We haven't been on a mission together for a long time, aren't you happy?" Happy? Uehara Naraku's eyes twitched, glanced at the person coming behind them, and said in a deep voice, "But, teacher, I have found a new teammate for myself." What? Konan couldn't help but look up and looked at him in surprise. "Do you want that brat Uchiha Sasuke Karin to be your teammate?" Konan quickly shook his head and said, "I can't agree to this. This mission is very dangerous and someone must protect you." No, his new teammate is an old senior in the organization. Nagato, wearing the same black robe with auspicious clouds, lifted the hat on his head and stood beside them. "As a senior, I should be able to be his teammate, right, Nagato?" Konan looked at Nagato, who walked to her side with shock on her face and couldn't help covering her lips with tears in her eyes. Can you stand up?" There were many things that Konan felt guilty about back then. In addition to the deaths of many members in the battle, Nagato's legs were disabled. Now suddenly seeing Nagato walking in front of her, Konan subconsciously took a few steps back, somewhat unconvinced of what she saw. Ahem. Uehara Naraku reached out to help Konan wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, holding her cheek and comforting her softly. Okay, teacher. In fact, 10 days ago, Lord Nagato had a successful operation and was able to stand up, but I think I should give you a surprise. Asshole. Okay, teacher. Nagato was watching them and laughing at the sight. After Uehara Naraku comforted her for a long time, Konan's emotions finally calmed down. After a while, Konan suddenly said, "So, you two have already discussed it. Let me stay in the village, and you two will go out on the mission together?" "Yes." Uehara Naraku glanced at Nagato, and the two nodded, as if it was a matter of course. 10 days ago, the two of us decided to go out on the mission together this time. Let's go. Uehara Naraku put his arm around Nagato's shoulders, waved at Konan and said, "Teacher, Nagato and I will leave first. We still have to gather at the organization's base." After that, the two did not dare to look at Konan's stunned expression and walked out of the Hidden Rain village shoulder to shoulder, talking about something, and their identity as novice members of Akatsuki was undoubtedly exposed. After all, no group of members would maintain a friendly relationship on the surface like Uehara Naraku and Nagato. Nagato looked at Uehara Naraku and suddenly asked curiously, "By the way, have you thought of the code names for the two of us in the organization?" "Not yet." Uehara Naraku shook his head and touched his chin. What do you think of red hair and black hair, Shinigami? Not so good. Nagato looked at Uehara Naraku in confusion. Uehara Naraku scratched his chin and made a new suggestion. What about red hair and Dark Knight Devil? Even less good. What about red hair and Dark Knight Angel? What a mess. You can't get over red hair. Then Little Red Riding Hood and Black Emperor. Can't it be more normal? Hey, this domineering one won't work. Should my code name be Black Dog? The two of them whispered all the way to the Akatsuki base. Obviously, the two guys wearing bamboo hats attracted the attention of all members, and they all looked over curiously. Nagato naturally needed to hide his identity. There was no need for Uehara Naraku to do so. He simply lifted up his hat and revealed a sinister smile. From today on, please give me your guidance, seniors. By the way, please call me by my code name. Oh, that's right. Uehara Naraku slowly looked at everyone present, his voice gradually becoming cold. When you go out, just call me by Akiyun. Remember not to call the wrong name, otherwise I will kill you. Hehe. Before anyone else said anything, Hashiga Kikasane suddenly laughed a few times and said softly, it seems that the name of our first Mizukage is Byakuyan. Uehara Naraku's expression collapsed instantly. Then he spread his hands indifferently and said, then you can call me Green Tea in the future, and the one standing next to me, just call him Red Tea. Nagato. Don't give him such a casual code name. As expected, Uehara Naraku's behavior immediately aroused Deidara's dissatisfaction. Hey, little guy, you are so casual. Do you think that the mission is to have afternoon tea with our strength? Uehara Naraku put his arm around Nagato's shoulders and looked at everyone present with a squint. In fact, there is no difference between carrying out a mission and having afternoon tea. Right, Hangcha? Yes. Nagato nodded subconsciously. The next moment, Nagato's expression hidden under the bamboo hat changed instantly. What the hell is right? Why did he let Uehara Naraku come up with a code name? He himself is not bad at naming. After all, the code names of all members of Akatsuki were chosen by him personally. Kakuzu frowned and said in a cold voice, kid, becoming an official member does not mean that you are qualified to be so arrogant. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead and whispered, come on, Hangcha, show them your skills. Nagato looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly. Of course, Nagato would not choose to show them his skills, because he had a better solution. Okay, stop arguing. Under Nagato's manipulation, Tendao Pain said, they are new members of Akatsuki. One is Uehara Naraku, codenamed Anjin, and the other new member is codenamed Gai. Uehara Naraku immediately raised his hand and said loudly, Master Pain, I think my teammates really don't like this codename. Many members cast a surprised look at Uehara Naraku. It was obviously the first time they saw someone dare to oppose Pain's opinion. What lesson will Uehara Naraku learn? Instead of a lesson, Pain argued, no, he likes it very much. I told him this before. Uehara Naraku closed his mouth unhappily. Nagato and Pain's fingers were clenched subconsciously. He really regretted supporting Uehara to become a formal member all along. Now he wanted to expel Uehara. This is too naughty. But some things still need to be said in advance. Pain looked at the people present and continued in a deep voice. In addition, if anyone dares to leak the identity information of the organization members to the outside world, he will be hunted down by Akatsuki endlessly. Obviously, this point was emphasized for Uehara Naraku. Pain looked at the expressions of the people present, nodded seriously and said, the specific actions of this mission will be in the charge of Uehara Naraku. After all, Uehara destroyed the people of Kusagakure village by himself, and it was he who provoked the confrontation between Iwagakure village and Konoha. After hearing Pain's words, everyone's faces had different expressions. There were indeed many people present who had attacked a country and destroyed a town, but a medium-sized ninja village like Kusagakure village could be ranked among the top in terms of combat power except for the 5 major countries. If you want to destroy Kusagakure village, it's not that simple. That intern kid has always been very strong, but no one knows how strong he is. This time, maybe we can see it. Uehara Naraku twisted his wrist, looked at the different expressions of the people present, and raised the corners of his mouth. Then please take care of me along the way. Thank you for the reward from Yippee and Bang 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 Bang. Thank you for the reward from UNG27. Thank you for the support of all the genuine book friends. Chapter 180. I don't know how I lost this battle. When the entire Akatsuki organization's Linoop was determined, Uehara and Naraku really didn't know how to fail in this mission. This Linoop could destroy Konoha, Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Red Sand Scorpion, Deidara, Kakuzu, Hidden, Momochi's Abuser, Hazuki Main Jetsu, Haku, Kagura Kimimero, Zetsu, and Uehara Naraku and Nagato. Oh, and there's also a bonus called Uchiha Sasuke. After all, Uchiha Itachi was worried about his brother staying alone in the Akatsuki organization, and with it came countless troubles. The members of the Akatsuki organization basically didn't submit to each other. Those who came out of the Hidden Mist village knew Uehara Naraku's strength, and basically followed Uehara, especially the strongest Hoshigaki Kisame and Hazuki Main Jetsu, who were his die-hard confidants. Deidara, Red Sand Scorpion and Kakuzu, Hidden. These two teams would quarrel when they were together, and they would always make a fuss to teach each other a lesson. Just when Deidara and Hidden were about to fight, Uehara Naraku suddenly shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, seniors, come and see, the volcano has erupted." What? Everyone looked at Uehara Naraku in surprise, and then looked in his direction. Where was the volcano erupting? Deidara glared at Uehara Naraku in dissatisfaction. Where is it? Hey, Uehara, you bastard, don't lie to me. I didn't. Look carefully. Change. Uehara Naraku suddenly snapped his fingers and released his flame pillar skill. Just when everyone was a little confused, a powerful flame suddenly erupted from an area several kilometers in radius in the distance. The flame almost rushed straight into the sky thousands of meters high, even dyed the blue sky with a touch of red, and the scorching fire wave almost rushed to their faces. Even though everyone in Akatsuki was still some distance away from the center of the flame, they still felt the burning sensation from the air. Everyone's jaws almost dropped in shock. No one at the scene underestimated Uehara Naraku's strength, but the fact that he casually released a fire ninjutsu that was enough to destroy the world still made people feel a little scared. Whether it was the distance and range of the ninjutsu, or the extremely fast release speed, it made everyone shudder. Can this level of ninjutsu be avoided? Of course not. No wonder this guy Uehara Naraku can easily destroy the Kusagakure village. Even the most jumpy Deidara and Hidden, after seeing Uehara Naraku's ninjutsu, both of them became much more honest. Uehara Naraku slowly turned around, looked at everyone present, suddenly clasped his palms, and smiled. I believe everyone will cooperate sincerely for this mission, right? Everyone looked at Uehara Naraku, and then looked at the flames behind Uehara Naraku, that were slowly falling from thousands of meters in the sky, and subconsciously frowned. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, suppressing the horror in his heart. This level of fire ninjutsu was obviously beyond his cognition. There has never been such a powerful fire style ninja in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were shining. He glanced at his brother, and couldn't help but chuckled. Is this brother scared? Humph, they Uchiha have Sharingan. As long as he finds an opportunity, Uchiha Sasuke is confident that he can use Sharingan to copy Uehara Naraku's ninjutsu. This is a powerful ninjutsu that is enough to destroy the world. Even Uchiha Itachi is afraid of it. Getting stronger again. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned. He was no longer surprised by Uehara Naraku's power. Uehara Naraku is good at even the most mysterious time and space skills. So what is the simplest fire style skill? Nagato pressed down the bamboo hat on his forehead and raised the corners of his mouth. This little guy Uehara is really much stronger than before. Humph. Conan really taught a good disciple. Scorpion of the Red Sand snorted coldly. He actually hated this kind of super large scale ninjutsu the most, because this powerful ninjutsu was too restraining for a puppeteer like him. As a disciple of a teacher, of course I can't let her lose face. Uehara Naraku flew to Nagato's side and asked in a low voice, how was my performance just now? Were they scared? Nagato nodded speechlessly. Obviously, the effect of Uehara Naraku's show was very significant. The people present also took his words seriously, and the journey to the land of grass was much smoother. Intelligence officer Zetsu also sent a piece of information. There is an active Konoha and Bu ninja team on the border between the land of rain and the land of grass, and about 5 ordinary Konoha ninja teams are stationed there, obviously to guard against the hidden rain village. surround them, leave one alive, and kill the rest. The strategy formulated by Uehara Naraku was very simple and crude. The Akatsuki organization was almost fully mobilized, so how to fight and win? The members of Akatsuki were also very satisfied with Uehara Naraku's strategy. After all, most members of the Akatsuki organization like to rely on their own strength and rush forward directly, not worrying about the enemies they encountered at all, because they could not beat them anyway. The canyon at the border of the land of grass. The members of the Anbu team of Konoha gathered together, exchanging information with each other, and confirmed that the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village were not gathered in the land of grass. Hello, friends of Konoha, how are you? A voice suddenly fell into the ears of this team of Anbu members, and the 4 ninjas reacted quickly, each holding their weapons, and looking around vigilantly. A ninja wearing a black robe with auspicious clouds appeared on a rock. Since Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame had invaded Konoha before, these Anbu had also received orders from the Hokage building to retreat immediately, after encountering members of Akatsuki to collect intelligence. After all, a group of S-class rebel ninjas formed a mercenary organization, and each group of members in it was not something that a single Anbu ninja could handle. According to Tsunede's assessment of the combat power of the rebel ninjas, Konoha would need at least 3 Anbu teams to contend with them. People from Akatsuki? The Anbu captain who led the group changed his expression and immediately assigned tasks. Toyokawa, the fastest among us, will take the information back, and the others will cover him with me. Everyone, concentrate your strength and temporarily retreat. However, the next moment, the Anbu captain's expression suddenly became extremely ugly, because ninjas wearing black robes with auspicious clouds appeared around them. There were at least 10 members of Akatsuki. Among them were Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, who had invaded Konoha. Now, let alone this Konoha team wanting to escape, it would be good if they could leave their bodies intact, and there would not even be enough heads to share. Did I command well? Uehara Naraku turned his head and smiled at Nagato beside him. He relied on the skill of destiny to calculate the movement direction of this Konoha Anbu and successfully surrounded the team. Nagato nodded helplessly. The Konoha Anbu teams rushed towards the weakest direction in a somewhat tragic manner. In their opinion, the 2 small guys, Kaguya Kimimaro and Haku, should be the easiest to deal with. Kaguya Kimimaro slowly rushed towards the charging Anbu team, and white bones emerged from his body one by one. Corpse Fein Karamatsu dance. The other members watched Kimimaro's performance, as if they were watching a monkey show. 5 minutes later, Kaguya Kimimaro carried a half-dead Anbu and threw it in front of Uehara Naraku, saying softly, "Uehara, this guy is the strongest and should be their captain. Then I can only ask you to find out the information in his brain." Uehara Naraku spread his hands and looked at Nagato next to him. Nagato nodded, stretched out his palm and slapped the head of the Konoha Anbu captain, and whispered, "Human path heart layer submersion technique." After finding out the intelligence, Nagato suddenly pulled out the soul of the Anbu captain and whispered, "Konoha has sent a total of 13 Anbu teams to the land of grass, scattered in various places in the land of grass. In addition, there are about 300 ordinary ninja troops. Our mission is just to eliminate the Anbu, right?" "That's right." Nagato nodded and said, "Perhaps the 2 great ninjas, Anoki, don't think we can deal with the large number of ninja troops, so he only entrusted us to eliminate the Konoha Anbu. It may be, because these Anbu have been attacking and killing the reconnaissance ninjas of the Hidden Stone Village." Uehara Naraku couldn't help but sigh. TSK, it's not easy to find the remaining 12 Anbu teams in such a large place as the land of grass. Hidden walked over with his sickle and licked his lips. "Won't the mission be completed if all the Konoha ninjas are killed? I still think that we should do as much as we are paid for." Kakuzu looked at Hidden with contempt and said in a deep voice, "If we also help them kill all the Konoha ninjas stationed in the land of grass for free, how can we do business in the future?" Kakuzu snorted coldly and continued, "Humph, if we want to kill the Konoha ninjas entrenched in the land of grass, we must ask Noki to pay more." The word pay more was used very well. It can be seen that Kakuzu is indeed a businessman. Apart from anything else, he still calculated it quite accurately. I do agree with Senior Kakuzu's opinion. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and said softly, I thought Konoha's 5th Hokage only sent a bunch of Anbu to investigate, but I didn't expect she sent so many ninja troops. Scorpion of the Red Sand knocked on his ring and said in a muffled voice, how about asking Konan to see if Inoki is willing to pay more? Otherwise, it will be very boring to just find some Konoha Anbu along the way. Yeah. Deidara raised his head and glanced at the corpses on the ground. This little task is not worth the dispatch of all our members. Senior Scorpion and I will solve it. Originally thought it was an epic difficulty, but unexpectedly it was just an ordinary level task. If you act carefully, it will probably be completed in no time. It may not be that easy. Nagato covered his lips and coughed a few times, then added, according to the information I got, the person in charge of commanding the grass country's actions is Konoha's copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, and there is also a big shot who can support him at any time. Uchiha Sasuke frowned subconsciously. He heard the name of his teacher, Hatake Kakashi, big shot. Uehara Naraku shook his head and said, it is probably Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. I will ask teacher Konan first to see if the Iwagakure village is willing to add money. Soon, news came from Konan. The 2 great ninjas, Inoki, were willing to add a sum of money to expel or kill all Konoha ninjas in the grass country. If the Iwagakure village and Konoha had a head-on conflict, the losses of the Iwagakure ninjas would definitely not be low, and it might even trigger a ninja world war. It would be cheaper to use the Akatsuki organization. What a pity. Kakuzu frowned, sighed and said, if we have a cooperative channel with the Land of Lightning, we can get more money for cleaning up these Konoha ninjas. Uehara Naraku, everyone from Akatsuki, Kakuzu is really obsessed with money. He charges money from 2 big ninja villages for 1 mission. You can see how capable you are. Let's go. Let's go meet the copy ninja of Konoha. Uehara Naraku turned around and looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, chuckled and said, Mr. Kakashi is an old friend of several of us present. Thank you for the reward of 10,000 from the Dark Star Emperor. Thank you for the reward from Barkeel 666. Thank you for the reward from that year of ruthlessness. Thank you for the reward from Wing Dance Huanfui. Thank you for the reward from Metaverse 27. Thank you for the reward from Gahuafuvi. Thank you all for the reward. Thank you all for the support of all genuine book friends. Chapter 181 Akatsuki's Group Battle. The Land of Grass. Konoha Ninja Headquarters. In order to train Hatake Kakashi, Tsunade specially arranged him to be the commander and sent the previous generation of Inoshika as his assistant. The Hyuga clan, Aburane clan, Inozuka clan, and Sarutobi clan all joined. Although the number of this ninja unit is not large, it can be said to be a pocket version of the Konoha ninja army, with a complete range of sensory units, assault units, combat units, and medical units. Late at night, the top leaders of this unit are in a meeting. There was a hint of worrying Kakashi Hatake's eyes. 3 Anbu teams and 15 teams stationed in fortresses have lost contact tonight, but according to the report from our spies in Iwagakure village, the Iwagakure troops still haven't made any moves. This loss is not small. Narashikaku played with the pen in his hand and whispered, almost 1/5 of the manpower was directly lost, and we didn't even get any intelligence on the enemy. I'll report to Lady Tsunade first. Yamanaka Inochi shook his head and sighed, raising his finger. It's obviously the most critical moment of the alliance talks, but we encountered a surprise attack in the Land of Grass. The matter is of great importance, and it is obviously aimed at this alliance talks. Could it be the Land of Rain? No, the Hidden Rain village has sent a message that they will send people to participate in this alliance talks, so we have to send people to pick them up at that time. That would be bad. Narashikaku slowly circled the location of the attack on the map with a pen and whispered, based on these activity tracks, it seems to be the work of the Iwagakure raiding force, because they can move forward as a whole, but there is no coordination between the 2 sides. Just as Narashikaku was analyzing, a series of loud flares suddenly sounded outside the camp, which was the enemy attack signal of the nearby patrol ninja. Everyone alert. Hatake Kakashi immediately stopped the meeting and loudly ordered the captains of each class. Each class returns to their own position. All Anbu gather and follow me. Not far from the Konoha camp, The members of the Akatsuki organization dispersed. Hashiga Kikisame stood beside him with the Sumehada sword. Uchiha Itachi frowned, and Uchiha Sasuke looked unhappy. Just now, it was their team that took the initiative to take on the task of killing the Konoha patrol ninja, but it was a pity that there was a problem with the survivors that were originally reserved. Before the survivor had time to be investigated for intelligence, he suddenly released a flare to signal an enemy attack. Even if Uchiha Itachi killed him in time, it was too late. Uchiha Itachi frowned, looked at the corpse on the ground and said, "Is there anyone who can break free from the illusion of the Sharingan? It doesn't matter." Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Itachi deeply, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Anyway, we have already advanced to the eyes of the Konoha camp. The possibility of launching a surprise attack without being discovered is actually very low." Uehara Naraku looked at the people present, and then looked at the slightly bustling Konoha camp in the distance, and said loudly, "In this case, let's just attack directly. Drive all Konoha ninjas out of the land of grass tonight. As long as the Konoha camp is expelled, the Konoha ninja teams stationed in other fortresses are not worth mentioning. After losing their backup, they will definitely withdraw on their own initiative." Bang! A clay bird appeared under Deidara's feet. The scorpion of the red sand slowly took out the puppets of the 3rd and 4th Kazakiges. The 2 generations of magnetic ninjas from the Sand village fell into his hands. He was indeed a traitorous ninja from the Sand village. He just liked to use the corpses of the leaders of his hometown. Kakuzu's body expanded rapidly and slowly split into 3 earth grudges. It was obvious that he was also a good player in strong attacks. As for Hidden, he could only rush forward and die. The 3-7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist village each drew out their own ninja swords. Several bone spurs slowly grew on Kaguya Kimimaro's body. Haku and Uchiha Itachi were responsible for side support. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he was mainly responsible for picking up leaks. Then let's say hello to them first. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm, and a star core appeared in his palm. The surrounding natural energy and his chakra continued to flow into it, and the starring around the star core expanded rapidly. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uehara Naraku's ninjutsu in surprise. "Is that Naruto's Rasengan?" At first glance, the surging star river does look like a Rasengan. Uehara Naraku slowly threw out the star core, and saw the galaxy rushing to absorb natural energy from the outside, and the range of the technique became larger and larger. When the star core quickly entered the field of vision of the Konoha ninja, its outer coverage had reached hundreds of meters. Several Konoha Jonins rushed out quickly, put their hands together, and made seals at the same time, and shouted in a deep voice, "Earth escape, Earth flow city wall." A tall city wall quickly rose from the ground. Just when the star core touched the city wall, it blew a gap in the defense of the Earth flow city wall, and countless gravel and soil flew everywhere. A whistle suddenly came. A white clay giant bird flew over the air, dropping a string of clay bombs. Deidara stood on the clay giant bird excitedly, and raised his finger. Ha! Boom! The continuous explosions made the Konoha ninja panic. Just as Hatake Kakashi was trying to find a way to target Deidara in the air, one after another, figures wearing auspicious cloud black robes walked out of the gap in the Earth Flow City wall. Akatsuki. Hatake Kakashi's eyes suddenly tightened. More than 10 members of Akatsuki. This also means an attack by more than 10 S-rank rebel ninjas. At this moment, Hatake Kakashi figured out why so many teams disappeared. Because they encountered Akatsuki. There are more than 50 ninja teams and 9 Anbu ninjas around their camp, and they may not be powerless against these rebel ninjas. Hatake Kakashi was even a little relieved. If these Akatsuki guys continued to harass the Konoha ninja camp, they might have been forced to cut off their tails and survive. But now they dared to attack this camp by force. Wouldn't it be giving Konoha a chance for nothing? Uehara Naraku, who was in charge of commanding the battle, knew about this mistake, but a surprise attack was obviously not enough to make Konoha remember it, and using a strong attack could quickly defeat the minds of Konoha ninjas. What's more, they took money from Inoki. Since they took the money, of course they have to perform harder. Tonight they will drive all the Konoha ninjas out of the land of grass, and tomorrow the headlines of the Ninja World News will be that their Akatsuki organization accepted the Iwagakure village to hire them to attack the Konoha camp. Uehara Naraku found a stone to sit down and crossed his legs. "I can't show any flaws, so this battle can only rely on you seniors. Uehara's sitting posture really looks like a straw commander. TSK. Fiden carried his sickle and held a straw in his mouth in dissatisfaction. Hey, Uehara, can't you kill them all? Of course we can, if they want to die. Uehara Naraku glanced at Fiden, chuckled and continued, if Konoha's losses are too great, what if they don't dare to fight with the Iwagakure village in the land of grass in the future? Will Inoki still hire us? You little brat are really evil. Fiden spit out the straw on his mouth, waved the sickle in his hand, and rushed towards the direction of the Konoha camp. Then let's make a big fuss. Anyway, he was going to die. The actions of the others were not slow, and they quickly followed. Kakuzu stood outside the camp, and the grievances stood beside him, spraying ninjutsu crazily towards the Konoha camp. Fire style, head hardship. Wind style, suppress harm. Lightning style, pseudo darkness. The strong wind swept the flames and instantly opened a breakthrough in the defense line of a Konoha ninja. Hidden, Hashigaki Kisame, Momochi's abuser, Hazuki Maingetsu and Kaguya Kimimaro rushed in along the gap and started to kill. The brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke released the great fireball technique beside them, which seemed to be quite impressive, but it always made people feel that the two of them were just paddling. In this attack, dominated by fire style, Haku's ice style bloodline could only paddling and helping to sprinkle ice thousands of books. Uehara Naraku glanced at Nagato beside him and whispered, aren't you going to play? It's rare for you to come out to fight. It's okay here, Shirado. Nagato stood beside Uehara Naraku, and an arm slowly grew out of his back. The arm quickly turned into an exquisite mechanical cannon. A dazzling laser shot into the Konoha camp, causing a huge explosion, and one figure after another was blown away by the explosion. Under the collective attack of a group of Akatsuki members, even though Hatake Kakashi and Narashikaku had outstanding combat experience and command ability, they could not reverse the decline. Today they completely realized why some people were defined as S-level rebels. Yamanaka Inoichi stood beside Narashikaku and conveyed Shikaku's order. Water escape team assemble. Seal at the same time. Water array wall defense. Water escape. Water array wall. More than a dozen water escape ninjas quickly joined hands to seal, releasing a tall water wall to block the continuous attack of the flames. However, someone is stronger than their water escape ninjutsu. Leave it to us next. Hashigaki Kisame, Momochi's abuser and Hazuki Maingetsu joined their hands and formed seals at the same time and suddenly spurted out a huge wave of water. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. The three water dragons quickly broke through the defense of the water array wall and knocked away a group of Konoha ninjas. Narashikaku frowned and quickly adjusted his tactics again. The earth-style ninjas release the earth flow wall to surround them, and the other ninjas continue to release water-style and lightning-style ninjutsu. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Lightning-style, lightning induction. Water-style, water rush wave. Lightning-style, earth walk. Water-style, water Yinayuan. With Yamanaka Inoichi freely transmitting everyone's information, the Konoha ninjas quickly began to change their tactics according to orders. Walls of earth quickly appeared on the battlefield, quickly surrounding the Akatsuki members who rushed in, and waves of water rushed into the walls of earth, and lightning flashed in the water. This is the advantage of the ninja army. They can always rely on the advantage of numbers to make some small ninjutsu play an extraordinary power. Hatake Kakashi was also watching the battlefield closely, trying to see if he could find a flaw and kill a member of Akatsuki. He knew very well that these people could only be defeated one by one. Opportunity. Lightning style, Reikari. Hatake Kakashi really found an opportunity. Hidden, who rushed to the front, went deep into the enemy's territory alone, and had lost touch with the people behind him. A string of lightning flashed in Kakashi's hand and pierced Hidden's heart. Just when Hatake Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly looked at the enemy whose body he had pierced, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Ahahahahahaha. Hidden laughed wildly and waved the sickle in his hand. He ignored the big hole in his chest and was about to cut off Kakashi's head directly. Kamiu. Hatake Kakashi's face suddenly changed, and his Sharingan instantly turned into a kaleidoscope, trying to take the lead in sucking Hidden's head into the space. However, a string of clay bombs falling from the sky interrupted Kakashi's pupil technique, as if he wanted Kakashi and Hidden to die together. Hatake Kakashi was also undecided and decided to retreat immediately, leaving only Hidden to be ravaged by the clay bomb dropped by Deidara. Hey, do you want to kill me too? Even after experiencing the explosion of the clay bomb, Hidden slowly stood up again, cursing at Deidara, not knowing that Deidara saved his life. After Hatake Kakashi quickly retreated, a shuriken flew towards him, and Uchiha Sasuke crushed towards his teacher with a short sword in his hand. The former master and apprentice finally fought. Hatake Kakashi was surprised to find that his disciple made rapid progress, but he still felt very heavy. Uchiha Sasuke, did you join Akatsuki with Uchiha Itachi? Shut up, I just joined them, because I wanted to kill that man. Uchiha Sasuke approached Hatake Kakashi waving a ninja sword, and said in a cold voice, Akatsuki has accepted the employment commission from the Iwagakure village, to expel all Konoha ninjas from the land of grass. This is the last time, you guys better take care of yourselves. The third update will be at 5:30 PM. Chapter 182 Sir, we are one family. 3 more chapters delivered. The bonds in the ninja world are always strange. Uchiha Sasuke joined the Akatsuki organization, but he did not know the truth about the extermination of the clan, and he still had a little bond with the Hidden Leaf village. However, he did not think that he had a chance to turn back, so he just casually said some unnecessary information to Hatake Kakashi. After Sasuke finished the information, he and his former teacher parted ways and turned to go to other battlefield locations. This scene fell into the eyes of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi looked at his brother with some complexity. He probably knew what Sasuke and Kakashi said, but he was a little nervous in his heart. Although this is a battlefield, everything is under the surveillance of Uehara Naraku in the distance. Sasuke doesn't know how to be a spy at all, right? Does he really think that a symbolic battle can get rid of suspicion? Fortunately, in addition to Uchiha Itachi, there are other knowledgeable people on the battlefield. Hatake Kakashi glanced at Sasuke who was about to go away, and quickly condensed a ball of lightning in his hand, and suddenly pierced Sasuke's shoulder. This idiot disciple. Kakashi Hatake looked at Uchiha Sasuke's incredible eyes, slowly approached him, and whispered, Sasuke, don't leak information to others casually. Remember, protect yourself in Akatsuki. Naruto is still waiting for you. Uchiha Sasuke immediately realized his mistake. After seeing Sasuke injured, Uchiha Itachi jumped over, grabbed Sasuke and protected him behind him, and kicked Kakashi Hatake out with a kick. Akatsuki completely took the advantage. Kakashi Hatake couldn't break the situation, couldn't fight against it in a frontal battle, and couldn't deal with the surprise attack in the air, leaving the Konoha ninjas with no way to resist. Naruto finally gave the order to retreat helplessly. Tell everyone to retreat to the south to the border to regroup, leaving 3 teams of Anbu to cover the rear. Seeing that the Konoha ninjas retreated one after another, the people of Akatsuki were no longer vague. After quickly dealing with the Konoha Anbu, they chased the Konoha army. The Konoha ninjas were completely defeated. Nagato pressed the bamboo hat on his head and whispered, didn't Konoha's big shot choose to go out until he completely collapsed? The information obtained by Nagato using the human way's hard layer submergence technique showed that Konoha had arranged a big shot here, but now that big shot has not appeared. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Of course, big shots can't be sent out casually. They are probably on the border. At the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. There is indeed a big shot nearby. Uehara Naraku's guess was not wrong. The big shot was Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, but this was just a coincidence. After Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto heard about the destruction of the Hidden Grass village, they hurriedly changed their travel direction and rushed to the vicinity of the Land of Grass. They planned to wait until the Allied Nations talks were over before continuing their journey eastward to the Hot Spring village. Unfortunately, this Allied Nations talks were destined to be unable to be held on schedule. The original meeting place was the daimyo's mansion of the Land of Grass, but now the Konoha ninjas have been driven out of the Land of Grass by the Akatsuki organization, so how can this meeting be held? Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto soon saw the ninja teams that were defeated and reached the border of the Land of Fire. They also saw Hatake Kakashi, Naruto and others. Kakashi, what's going on? The Hidden Rock Village hired the Akatsuki organization. Hatake Kakashi wrapped his hand around the wound and said in a deep voice, "The Akatsuki organization has unprecedentedly gathered more than a dozen S-level rebel ninjas to launch a strong attack on us. With insufficient combat power, we can't form any resistance at all." Jiraiya's face flashed with a trace of surprise, and he asked with some doubts, "The members of Akatsuki should all act in groups of 2, right? Are you sure it's them?" "Sure." Hatake Kakashi covered his forehead and lowered his head, saying softly, "The most troublesome thing now is the meeting of the allied countries that the Hokage is going to hold. We have lost the Land of Grass, and the meeting that is about to be held cannot be held as usual." Then, Uzumaki Naruto frowned and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, since there are so many members of the Akatsuki organization, have you seen Sasuke?" Hatake Kakashi fell silent. Is this the right time to ask Sasuke? Well, it is indeed time to ask Sasuke. Hatake Kakashi nodded and looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said, "Sasuke is getting stronger and stronger, Naruto. He should be much stronger than you are now." "Yeah, I know." Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists. Hatake Kakashi looked at this scene, not knowing whether he should tell him about the information that Sasuke leaked to him. After all, if Uzumaki Naruto rushed back to persuade Sasuke to come back, Sasuke would die. This matter can only be buried in my heart for the time being. Narashikaku suddenly came over and explained softly, "Kakashi, Lord Jiraiya, if the Iwagakure hired Akatsuki just to drive us out of the grass country, it would be fine. But what if they also hired Akatsuki to attack the members of the talks? What? Would Akatsuki have the courage to attack the top leaders of various countries? As long as they are given enough money, they will even dare to attack a country. As for attacking and assassinating top leaders, it seems that this is a task they are best at. If I remember correctly." Hatake Kakashi rubbed his temples and whispered, "Lady Chiyo and Lady Terumi Mei will arrive in the grass country this afternoon. I will send people along the route to support and remind them." "Okay." Narashikaku nodded and continued, "Lady Hokage has learned about our withdrawal from the grass country and asked us to stay where we are and wait for her next order. What about the talks between the allied countries? Lady Hokage means that it must be held in the daimyo's mansion in the grass country. Even if it takes a long time, it must be held there, otherwise it will easily cause the already loose alliance to disintegrate." Narashikaku shook his head and sighed softly. This time, in addition to the Hokage Guard, the Hokage also brought a group of support troops for us. I think it was also prepared for long-term garrison, but I didn't expect that we had to launch a counterattack first. Akatsuki is not such an easy person to deal with. Hatake Kakashi sighed faintly. If the members of the Akatsuki organization are not dispersed and defeated, their combined strength is too terrible. However, Hatake Kakashi's worries are unnecessary, because according to the agreement between Akatsuki and Iwagakure, they only need to drive the Konoha ninja out of the grass country, allowing the Iwagakure ninja to take the opportunity to occupy the entire grass country. This mission was completed very quickly. From the time the members of Akatsuki entered the grass country until they left, it took less than a day to completely wipe out the Konoha ninja. Since the grass country was occupied by the Iwagakure village, Tsunade would definitely not be able to hold an alliance meeting in the grass country daimyo's mansion today. Inoki of Iwagakure probably thought that hiring Akatsuki was really cheaper than fighting on his own, so he readily paid the balance and sincerely invited Akatsuki to withdraw from the Land of Grass. After all, these S-rank rebels conquered the Land of Grass in one day and defeated hundreds of Konoha ninjas overnight, so Inoki was a little worried. After Kakuzu carefully counted the money, he sighed, "Is the mission over so soon? This money was earned so easily. If it were just him and hidden, they might not be able to repel the Konoha ninjas." However, all the members of Akatsuki gathered together, even Uhura, Naraku and Nagato, who were wearing bamboo hats, did not do much. While feeling relaxed, Kakuzu even had a hint of regret. "It would be nice if I could get a few more large commissions like this." "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Uhura Naraku took out his Rain Ninja forehead protector from his ninja tool bag and put it on his head. "I'm going to attend the alliance meeting held by the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Maybe she will invite me to watch Konoha's counterattack on the grass country." Many members of the Akatsuki organization looked at Uehara Naraku in confusion. How good is this guy's mentality? Yesterday he commanded them to drive the Konoha ninjas out of the grass country, and today he watched the Konoha ninjas attack in. On one side are the dark members of the Akatsuki organization. On the other side are the messengers of the Hidden Rain village. What kind of brain circuit does Uehara Naraku have to play two roles at the same time? Can't he just be a good person? Why do he have to mess up his life? The members of Akatsuki looked up at Uehara Naraku as he left. Everyone had different thoughts, especially Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, whose expressions were very complicated. At noon, a small border town in the Land of Fire, Tsunade led a large number of reinforcement to arrive here. Under the command of Tsunade and Jiraiya, two veterans of the war, the Konoha Ranbu took the lead in a sneak attack, followed by ordinary ninja troops, and re-entered the territory of the Land of Grass, and occupied the daimyo's mansion. Although there are still several fortresses stationed by Iwagakure around this daimyo's mansion, the daimyo's mansion has at least returned to Konoha's control. Most of the high-level officials of the allied ninja villages have received the news. Originally, when Konoha was driven out of the Land of Grass, everyone thought that Konoha would lose face, but the Konoha Sennin fought a beautiful counter-attack, and regained the territory of the Land of Grass. In the afternoon, all the allies of Konoha rushed to the agreed meeting place. The Hidden Mist Village, Meditarumi, Chiyo in Sand Village, Shibuki in Takigakure Village, Uehara Naraku in Omegakure Village. Life is always full of surprises and surprises. The ninja who was responsible for welcoming Uehara Naraku happened to be his old friend Hatake Kakashi. Under Kakashi's guidance, Uehara Naraku entered the gate of the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Grass with lingering fear. It's so scary. I didn't expect Konoha to have such a strong force, that it captured a small country from the Land of Rock village in one day. Hatake Kakashi didn't know how to answer. Konoha is indeed proud of having such a strong military force, but the reason why it lost the Land of Grass was purely because of his dereliction of duty. The Land of Grass was captured by the Akatsuki organization. However, Hatake Kakashi also happened to have something to ask. Hey, Uehara, where are Kaguya Kimimaro and Haku, who you brought to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exam last time? During the battle last night, Hatake Kakashi felt that the two guys looked familiar, and kept them in mind. Today, he wanted to take the opportunity to find out some information from Uehara. Defected. Uehara Naraku's face suddenly fell, and he said in a cold voice, Mr. Kakashi, your friend is really amazing. While I was in Konoha to sign the treaty, he lured my two companions to defect and join Akatsuki. Hatake Kakashi twisted his fingers. Hatake Kakashi pressed his forehead again and asked, why, do you know the news about Akatsuki? Haha, you ask me. Uehara Naraku's expression was not good, and there was even some sarcasm in his eyes. Obviously, he was really angry. Isn't it your friend Uchiha Obito who founded the Akatsuki organization and gathered S-level rebel ninjas? Hatake Kakashi was a little stunned by the sudden news about Obito. After all, he hadn't received any information about Obito for some time. Did Obito create the Akatsuki? Yes. Uehara Naraku glanced at him and said in a deep voice, back then, he proposed to use the Akatsuki to collect money for the Hidden Rain village. Hanzo-sama approved his proposal and sent many people to help him. In the end, he betrayed Hanzo-sama, held all the people in his hands, and left the Hidden Rain village. A woman stood in front of Uehara Naraku and said coldly, no wonder I saw you with 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village. Didn't you seduce them to defect? This is also your own fault, trusting others too much. This voice sounded very tough. Such a tough attitude must be that woman Tsunade. Before Uehara Naraku responded, another woman's voice fell into his ears. Did you seduce the 3 rebellious ninjas in our village to defect? Uehara Naraku slowly raised his head, and what caught his eye was the large white area on Tsunade's chest, followed by an angry face, and it was obvious that she was very unhappy. Standing next to Tsunade was another brown-haired woman. Uehara Naraku had also seen this woman before. It was none other than Meditarumi from the Hidden Mist village. Meditarumi had a questioning look on her face, but when she saw Uehara Naraku's appearance clearly, her face suddenly changed color. It's you, little brat. You induced abuser. Kisame and Mansuki to defect. Although Uehara Naraku has grown up, his outline can still be seen. Isn't this the little guy she thought was picking up garbage to eat in the land of water? It turns out that this little guy was not picking up garbage to eat, but was there to induce the 7 ninja swordsmen in their village to defect. She even gave Uehara Naraku a pack of biscuits in vain. Meditarumi herself vowed that if Uehara couldn't make it in the land of water, he could go to the hidden mist village to find her. And she even told him her name. Damn, just thinking about it makes me feel overwhelmed with shame and a hint of anger rising up. Meditarumi's eyes instantly became murderous. She raised her head and looked at Naraku Uehara, who was of the same height, and stretched out her fingers to pinch his chin. Little brat, you did such an excessive thing to the hidden mist village. Do you still dare to appear in front of me? That was all caused by Uchiha Obito. Naraku Uehara frowned, looked down at Meditarumi's collarbone, and hurriedly moved his eyes away, explaining softly, Uchiha Obito controlled your country's 4th Mizukage, and used the 4th Mizukage to force 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen to rebel. I know all these things clearly. Anyway, this is the fact. What's more, Uchiha Obito is already dead, and now even the corpse and the coffin are in his hands. Can't he say whatever he wants? Meditarumi glared at Naraku Uehara fiercely, somewhat resentful that he exposed the shame of the hidden mist village directly in public. The next second, Meditarumi suddenly turned her head and looked at Tsunade. Hokage, I have something I want to talk to this person alone. Is that okay? Please. Tsunade nodded casually, turned around and left with Hatake Kakashi. After a while, she turned her head again and looked at Uehara Naraku. This is the envoy of the Hidden Rain Village. Just don't let anyone get killed, Master Terumi. Don't worry. The brown-haired beauty chuckled and covered her lips. We in the Hidden Mist Village just have an old account to settle with him. After seeing Tsunade leave, Meditarumi pulled Uehara Naraku's body and pressed him against the wall on the street. The brown-haired beauty slowly approached Uehara Naraku, her lips against his ear, and exhaled a hot stream from her mouth. Little boy, do you still think you are a victim? You lied to me in the land of water. The bag of biscuits you gave me was taken away. Uehara Naraku's expression seemed a little innocent, and the bag of biscuits was indeed taken away by Bay. Meditarumi asked coldly, who stole it? Uehara Naraku spread his hands and said, a homeless child looking for food in the garbage dump. Wait. Meditarumi rubbed her eyebrows subconsciously and said coldly, asshole, do you think I'm here to settle the score with you for that bag of cookies? At least wait a little longer. Uehara Naraku also slowly approached Meditarumi's ear and said in her ear in a friendly manner, don't move rashly, we are considered family members. Mr. Hazuki Maingetsu and I are friends. You must not want no one to find a way to cover and support him after he is exposed, right? Meditarumi was silent for a moment. It must be said that Maingetsu was very successful in lurking. For Meditarumi, Maingetsu was a necessary spy lurking in the Akatsuki organization to investigate the Blood Mist Rebellion and even the hope of rebuilding the 7 ninja swordsmen in the future. His safety is indeed very important. And since Maingetsu told Uehara Naraku his identity and became friends with him, it is obvious that he also thinks that Uehara Naraku is a trustworthy person. But it still needs to be tested. After all, the only person in the entire Kirigakure who knows the identity of Manzuki Hazuki is Meditarumi, and she doesn't think Manzuki Hazuki will leak her information. Heh. Meditarumi's red lips gradually approached Uehara Naraku's ear. Just when Uehara felt that Meditarumi's breathing was getting closer and closer, the woman suddenly stretched out her tongue and licked Uehara's earlobe gently. Her voice turned into hot wind and entered Uehara Naraku's ear. Little ghost, what do you mean? Does the traitor Manzuki Hazuki want to return to the village? Uehara Naraku frowned, pressed the back of Meditarumi's head, and whispered like a silly and sweet girl, hey, aren't you his senior? Didn't he also entrust his younger brother to you to take care of him? Meditarumi was a little dumbfounded. Well, the connection was successful, and Uehara was considered one of his own. But who can tell her what the situation is with Manzuki Hazuki? As a spy, why would he tell everything about himself to a Rain Hidden Ninja? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. Why does it feel like every ninja village has a grudge against me? Uehara, Naraku and Terumi Medi left the corner. After walking to the street, the two subconsciously straightened their clothes, and then subconsciously looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched at the same time. Uehara Naraku finally spoke first. Hey, Lord Terumi Medi, don't make it seem like we have done something shameful. Terumi Medi gritted her teeth in hatred, and suddenly smiled. You have really grown up. Kid, if you feel good just now, you must contact me. After saying that, Terumi Medi ignored the eyes of the people around her, blinked at Uehara Naraku, and turned to walk towards the venue of this negotiation. Obviously, Terumi Medi really wanted Uehara Naraku to contact her. It's not convenient here. She wants to have a good talk with Uehara Naraku, because the matter of Hazuki Maingetsu is very important, and it even affects the future of the Hidden Mist Village. After all, that guy took 4 ninja swords, and affected to be a spy. Even if he left one at that time, it would be fine. No, at least 2 should be left. In addition to Mansuki Hazuki's younger brother Sujetsu Hazuki, there is another good candidate in the Kirigakure, who can take the position of the 7 ninja swordsman. TSK. Uehara Naraku scratched his ears, followed Medi Terumi out of boredom, and walked into the negotiation venue. After a while, Chihayo from the Sand Village also rushed to the daimyo's mansion, and walked into the venue tremblingly. The leader of the Takigakure village had arrived long ago. Now all the members of the 5 ninja villages who participated in the negotiations have arrived. Uehara Naraku looked at everyone present. The 3 major ninja villages seemed to have some grievances with him, and even the Takigakure village had some grudges. After all, in order to find out the information about the 7 tails, Konan once planted a Takigakure bell to seize the position of the leader of the Takigakure village. It was only because of Konoha's support that he failed. However, it is estimated that this Shibuki leader would not dare to bear a grudge. As for the 3 great ninja villages, it goes without saying that Naraku Uehara has killed all the leaders of these great ninja villages. He killed the 4th Kazukage of Sand Village. He killed the 4th Mizukage of Mist Village. He killed the 3rd Hokage of Konoha Village. Naraku Uehara admired his own courage. With so many enemies gathered here, he dared to come to the talks. That's why Medi Terumi didn't know that he had killed the 4th Mizukage. Tsunade probably wouldn't be too embarrassed to mention the fact that he had assassinated the 3rd Hokage in person. After all, it involved Shimura Danzo's plot to seize the position of Hokage. Once it was revealed, Konoha village would definitely lose face. Chihayo wouldn't have so many scruples. Since the 4th Kazukage Rasa died in battle, Sand Village has become increasingly poor and declining. Naraku Uehara, who killed the 4th Kazukage, is the murderer of the decline of Sand Village. Chihayo glanced at Uehara Naraku sideways, and clasped her palms together. Sir Tsunade, this is a negotiation between the great powers. I don't think the Hidden Rain Village is qualified to participate, and can play any role in our next plan. No one can insult our Hidden Rain Village. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes and said sarcastically, a village whose leader is killed like a dog, is it qualified to sit at the same table with us? Our Hidden Rain Village leader is the ninja demigod Hands of Salamander. After saying that, Uehara Naraku looked at Chihayo and said, hey, old lady, tell me when the 5th Kazukage of your village succeeds to the throne, and I will kill him. What did you say? As Chihayo turned her palm, a scroll fell into her palm. Bastard kid, I will kill you now. Come on then. Uehara Naraku glanced at Chihayo and sneered. Haha, your grandson Scorpion was beaten by my teacher, and begged for mercy and surrendered. That kid cried and begged for the body of the 4th Kazukage from me. This is the only skill you puppet masters have. Uehara Naraku's words were a bit vicious. I don't know if Scorpion will fight him to the death after hearing it. Anyway, even if Scorpion fights to the death, he will definitely not be able to beat Uehara. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table and said coldly, we came here for the same goal. This is not a place to quarrel. Now we can only cooperate sincerely if we put aside the grievances of the past. That's right. Medi Terumi stroked her cheek and glanced at Uehara Naraku. nodded gently and said, "We are willing to sit here, which means we have the willingness to cooperate. Why bother about the remnants of the past wars? After the 3 ninja wars in the land of fire, the land of water, the land of wind, and the land of rain, the grievances were so entangled that they could not be traced or counted. Only the leader of Taki country, Shibuki, was better." The somewhat immature young man smiled awkwardly to smooth things over. Yes. Lord Hokage is right. Lord Terumi Medi is right. Chiyo and Uehara and Naraku snorted at each other and turned their heads away, but they listened to the advice of Tsunade and Terumi Medi and stopped arguing in court. Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was not like her great-grandfather, who would kowtow to the leaders of other ninja villages as soon as they met. To be honest, Tsunade disliked Chiyo a little. The Sand Village was obviously weak as hell, but they took the initiative to provoke Uehara and Naraku. Aren't they afraid that the Rain Village will invade you someday? Okay, let's get down to business now. Tsunade stood up slowly, walked to a wall with a map of the ninja world hanging on it, and said softly, "The main topic today is the distribution of benefits after the destruction of the Kusagakure village. About a month ago, the Kusagakure village was destroyed by a powerful fire escape ninjutsu. We think it might have been done by Konoha's S-level rebel ninja Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Itachi, with the purpose of provoking a new ninja world war. In order to avoid wars and disputes due to the land of the grass country, we decided to include the grass country in the territory of the fire country, under the jurisdiction of the fire country daimyo and the protection of Konoha. The former grass country daimyo has agreed to be canonized as a fire country noble." Everyone present couldn't help but look up at Tsunade. How thick-skinned is this woman to say the above words? In order to avoid wars and disputes due to a piece of land, we took that piece of land for ourselves. How shameless. Unfortunately, the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Water were too far away to reach the Kingdom of Grass, and the only people present who had objections to the Kingdom of Water Trap and the Kingdom of Rain were the people of the Kingdom of Water Trap and the Kingdom of Rain. The leader of Takigakure, Shibuki, naturally did not dare to say a word. Uehara Naraku raised his hand and said softly, "Then what about the disputed land between our Rain country and Grass country?" Tsunade frowned and said in a deep voice, "Konoha will decide whether to divide it after investigation. As for the return, we still need to wait for our arbitration. Please feel free to do so." Uehara Naraku nodded, without arguing. "If the result does not satisfy us, we will neither support nor oppose it. Please listen to me." Tsunade did not look at him and continued, "Konoha has always advocated balanced development among the countries in the ninja world. It was for this reason that the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts to the major ninja villages, which allowed the scale of the war between the ninja villages to be restrained. So this time, after Konoha obtains the land of the grass country, it will cede its other interests to various countries and achieve a balance between the major powers." Tsunade stood at the table again, leaning forward to support the table, revealing a large area of snow-white chest, which made people dizzy. "Of course, this is not a gift for free." Tsunade looked at everyone present and said slowly, "The ninja villages of all countries must work together to test pressure on the Iwagakure and force it to give up its intentions against the grass country. Once the Iwagakure withdraws its troops and the fire country and the grass country successfully merge, Konoha will reach an economic and political alliance cooperation treaty with the Mist Village and open markets and ports to each other. At the same time, Konoha will return the task of the Wind Country Daimyo Mansion to the Sand Village. These have been agreed upon long ago." Both Chiyo and Terumi nodded implicitly. The purpose of their coming here was exactly for this, and this was exactly what their ninja villages urgently needed. Tsunade turned to look at Uehara Naraku, who was bored, and slowly said, "If Takigakure and Raingakure are willing to contribute to this, Konoha will not be stingy with the interests of allies. Well, we just hope to have a long-term peace." Shibuki looked at Tsunade and shook his head gently, saying, "Although we and Konoha have been long-term allies, we are sorry that we cannot participate in this cooperation. Takigakure is a small country. Takigakure dare not offend Konoha, nor dare to offend Iwagakure. Shibuki's consideration is reasonable." Tsunade nodded gently to agree, and then looked at Uehara Naraku. "What does Raingakure think?" Uehara Naraku slowly stood up, walked to the side of the map, and whispered, "We need to use the original site of Kusagakure village as the dividing line, and all the land to the south will be included in the border of Rangakure." Wishful thinking. Chiyo couldn't help shaking her head. Tsunade was so angry that she laughed. That's more than half of the land, and the west is even mountainous. Even the Iwagakure village is not easy to invade. It's the richest place in the land of grass. Neither Konoha nor the land of fire lacks rich land. Uehara Naraku shook his head gently and continued softly, "What Konoha lacks is a strategic point that can form an absolute advantage over the Iwagakure village. Obviously, the land north of the grass village is mostly bridges, fortresses, and canyons. It is the most suitable land for Konoha." Uehara Naraku glanced at Tsunade, who still looked down on him, and said softly, "If Konoha agrees to such a division, the Rain village can join forces with Konoha to launch a surprise attack on the Iwagakure ninja and wipe out the Iwagakure ninja entrenched in the land of grass. Sorry, Konoha can do it by itself." Tsunade shook her head and turned to look at the people present. "If Lord Chiyo and Lord Terumi may agree, please return to the country and start mobilizing manpower to suppress the Iwagakure village and force them to withdraw from the land of grass." After seeing Chiyo and Mei, Terumi nodded. Tsunade looked at Uehara Naraku again and said softly, "If you are willing, why not bet with me? If you win, maybe I can give a village to the Rain country. No need to humiliate me." Uehara Naraku waved his hand and turned to leave the venue, but before leaving, he suddenly turned his head to look at Tsunade, squinting his eyes and smiled slightly. "We in the Hidden Rain village have been tracking down the traitors of Akatsuki who betrayed the Rain country and Hanzo-sama. Those traitors will not easily let go of the opportunity to provoke a war between Konoha and the Hidden Rock village. Please cherish this peaceful time, Mr. Hokage. Thank you though for the reward. Thank you for the reward of. Thank you for the reward of. I like to read it too. Thank you for the reward of. Thank you old friend. Thank you for the reward of book friend 2020092715557455023. I would also like to thank the book friend of questions reading, The world is a dream, and the life is a few autumns for his reward. This book friend rewards 588 points every day. You can come to the main site to support it. Because the rewards of questions reading are all in the comment area, sometimes too many comments will be deleted, but the system will remind me after the next day. Thank you for the support of all book friends. Thank you for the reward. Chapter 184. If the negotiations fail, then release Uchiha Obito. Tsunade didn't care about the threats from Uehara Naraku. She believed that, as long as Ascend Village, Konoha Village and Mist Village forced and suppressed the Rock Village at the same time, they would be able to force the third Tsuchika Jinoki to give in. The Akatsuki organization was just a mercenary hired by Inoki. As long as the third Tsuchika Jinoki took the initiative to give up the grass country, Konoha could occupy this land morally, so why should they care about the attack of the Akatsuki organization? Uehara Naraku, wait. Seeing that Uehara Naraku was about to leave, Tsunade stopped him. The woman stood up in front of Uehara, with a smile on her lips. "In addition to the grass country, we have a lot of things to discuss, such as the information about Orochimaru and Akatsuki organization. I'm very interested in these." "Oh, we are not interested in these." Uehara Naraku shook his head quickly and said softly, "The Hidden Rain village is protected by the ninja demigod Hanzo. The Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru dare not be active in our Rain country. The name of the salamander Hanzo is really useful." Although Hanzo had died at the hands of Uehara Naraku for 4 or 5 years, Uehara Naraku's words and deeds made people think that Hanzo was still alive and kicking in the Hidden Rain village. Tsunade looked at Uehara Naraku and suddenly smiled and said, "Hanzo is already very old, right? Do you still think he can protect you for the rest of your life?" After that, Tsunade slowly approached Uehara and whispered, "If Hanzo's strength was still at its peak, why would he let you, a little kid, come out? I'm curious why that old guy would let a little kid make any decision for him." As a ninja that Tsunade had fought before, she admitted that Hanzo was powerful. After all, that guy defeated the 3 ninjas of Konoha and a large number of elite ninjas of Konoha by himself. However, human lifespans eventually come to an end. Even powerful ninjas are no exception. Even if Hanzo is a ninja demigod, his body will age, and his strength will decline, which is irreversible. Over the years, Hanzo has never left the Hidden Rain village. Even since 4 or 5 years ago, Hanzo began to entrust all the diplomatic attendance work of the Hidden Rain village to the little guy Uehara Naraku. Tsunade has reason to suspect that the strength of the salamander Hanzo is no longer enough to maintain the reputation of a ninja demigod, and his body may even be plagued by diseases caused by the toxins of the salamander. Otherwise he would not let Uehara Naraku attend meetings of this level on his behalf. Although Chiyo is not the Kazukage of the Hidden Sand village, and Meitarumi is not the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, their actual status and power are not much different. This is a meeting at the level of the 5-Cage conference. Don't doubt the reputation of Hanzo-sama. Uehara Naraku slowly lowered his head, looked down at Tsunade's cheek, and said seriously word by word, Hokage, don't forget that the title of Konoha-Sennin is a reward from Hanzo-sama to you. You should know how powerful he is. Uehara Naraku looked into Tsunade's eyes, and continued in a deep voice, everything I did was instructed by Hanzo-sama. The Hidden Rain village wants peace, but we will never be afraid of any provocation of war. If he really can. Tsunade looked up at Uehara Naraku. Her smile remained unchanged, and she suddenly changed the subject and said, why did the first draft of the treaty between Konoha and Hidden Rain village mention that Konoha was required to assist Hanzo in encircling and suppressing the Akatsuki organization? The first draft is still in the Hokage's office in Konoha. It is said that it was a treaty signed by Shimura Danzo to invite the Hidden Rain ninja to assassinate the third Hokage, which caused Konoha to lose a lot of money. One of the clauses was to assist the Hidden Rain village in eliminating the Akatsuki organization. At that time, Konoha should really pay attention. Oh, that kind of thing doesn't matter what you think. Uehara Naraku certainly couldn't say that it was something that Yakushi Kabuto wrote randomly. Uehara Naraku tapped his forehead and said, under the command of Hanzo-sama, we have driven out Uchiha and his gang, and destroyed their secret base in the Land of Rain. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he looked at Tsunade and smiled. I heard a piece of news that Akatsuki has started cooperation with Orochimaru again. I hope you guys will be lucky. Those guys are very annoying. Tsunade's expression was a little ugly. The next moment, Tsunade slowly put down her arm that was blocking Uehara and let Uehara Naraku walk out of the venue. Watching the young Rain ninja walking down the stairs step by step, Tsunade suddenly said again, Uehara kid, you have changed a lot. Hearing Tsunade's words, Uehara Naraku stopped, turned his head, and looked at Tsunade and chuckled. People always change. More than I thought. Tsunade sighed faintly and whispered, now I can't see any of the boys I met in you. Everyone cast doubtful eyes on Tsunade and Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku covered his forehead awkwardly and turned to leave the venue. After seeing Uehara Naraku leave, Shizune walked to Tsunade and whispered, Tsunade-sama, is this negotiation over? What else? Tsunade frowned and sneered. Now that the power of the 3 major powers has been gathered, does that old Ganoki still dare to insist on not giving in? Through a series of diplomatic means, Tsunade made the 3 major powers form a short-term alliance, which is the most powerful alliance in the history of the ninja world. Even Inoki wouldn't dare to take the risk, unless someone gives him enough courage. After leaving the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Grass, Uehara Naraku clasped his hands together and whispered, ninjutsu, summoning technique. A coffin emerged from the ground. Uchiha lay expressionlessly in the coffin, looked at him coldly, and summoned Uehara Naraku again. What on earth does this little bastard want to do? I have a task to assign to you. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha, and the smile on his face became slightly evil. Help me to attack the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Grass, and make Konoha suffer as much loss as possible. By the way, remember to wear the clothes of the Iwagakure ninja. Uehara Naraku chuckled and continued to add, in this way, you are like a shameless villain who provokes a war between Konoha and Iwagakure village. Asshole. Uchiha was instantly furious, and clenched his fists suddenly. Uehara Naraku, who do you think you are? Do you think you can really control everything? Of course I can't control everything. Uehara Naraku slowly approached Uchiha, chuckled and said, Senior Obito, I just need to be able to control you. It seems that I need to warn you again. By the way, the one who is still in the underworld is called Nohara, right? I know she definitely doesn't want you to do too much to hurt Konoha, so if you secretly leak my information to other people, maybe Nohara will forgive you? When Naraku said this, he saw that Uchiha Obito's face was slightly moved. He suddenly changed the subject and continued, but in this case, Nohara will be resurrected by me, and she will be under my control. Naraku looked at Uchiha Obito's face change, smiled slowly and said, now there are two choices in front of you. One is to revive Nohara and attack Konoha under my control, and the other is to attack Konoha by yourself. Senior Obito, as a man, I guess you don't want to let the poor girl's soul suffer anymore, right? These words are a bit heartbreaking. If Uchiha Obito's impure world reincarnation chooses to leak Uhura's information, he may feel a little relieved, but then Nohara will come back to suffer. What will he choose? Is there any need to think about it? Uchiha Obito walked out of the coffin and looked at Naraku seriously. Naraku, my soul has long been impure. I will let you drive me, and I will no longer have any will to resist, but you have to promise that you will never disturb Len's peace. Don't worry. Naraku interrupted Uchiha Obito and chuckled. A little ninja of Nohara and a strong man with the Manjaki Sharingan. Everyone knows who to choose? Okay. From this moment on, the deal between them was established. In the future, Uchiha Obito will be under the control of Naraku, and will once again become the black hand that disturbs the ninja world, and he will no longer have the will to resist. After this reminder from Naraku, Uchiha Obito recognized his heart. He no longer pursued Nohara's forgiveness, but the peace of Nohara's soul. Uchiha Obito in his lifetime did everything he could to recreate a new world. Now Uchiha Obito, in order to let Nohara rest in peace underground, has to fall into the darkness of the past. Uchiha Obito looked at Naraku's smile and gritted his teeth in hatred. Naraku, you are really a devil, scarier than Black Zetsu. Thank you for the compliment. Naraku waved at Uchiha Obito and said, okay, go. Go and attack the Konoha ninjas in the land of grass. After watching Uchiha Obito disappear into a vortex of time and space, Naraku raised the corners of his mouth and chuckled. It just so happens that you can also meet your friends. I hope you won't let me down this time, Mr. Kakashi, Senior Obito. Chapter 185, Leaving with a Black Blame. The residents of the daimyo of the land of grass. Although the alliance talks of the higher level ninjas have ended, Meditarumi, Chiyo and others have returned to the village, but Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, has stayed for the time being. There are still many things in the land of grass that need her to deal with. For example, the future strategy of Konoha in the land of grass needs to be decided by Tsunade, the struggle between Konoha ninjas and Iwagakure ninjas, and reducing the possibility of the outbreak of the Ninja World War. These are all troublesome problems. And Tsunade is also responsible for calming the emotions of her subordinates. Kakashi. Tsunade sat in the position of the daimyo of the land of grass, glanced at Hatake Kakashi who was kneeling on one knee, and said softly, you are the only jonin in the village who has no subordinates for the time being, and you are the only one who has served as the captain of the Anbu. You should stay in the land of grass during this period. Since the 3 little guys of Team 7 went their separate ways, only Hatake Kakashi was left to be more leisurely, and in addition to his previous resume, Tsunade did not replace him. After that, Tsunade added, the fall of the land of grass last night was a surprise attack by the Akatsuki organization. Shikaku mentioned it to me. All your handling is impeccable. After all, no one will get any benefits if they encounter more than 10 S-rank rebels. Hatake Kakashi and Nera Shikaku and others have reduced Konoha's losses as much as possible. He has done a good job. Hatake Kakashi lowered his head, still feeling a little guilty, but I don't think I'm competent. Kakashi, you have to take responsibility. Tsunade glanced at Hatake Kakashi and said in a deep voice, Naruto is still in the land of grass. You don't want to be a deserter in front of your own disciples. At least you have to hold on for me during this period. Yes, Hokage. Hatake Kakashi could only agree reluctantly. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction and said, after the Iwagakure village withdraws its troops, I will transfer you back to Konoha to participate in an important mission. Yes. Hatake Kakashi finally felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to continue reporting, Several hurried shouts suddenly came from outside the room, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone alert! A rock ninja spy has sneaked in. Squad 16, Squad 19, protect the Hokage, the others go and capture him. After a brief panic around the temporary office of the Hokage, it quickly calmed down. It was obvious that the Konoha ninjas stationed outside were confident of dealing with the enemy. Unfortunately, the enemy who invaded this time was not an ordinary person. 5 minutes later, the shouts of the ninjas fighting and the screams before death broke the silence again. Tsunade and Hatake Kakashi finally couldn't chat anymore. After the two flew out of the door, they were attracted by the enemy in front of them. An Iwagakure ninja wearing an Iwagakure uniform and a mask, wielding a ninja sword in his hand, suddenly stabbed the neck of the last Konoha ninja. In just a few minutes, the dozen Konoha ninjas stationed outside this temporary office were actually slaughtered by the enemy. The rock ninja drew out his ninja sword again, dropped a string of blood beads, pointed it at Tsunade and Hatake Kakashi, and said in a muffled voice, "Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, and the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, it seems that this time we have gained a lot. Looking for death." Tsunade clenched her fist and smashed it hard at the rock ninja. A large crack appeared in the ground instantly, and countless bricks and stones flew under the impact of the fist. But the rock ninja seemed to be unaffected at all. After flying away, he put his hands together and began to make seals and slap the ground, earth style, earth-splitting palm. A crack appeared clearly on the ground, and the crack gradually expanded, rushing towards Tsunade and Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi frowned, and at the same time, put his hands together to make seals, and even completed his technique faster, earth style, earth-splitting palm. The two cracks in the ground collided with each other, causing an explosion in an instant. "Hokage, leave this to me. Please go and command the various places. I suspect that he is not the only one who has sneaked into the daimyo's mansion in the land of grass." Hatake Kakashi stopped Tsunade, who wanted to rush forward, persuaded her in a deep voice, then drew out his kunai and rushed forward. Tsunade nodded without hesitation and ran away. Anyway, he was just an Iwagakure spy, and she believed that Hatake Kakashi could easily deal with the enemy. But Tsunade was wrong this time. The enemy Kakashi encountered this time had strong swordsmanship. For a while, he was able to fight Hatake Kakashi on equal terms, until Hatake Kakashi used a little trick, and used the kunai to pierce the enemy's defense. Hatake Kakashi flipped the kunai in his hand, swung his hand, and punched the enemy in the chest, and took off his ninja sword. "You lose." Hatake Kakashi's kunai stabbed at the enemy's throat, but the enemy ducked and kicked him in the abdomen, kicking him out, and resolved the dilemma neatly. "Sure enough, I'm still not good at swordsmanship." The rock ninja shook his head slowly, put his palms together to make a seal, and then spurted out a stream of flames, fire style, great fireball technique, earth style, earth flowing wall. A trace of surprise flashed in Hatake Kakashi's eyes, and almost at the same time, he put his hands together to make a seal, releasing a wall of earth to resist the invasion of the flames. Soon, the wall of earth became broken under the burning of the flames. Earth style, earth dragonhide. Hatake Kakashi's figure instantly disappeared under the earth wall, and the next moment he drilled out from the ground under the enemy's feet, and punched the enemy's chin. Bang! This move was something the rock ninja had never expected. After being hit hard on the face, his body flew backwards involuntarily. Hatake Kakashi flew towards the Iwagakure ninja, and reached out to try to take off the mask on his face. "You are so skilled in the great fireball technique." "You are not." "I guessed it right, Kakashi." The Scarlet Sharingan suddenly appeared in the mask of the Iwagakure ninja. While Hatake Kakashi was shocked, he grabbed Kakashi's shoulders and kneed him in the chest. The situation turned almost instantly. The Iwagakure ninja slowly took off his mask, revealing the somewhat broken face of Uchiha Obito. "Kakashi, your swordsmanship is getting stronger and stronger." "Obito." Hatake Kakashi's face suddenly changed. This is the third time Kakashi and Uchiha Obito have met. To be precise, it was the Uchiha Obito who came back from the dead more than 10 years ago. No, strictly speaking, this is the second time they have met. After all, the first time Hatake Kakashi knew that Uchiha Obito was still alive, he met someone else's fake 4 or 5 years ago, the Uchiha Obito whom Hatake Kakashi finally met was still a mysterious masked man. Kakashi said only one sentence and then completely fainted. Now, it is the real reunion of old friends. But they have long been standing on different positions, even separated by life and death. Hatake Kakashi slowly stood up. His face no longer had the joy of seeing an old friend, but his eyes were full of vigilance and alertness. Obito, why are you here? To attack the ninjas in the village. Uchiha Obito fell into silence. After a moment, a light flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes, as if he had received instructions from someone, and his mouth grinned, revealing a slight smile. Yesterday my group of subordinates did not kill you. Today I will make up for this mistake. Hatake Kakashi's expression changed again, and his fingers clenched one by one. What Naraku said is right. The mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization is really you. Uchiha Obito's heart flashed with bitterness. How many black pots did the bastard Naraku make him bear? This thought was fleeting. The next second, Uchiha Obito smiled and said softly, no, those people are all my companions. After all, they will not kill their teammates. This is pure nonsense. Kakuzu didn't know how many teammates he had killed. Uchiha Obito just sprinkled salt on the wound in Kakashi's heart and added a pinch of chili. A ninja like you who only knows how to complete the mission, how can you know the value of your companions? Don't look at me with that expression, Kakashi. Obito. A drop of cold sweat gradually appeared on Hatake Kakashi's forehead. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. Even if he said something, Kakashi felt that it was all wrong. Because Nohara died on his Reikiri, this is irrefutable, and even his hands are stained with Rin's blood. As long as you do something wrong, saying anything is just quibbling. However, this is definitely not the time to be silent. Hatake Kakashi slowly tightened the kunai in his hand and whispered, Obito, what do you want to do? Kill me and avenge Lin? No. Uchiha Obito slowly raised his fingers and looked at Hatake Kakashi coldly. I just want to revive Lin. Resurrection. Hatake Kakashi's eyes tightened instantly, and his voice gradually became bitter. Is it a resurrection like Orochimaru? Uchiha Obito shook his head and spread his palms. No, it is a real resurrection, living freely and enjoying the fresh air. Uchiha Obito slowly stretched out his palms, chuckled and said, Kakashi, then are you willing to join my organization? Obviously Uchiha Obito knew the answer. Obviously Naraku, who was manipulating Obito behind the scenes, also knew the answer. Obviously Hatake Kakashi in front of him also knew his answer. Resurrection. Hatake Kakashi sighed softly and raised his kunai little by little in front of his chest. Then can you resurrect all the people who died because of you? Minato teacher. Kushina senior. And the countless people who died because of you. Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina undoubtedly became the reason for Kakashi to refute Uchiha Obito. After all, those two people were also the most important members of Minato's class. Rin is all I need. A trace of guilt flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes, and after a moment he took a deep breath and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. As expected, I'm the only one in this world who still loves Rin. Do you understand Rin? Hatake Kakashi looked at the seemingly crazy Uchiha Obito and said word by word, if Rin knew everything you are doing now, she will want to kill you more than I do now. It doesn't matter, I don't care. Uchiha Obito slowly took off the clothes of the Iwagakure ninja, and his voice gradually became emotionless. It just so happens that we both want to kill each other. Uchiha Obito raised his head again, looked at Hatake Kakashi in front of him, and slowly formed a hand seal. Then let's fight to the death here. Kill you first, and then kill the 5th Hokage of Konoha, so that Iwagakure village in Konoha will never have peace. That is the seal of opposition of Konoha ninja. Hatake Kakashi's face became extremely ugly. He slowly raised his finger and gritted his teeth and said, Obito, you are really crazy. Oh, then just treat me as a madman. Uchiha Obito's palms suddenly closed, and the Mangekyou Sharingan in his eye sockets quickly shot out a stream of air. A flame entered the airflow and rushed towards Hatake Kakashi. Fire style, explosive wind dance. Water style, water array wall. Hatake Kakashi put his hands together and made a seal. The water array wall was evaporated by the flames in an instant, and the smoke formed by the water vapor instantly surrounded the two of them. A fight between old friends broke out completely. Just as the fierce battle broke out, Uehara Naraku, who was spying on the battle with the help of the impure world reincarnation, curled his lips and said, "In about 10 minutes, Konoha's reinforcement will arrive at your battlefield, and you can retreat." Uchiha Obito asked while fighting, "What's your purpose? I thought you would let me kill Hatake Kakashi. If you want, if you can do whatever you want." Uehara Naraku reached out and touched a wild fruit and said softly, "As for the purpose, I just want to leave Tsunade with the impression that Uchiha Obito led the Akatsuki organization to try to provoke a war between Konoha and Iwagakure. Will it work? The people of the Akatsuki organization will not cooperate with my actions." "Of course it works." Uehara Naraku curled his lips, took out a ring, and smiled kindly. "They will cooperate with your actions." "Who made Tsunade, that woman, not agree to my conditions? She will pay a heavy price." 10 minutes later. The daimyo's mansion in the land of grass. The battle between Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi is coming to an end. Each of them has a Kamu Sharingan, but Uchiha Obito is better. What's more, he also has infinite chakra from the impure world reincarnation. This time, Hatake Kakashi was beaten extremely badly. He was beaten severely by Obito without even touching Uchiha Obito's body. Because the Kamu of the two would cause a spatial reaction, Uchiha Obito did not dare to use Kamu to put Kakashi into the space. Finally, after the arrival of Konoha's reinforcement, Obito had no choice but to retreat. Tsunade's hand brewed a stream of green chakra and fell on Kakashi's body, helping him heal his wounds, while asking, "Kakashi, what's going on? Who was that enemy just now?" "He is Obito." Hatake Kakashi looked at the sky with his eyes blankly, with some pain and confusion in his eyes. "Last night, it was Obito who commanded the Akatsuki organization to attack us. This matter is confirmed. Uchiha Obito has become very different from the past. He has unprecedented power and no one wants to lie to him." "That guy." Tsunade clenched her fists and asked in a deep voice, "Is he here to instigate a war between Konoha and Iwagakure?" "Yeah." Hatake Kakashi closed his eyes and whispered, "That guy Obito has gone completely crazy. Hokage, I will stay in the land of grass and continue to fight him. I will definitely catch him next time." It seems that Uchiha Obito has escaped, and he still took the blame. Tsunade could only nod silently and continued, "After we force the Iwagakure village to withdraw, we will start to encircle and suppress Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito." "Yes." Hatake Kakashi sighed. How could his old friend become like this? If Uchiha Obito knew what Kakashi was thinking, he would definitely feel wronged. Fortunately, Uehara Naraku did not control him to kill Hatake Kakashi. Obito obviously let the enemy off in the battle just now, which is why Hatake Kakashi was spared. When Uehara Naraku saw Uchiha Obito coming back, he was sitting on Obito's coffin eating wild fruits, which seemed very impolite. "Obito, how do you feel about meeting an old friend?" "Humph, still the same. That guy is still so stupid." Uchiha Obito frowned and got into the coffin by himself. At this time, he was in a very bad mood and didn't want to talk to Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku sighed, helped Uchiha Obito cover the coffin, and chuckled. "Then you have to get used to it. There will be many opportunities for you to meet in the future." Uchiha Obito lay in the coffin dully and closed his eyes. Haha, let him deal with Hatake Kakashi. Damn. Can't this bastard Uehara Naraku do something human? Please give me a monthly ticket. Thank you for the 30,000 reward from KO. 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 More and more. Big guys, can you wait until 8 PM to 12 AM to give the reward? Thank you Feng Shinao for the reward. Thank you Gangiana for the reward. Thank you Zizajiu for the reward. Thank you Yezhangayu for the reward. Thank you Changwen Zulang Glang Glang Glang. I don't know such complicated characters. For the reward. Thank you Baiyu. Ghost Big Boss for the reward. I know Ghost Big Boss wants to give me a monthly ticket, but the activity of giving 1500 points to give a monthly ticket is only held from 8 PM to 12 AM every day. My heart hurts so much. From 8 PM to 12 AM every night. My heart hurts so much that I can't breathe. Chapter 186. Did I take Obito's script? Uehara Naraku's plan was successful. In half a month, the grass country changed hands 7 or 8 times. faced with the possibility that the Hidden Rock Village might hire the Akatsuki organization to attack the grass country at any time. Tsunade thought it was very irrational to entangle with a group of S-level rebel ninjas on this land. After many considerations, Tsunade urged the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village to collectively threaten the safety of the Hidden Rock Village while contacting the Hidden Rain Village to discuss their joint fight against the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade finally realized the thorny part. After all, the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village would not get involved in such things. And the Hidden Rain Village, which has the willingness to jointly fight against the Akatsuki organization and can fight with Konoha, can only become their ally. After all, in Tsunade's cognition, the guys of the Akatsuki organization once defected to Hanzo the Salamander, and later they betrayed Hanzo under the instigation of Uchiha Obito. So when Konan received Tsunade's invitation in the Hidden Rain Village, she was shocked. How did her disciples operate? Why did the Hidden Rain Village and Konoha Village jointly fight against the Akatsuki organization? Therefore, Konan quickly contacted Nagato to ask what a good disciple was doing. He had just become an official member of Akatsuki. Why did he do something fancy again? It's just a show. Uehara Naraku sat among a group of Akatsuki members and chuckled and said, "It just so happens that we can get the commission from the third Tsuchika Jinoki, and we can also take this opportunity to let Konoha give up part of the land of the grass country. Konoha just wants to contain the Hidden Rock Village. Even if the Hidden Rock Village faces the threat of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village, Inoki doesn't care about Konoha's troubles. As long as they have money to hire the Akatsuki organization, they don't have to worry about the war in the grass country. As long as Inoki is willing to pay, he can occupy the grass country at any time." "Kid, you are really evil." Kakuzu snorted and frowned. "I didn't expect there would be such a way to make money. Can we provoke a war between Konoha and the Hidden Sand Village next time?" Who would have thought that in just half a month, the money obtained from Inoki alone exceeded the funds that could be collected from the mission in the past year. It's just that the money is a little bit hot. Kakuzu doesn't care whether the money is hot or not, or whether it complies with the ninja rules. This old man just wants money, and he can be happy as long as he counts money. Therefore, Kakuzu immediately diverged his thoughts and thought of the river country sandwiched between Konoha and the Sand Village. But there is no ninja village in that country, and not many people want it. The Red Sand Scorpion shook his head and said in a muffled voice, "The terrain of the river country is not good, and after the fourth Kazekage was killed by Uehara, the Sand Village is very poor. Konoha is unwilling to pay to hire us." Kakuzu's mood was a little not very beautiful. For a money-oriented person like him, Konoha is really an ideal big customer. After all, Konoha is the richest ninja village in the ninja world. Konoha is very proud. Uehara Naraku shook his head and chuckled. "And I heard that Senior Obito." No, it was Uchiha Obito who seemed to be attacking Konoha ninjas. The 5th Hokage probably regarded our organization as a rebel ninja organization targeting them. He was the one who was behind this. In Tsunade's eyes, Akatsuki was an evil organization created and led by Uchiha Obito, the S-level rebel ninja in the village. It has always been aimed at provoking wars between major powers. If this Akatsuki organization only took money to do things, Tsunade might really consider hiring them. But this Akatsuki organization is instigating wars, and Tsunade will definitely not believe them. This kind of easy and refreshing mission will probably be gone soon. Deidara sighed and looked in the direction of the land of Earth. If this continues, the stingy old man will soon be reluctant to pay. Deidara is Inoki's disciple. Deidara knows his teacher very well. The third Tsuchika Jinoki was both concerned about people and money. This time, Inoki was estimated to be unable to bear the cost of hiring Akatsuki to fight for the land of grass. Maybe the Hidden Rock Village would negotiate with Konoha soon. It depends on who can't hold on first. Uehara Naraku slowly played with the ring in his hand and chuckled. "Tomorrow I will go to the Land of Rain to negotiate with the 5th Hokage. If I still fail, I'll ask you seniors to help me." The members of Akatsuki nodded one after another. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke still had complicated expressions. Obviously, this time, Uehara Naraku's negotiation with Tsunade was much smoother. After seeing Uehara Naraku, the 5th Hokage of Konoha directly put forward his conditions. First of all, I agree to give up part of the land of grass, but the Hidden Rain village must form a military alliance with Konoha and fight back against the second invasion of the Hidden Rock village at any time. Of course, this alliance is limited to the affairs of the land of grass. Tsunade still behaved very rationally. The land of fire does not lack fertile land. Konoha only needs those lands that can resist the invasion of the Hidden Rock village and attack the Hidden Rock village at any time. Uehara Naraku nodded. He did not think that Tsunade would only put forward one condition. I agree to this condition. Your Excellency Hokage, please continue to state the other conditions. Tsunade nodded and continued. The second thing is that the Hidden Rain village must cooperate with Konoha to fight against the Akatsuki organization, and both sides will share the information they have obtained about Akatsuki. No problem. Uehara Naraku hooked the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, Lord Hanzo is also very happy to have someone help to eliminate Akatsuki. After Tsunade finished speaking, she hesitated and said her third condition. The third thing, Your Excellency needs to assist Konoha in obtaining information about Orochimaru. This is even more no problem. The smile on Uehara Naraku's face became even brighter. He really had no burden in his heart about selling out information about Orochimaru in exchange for the interests of the Hidden Rain village. However, Uehara Naraku still put forward his own request. If Konoha encircles Orochimaru, a treasure of our Rain village will also be stolen by Orochimaru. I hope to return it to its original owner. This matter is pure nonsense. The main purpose of bringing up this matter is to gain Tsunade's trust. Because Uehara Naraku knows in his heart that if Konoha encircles Orochimaru, at most they will encircle the emptied base of the Sound Village. And that base was emptied by him. Orochimaru has already fled. Okay. Tsunade naturally didn't know this. She nodded gently and agreed, shouldering a debt for the future of Konoha. After saying these serious things, Tsunade's smile suddenly piled up on her face. She slowly took out 2 dice from her chest. The last request is to play a few games with me. This request is not too much. Not too much. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly. How much does this woman love gambling? 10 minutes later. Tsunade slowly picked up the dice on the table, crushed them into pieces little by little, and chuckled. I won again. Then she slowly raised her head and looked at Uehara Naraku, and the smile on her face became colder and colder. Last time I beat you by a lot, but the third Hokage was assassinated by you. This time I won again. Does it mean that the 5th Hokage of Konoha will also die in your hands? Sorry, I don't want to either. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed. If you, a woman, mess around in the future, not to mention you, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, even the 6th and 7th Hokage of Konoha may die in his hands. Tsunade restrained the smile on her face, no longer mentioned the bad things in the past, and reached out to pat Uehara Naraku on the shoulder. Let's go, kid. I don't believe in fate anymore. Ever since she met Uzumaki Naruto, she no longer believed in these things. There is no such thing as fate in the ninja world, it's just an excuse. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. I hope so. Although she won a lot of IOUs from Uehara, Tsunade still looked unhappy. Perhaps it was because she was used to being domineering, and it was the first time she dragged others to share the fruits of victory. The land of grass was eventually divided into 3 parts. The land of rain obtained a part of relatively rich land. Konoha obtained some strategic points, such as the area around the Canopy Bridge in the past, and the Hidden Rock village obtained some scraps, which was barely enough to save some face for itself. For Konoha, they had already got what they wanted. And after Konoha surrounded Orochimaru's Atogakure village, although they did not find any trace of Orochimaru, they successfully destroyed Atogakure village. The land of fields returned to the embrace of Konoha. Although it is not the territory of the Land of Fire, it also belongs to the jurisdiction of Konoha. For the Hidden Rain village, their gains were also greater than those of Konoha. In addition to the land, there were also large commissions from the Akatsuki organization. Only Inoki almost lost his life. After the countries divided up, the grass country and the borders were redetermined. Although there were occasional frictions among the 3 parties, the ninja world believed that the grass country incident had been completely over. When the ninja world gradually became calm, Black Zetsu quietly found Uehara Naraku. Black Zetsu couldn't hold back and wanted to start the Moon Knight plan in advance. Some tailed beasts can be captured in advance. Wait. Uehara Naraku frowned and asked in a deep voice, if we rashly attack the 5 major country Jinchuriki, it will most likely cause a backlash, right? And wasn't it the news not long ago that the 3 tails in the Land of Water has not been reborn yet? Black Zetsu nodded and said in a deep voice, but some guys won't stay where they are honestly. We can first catch those guys who are not so well behaved, such as the 4 tails Jinchuriki and the 6 tails Jinchuriki. Not many people know their whereabouts. Didn't you say we should start with the 1 tails? That's right. There was some worry in Black Zetsu's eyes, but Uchiha Obito is very active in the Land of Grass. I suspect he may have set his sights on Konoha's 9 tails. I'm worried that he may capture a tailed beast in advance to threaten our Moon Knight plan. Uehara Naraku. How did he start? Okay, this is also his fault. Uchiha Obito ran around in the Land of Grass, but ended up doing nothing. It seemed that he was really trying to get the 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konoha who happened to be training in the Land of Grass. Don't worry. Black Zetsu seemed to sense that Uehara Naraku was a little worried and whispered, except for the 3 tails, all the other Jinchuriki are under my surveillance. Well. Uehara Naraku nodded with a heavy face. I remember that the Yin Yang release Black Rod can imprison the actions of the tailed beasts, and it can also capture some unappreciated Jinchuriki in advance. But it seems that I can't propose this. Of course. Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly and nodded. I will propose at the Akatsuki meeting that you and I team up to explore the intelligence of the 4 tails. If the time is right, you can directly summon Pain and we will capture him directly. Okay. Uehara Naraku nodded. Wait, why does he want to team up with Black Zetsu? Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead. If he teams up with Black Zetsu, did he take Uchiha Obito's behind the scenes script? This is a reward from KO. Boss. Starting today, there is an event on Kidian.com. Every night from 8 PM to 12 AM, you can accumulate a monthly ticket by giving 1,500 points. So, the old plan begins. If the monthly ticket can enter the top 10 new books of this month at the end of the month, I will add 10 more chapters. Normally, if the cumulative reward exceeds 30,000 points, I will add 1 more chapter. Thank you all for your genuine support. Thank you all for your monthly tickets. Chapter 187 Uchiha Obito is so useful. Black Zetsu was very relieved. Fortunately, it had lured Uehara Naraku in advance. Compared with Uchiha Obito, who had always refused to obey, was arrogant and even defected, Uehara was simply a good baby. And every time White Zetsu reported the information of secretly monitoring Uehara Naraku, this little guy was always concentrating on practicing ninjutsu and trying to make himself stronger. The most important thing is, Black Zetsu doesn't have to worry about Uehara Naraku setting up his own school. After all, this kid doesn't have any bloodline or some high-level bloodline. He is just an ordinary civilian genius ninja who can be replaced by others at any time. In the future, he will not compete with Uchiha Madara for control of the 10 tails. If Uehara Naraku knew what Black Zetsu was thinking, he would probably lament that the life script he got was not as good as Uchiha Obito. Uehara Naraku didn't have time to think so much. He thought of Black Zetsu's brain circuit. The old guy was worried that Uchiha Obito wanted to collect the tailed beasts first, so he might as well make it a fact. Anyway, Uchiha Obito was in his hands. If Uchiha Obito could capture a few tailed beasts and lock them in the Kamu space, Uehara could accurately control the time of how and when the 10 tails would be resurrected in the future. As expected. After Black Zetsu left, Uehara Naraku summoned Uchiha Obito. After he succeeded in threatening Uchiha Obito, Uehara suddenly discovered a problem. Obito is really useful. Apart from anything else, he is first class at taking the blame. And Uehara doesn't have to worry about Uchiha Obito being caught or seen through, because with the existence of the Kamu Manjaki Sharingan, no one can catch Obito. Uehara Naraku knocked on Uchiha Obito's coffin. Senior Obito, do you know the whereabouts of the 4 tails Jinchuriki? I don't know. Uchiha Obito shook his head and said softly, the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki are difficult to grasp, but Black Zetsu has almost found out the identity of the Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu must have lied to you. Naraku touched his chin and continued softly. Black Zetsu just told me that it has grasped the whereabouts of some Jinchuriki. This guy hid the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki from you in the past. I guess he was worried that you would capture it early. Naraku looked at Uchiha Obito with a smile on his face. Haha, it seems that Black Zetsu has never trusted you. This guy's not a good thing. Uchiha Obito didn't want to pay attention to him. It was as if Uehara himself was a good thing. In Obito's opinion, Black Zetsu was already insidious enough. How insidious must Naraku be to be able to deceive Black Zetsu? Naraku leaned against Obito's coffin and asked, do you want revenge? Do you want to snatch the Four Tails Jinchuriki away from Black Zetsu? Is there a chance? Of course there is. Naraku nodded slowly and said, you go to the border of the land of Earth and lie in ambush first. When we take action tomorrow, I can tell you the location of the Four Tails Jinchuriki at any time through the control of the impure world reincarnation. Naraku clenched his palm and chopped it down vertically. Wait until I beat the Four Tails Jinchuriki half to death, and then you appear in front of me with Kamu and snatch the Four Tails away directly. Are you sure Black Zetsu won't be suspicious? Uchiha Obito suddenly had deep doubts and said in a cold voice, only you and it know the whereabouts of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. If it is leaked, where is your IQ? Naraku interrupted Uchiha Obito and frowned. Wouldn't it be better if you were a little more arrogant at that time? And wouldn't you say that you found the location by secretly following us? Okay. Uchiha Obito nodded. Naraku was a little worried that Uchiha Obito would reveal his flaws and continued to instruct him softly. Remember to wear your patterned mask so as not to reveal your flaws in the impure world reincarnation. Yeah. Uchiha Obito's expression was a little unhappy. Do you still have to explain such a small matter? No matter what, he is also a mastermind who has concealed the ninja world for many years. Naraku muttered a lot to Uchiha Obito before letting him leave with Kamu and go to the border of the land of Earth to hide. This time he can only use Uchiha Obito first. After Orochimaru's Shikifujin was broken, Naraku planned to kill Orochimaru and immediately supported Kabuto Yakushi to come to the stage and let Kabuto Yakushi transplant Hashirama cells and Kami Sharingan to cooperate with his actions. After Naraku secretly controlled Uchiha Obito until the border of the land of Earth, he felt relieved and flew to the base of Akatsuki. Because today is a day for a general meeting. This is a victory meeting. This is a summary meeting. This is also a meeting for Akatsuki's work to move to the next stage. As the nominal leader of Akatsuki, Tendo Pain took the lead in speaking. During this period of time, the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure village has given us enough benefits to cover Akatsuki's future expenses. We can use this time to lie dormant. Conan, some unimportant commissions can be temporarily rejected. Yes. After Conan nodded, he said softly, anyone who needs funds for practicing or studying ninjutsu can come to me to apply. We will have about 2 years to practice quietly. It seems that this is not the time to practice. Zetsu shook his head grimly and said in a deep voice, Uchiha Obito, the defector, is very active in the land of grass. I'm worried that he wants to secretly capture Konoha's Jinchuriki. I think we must capture the Jinchuriki outside the 5 major countries before Uchiha Obito reacts. But it is a big trouble when the tailed beasts go berserk. Deidara frowned and whispered, I have seen Jinchuriki go berserk with my own eyes. They have no rationality at all. Their strength should not be underestimated. If a Jinchuriki goes berserk, it is not difficult to solve it. There are so many strong people in Akatsuki, most of them can easily solve this problem. The trouble is that it is very likely to leak the news. After all, it is difficult to hide the berserk of Jinchuriki. If someone lurks near the Akatsuki base, they can use powerful perception ninjutsu to find the whereabouts of Jinchuriki. I will solve this problem. Tendo Pain hooked his fingers and said in a deep voice, I will use the sealing technique to temporarily seal the chakra of Jinchuriki. This problem is a problem for others. For Nagato, who is manipulating Pain behind the scenes, it is not a big problem because there are some sealing techniques about their Uzumaki clan in the seal book brought by Naraku. Karin has recently cultivated 2 diamond seals. Nagato is more talented and powerful than her, and it is effortless to learn. Tailed beasts. The Uzumaki clan is simply a natural enemy. but the news of capturing the Jinchuriki in advance must not be leaked. Tendo Pain looked at everyone present and whispered, "It would be best if we could secretly capture the Jinchuriki without the other major ninja villages noticing." TSK. Deidara pouted in dissatisfaction. Deidara felt that Tendo Pain was targeting him. What's wrong with his technique? Being a little loud. Wouldn't it be more lively if it was a little louder? In addition to Deidara, Scorpion, Maingetsu, Kakuzu and Hidden were not suitable for capture, not to mention Momochi's abuser, Kaguya Kimimaro and Haku. These three people were a bit like fillers in the Akatsuki organization. Then let's go investigate first. Black Zetsu turned his head and scanned the people present. When his eyes fell on Uhura and Naraku, he paused for a moment and then continued to look at the others. If there is a chance, we will capture them, so a combatant must go with me. Let me go. Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned scarlet, and he took the initiative to ask, the Sharingan's illusion is also very restraining to the tailed beasts, it shouldn't cause too much trouble. This person's thoughts are the same as Uhura and Naraku. Since he can't stop Akatsuki from capturing the tailed beasts, he must control the progress within his range, so that he can adapt to the situation. Let me go. Uhura and Naraku glanced at Bean, then at Conan, and said softly, after all, this is the first time I take the initiative against a Jinchuriki. If something goes wrong, and I'm surrounded, I can still fly away. It would be more troublesome for Mr. Itachi, right? It doesn't matter. Uchiha Itachi slowly turned his head to look at Uhura and Naraku, with a heavy bloodshot in his eyes. If I'm surrounded, you can just kill all the people who surround me. This was really domineering. Black Zetsu glanced at Uchiha Itachi sinisterly and said in a gloomy voice, but this time we are mainly focusing on reconnaissance, and we will only take action if there is an opportunity, so I must bring someone who is easy to move, preferably someone who can fly. Only a few people in the entire Akatsuki organization can fly. Deidara definitely can't go, because he is always noisy and looks unreliable. Conan will definitely not go either. This woman has been in the Hidden Rain village recently and basically doesn't participate in any missions. Then let Uhura go with you. Tendo Pain nodded at Uhura and Naraku and continued, anyway, no matter what enemy he encounters, Uhura can easily solve it. Because Uhura and Naraku can summon 6 Paths Pain, and can even use his medical ninjutsu to infuse 6 Paths Pain with chakra. At least in the ninja world of this era, no matter what enemy Uhura and Naraku encounters, 6 Paths Pain can solve it. As for the others, Pain looked around at the different people around him and continued softly, during this time, you can temporarily rest or practice at the Akatsuki base. Konoha is still tracking down Akatsuki's news, so no one can go out easily, so as not to leak Akatsuki's information. After seeing everyone present nodded in agreement, Pain looked at Uhura and Naraku again and told him, if you encounter danger, don't hesitate. Don't hesitate means that Uhura should summon 6 Paths Pain immediately when he encounters danger. Uhura and Naraku nodded strangely. To put it bluntly, with Uhura's strength, it should be difficult for him to encounter danger. Thanks to King Jinemenai for being the leader. Leader, you are the best. I have to add 3 more chapters. Thanks to Otjayu for the reward. Thanks to Earthman 1988 for the reward. Thanks to Zangli 19,950,724 for the reward. Thanks to Iwadagst for the reward. Thanks to Fingaio for the reward. Thanks to Metaverse 27 for the reward. Thanks to old friends. Thanks to Ake's Bizarre Adventure for the reward. Thanks to Zygzayaksu for the reward. Thanks to Yazhizi for the reward. Thanks to Bio and Fanks and Fees Heo Shinayangxiangsu for the reward. Thanks to old book friends. Thanks to Smiling Moriarty for the reward. Thanks to Kia Thank you for the reward. Thanks to Is There No Nickname that can be used for the reward. Thanks to Beiyu, Phantom for the reward. Thanks to Shanshan Xingguang for the reward. Thanks to the Great Demon God number 2 for the reward. Thanks to Anacho for the reward. Thanks to Leo Bay of Galaxiu for the reward. Thanks to Wasp for the reward. Thanks to Gehuafuvi for the reward. Thanks to all the big guys for the reward. And thanks to all the book friends for the genuine support. Chapter 188, an arrogant ninja who used her explosive talisman to buy grilled fish. On the way to find the Four Tails, It is estimated that Uchiha Obito's betrayal was a big blow to White Zetsu. White Zetsu's original body spoke ill of Uchiha Obito all the way, which is completely opposite to Uehara Naraku, who always said that Uchiha Obito was friendly. If it weren't for the traitor Uchiha Obito, we wouldn't have to act in advance. The safest way should be to wait until the Three Tails is completely reborn, and then dispatch people to capture all the Jinchuriki in one fell swoop. White Zetsu sighed faintly, feeling quite helpless. I really don't know why that guy Obito betrayed us. Okay, let's not talk about that traitor. Black Zetsu interrupted White Zetsu's words with a muffled voice, and said in a deep voice, the most important thing now is to capture the two human Jinchuriki, the Four Tails and the Six Tails, who are active in the ninja world, so that they don't fall into the hands of Uchiha Obito. Yeah. Uehara Naraku nodded beside him, his face looking a little solemn. Although the ability of Senior Obito has been known to most people, not many people can easily crack it, and the Jinchuriki may not be his opponent. That's right. After Black Zetsu nodded, he smiled sinisterly to comfort Uehara Naraku, but Uchiha Obito doesn't know the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki. He can only wait slowly for an opportunity. The traitor wants to take the Jinchuriki from the 5 major countries without any intelligence, and the chance is very slim. Yeah. Uehara Naraku responded casually. While Uehara Naraku was dealing with Black Zetsu verbally, he was secretly controlling Uchiha Obito in his heart, asking him to set out from the border of the Land of Earth immediately and catch up with them. Because of sufficient intelligence support, Uehara Naraku and his team did not encounter any enemies along the way and easily arrived at the current location of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. It is said that the Four Tails Jinchuriki's name is Laozi. This guy has an extremely bad temper and his personality is as stubborn as the stones of the Hidden Rock village. Laozi simply left the village because of his disagreement with the third Tsuchiki Jinoki and became a wandering monk. The life of a wandering monk is actually a bit bitter. Now Laozi is sitting by a stream, carefully grilling a few fish. Because he has little money, these fish are his lunch. Sun Wukong, don't you like grilled fish? Don't you? There's nothing I can do. I can't find any peaches in the barren mountains here, and that kind of food can't fill my stomach, so I can only make do with it and eat it first. Laozi was grilling fish while whispering to the four-tailed beast in his stomach. Although he was traveling outside, he did not delay his practice. In addition to practicing the lava release ninjutsu, he was also communicating with the four-tailed beast in his body. Over the years, the relationship between Laozi and Sun Wukong has become closer and closer. He can already mobilize part of the power of the four-tailed beast for combat. Rustle. A young ninja stepped on the stream and walked towards Laozi. He looked at Laozi's grilled fish and showed a fierce expression on his face. Hey, old man, your grilled fish tastes good. I like it very much. I'll give you a detonating talisman. Give me your grilled fish. The young ninja swung a detonating talisman, but it was swung with the momentum of millions, with a proud look, as if giving a gift. This young ninja was Uehara Naraku. Laozi didn't know Uehara Naraku and didn't take him seriously. He just turned the grill slowly and said slowly, "This is in the wilderness, and the detonating tags are useless." According to Laozi's observation, this young ninja should be from a small ninja village to carry out a mission. After all, the 5 major ninja villages basically keep records of people like him. Laozi just thought that this young ninja was an ignorant and rude guy. According to the law of the ninja world, the stronger the ninja, the more tolerant he can be. Such rude guys obviously won't live long. If it was on the battlefield, Laozi believed that he could kill dozens or even hundreds of such ninjas who looked arrogant but extremely weak. Now, Laozi was too lazy to pay attention to him. "I'm a ninja." The young ninja slowly leaned down, staring at Laozi in front of him, and said angrily, "Hey, do you dare to resist the will of the ninja?" Laozi shook his head calmly and said calmly, "Ninjas are nothing special, and you look like a kid. You don't look like a serious ninja. How can a serious ninja be so arrogant?" When a ninja sees a person in the wilderness, he should carefully investigate whether it is an enemy and then decide whether to fight, instead of rushing out so rashly and arrogantly snatching grilled fish from others. "You dare to insult me?" The young ninja was furious and punched Laozi. Laozi stretched out his palm and wanted to grab the young ninja's fist. There was even some regret on his face. Have young people nowadays become like this? The next moment, the young ninja's fist suddenly accelerated. When a flash of surprise flashed in Lao Zi's eyes, the fist dodged his defense and hit him in the face. Bang! Lao Zi was knocked out. The young ninja twisted his wrist, looked at Lao Zi with disdain and said, "Humph, this is the fate of offending the ninja master. Considering that your grilled fish skills are not bad, I will spare your life today." Lao Zi stood up, patted the dirt on his body, touched the scars on his face, and looked at the young ninja with a serious look in his eyes. "With such strong power, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But strength cannot determine victory or defeat." After saying that, Lao Zi rushed towards the young ninja. After a fierce fight of punches and kicks, Lao Zi was knocked to the ground by the young ninja again, lying on the ground in embarrassment. The young ninja kicked him on the waist, cursing and saying, "What? Dare to fight with me? I'm a ninja." It sounds like he is very proud of his ninja identity. If it wasn't Lao Zi, but an ordinary person, he would probably regard this young ninja as a person who relied on his ninja identity to bully civilians everywhere. However, Lao Zi himself was the Four Tails Jinchuriki. This time, Lao Zi finally realized that something was wrong. How could an ordinary young ninja's physical skills be so strong? And physical skills must be practiced for many years to master. How could a ninja who could spend a long time honing physical skills that seemed useless be the one who stole the grilled fish? There was something wrong with this young ninja. Damn it, and it was a big problem. A solemn look gradually emerged on Lao Zi's face. He flew to avoid the beating of the young ninja, looked at the frivolous young man seriously, and his voice gradually became gloomy. "Kid, which village sent you? Do you want to complain to my village?" The young ninja scratched his ears and said casually, "It doesn't matter, even if you go to complain. My teacher is the powerful senior in the village, and I will soon become the next leader of the village." After that, the young ninja looked at Lao Zi with contempt and said, "Before, I was kind enough to buy your grilled fish with a detonating talisman, but you dared to refuse me. A mere wandering monk dared to fight with me, a ninja? Don't pretend." Lao Zi was in a bad mood. If it weren't for the physical battle just now, Lao Zi didn't gain any advantage at all. Maybe now he really believes that the young ninja in front of him is just an ignorant, impolite, and arrogant kid passing by. A young man who looks like he is only in his teens can actually beat him, a senior ninja of Iwagakure who has been training for many years in physical skills. "Stop talking nonsense." Lao Zi slowly closed his palms and said in a deep voice, "Who sent you? Is it that old guy Anoki? Or is it from other villages?" Anoki, this name sounds so familiar. The young ninja touched his chin, and the next second his face changed drastically, and he stammered, Isn't that the name of the third generation Tsuchikage of the Iwagakure village, one of the 5 major ninja villages? Who are you? How dare you call Anoki's name directly?" After hearing Anoki's name, the young ninja became obviously timid, as if he was very afraid of this name. This behavior is normal. The 5 major ninja villages are huge monsters for young ninjas. Lao Zi gritted his teeth, feeling that the young ninja in front of him was full of traces of acting. He was so angry that he shouted, "Little ghost, stop acting. If you don't speak now, you may die in a while." The next moment, Lao Zi suddenly closed his palms and opened his mouth to spew out lava balls. Lava style, burning river rock technique. Fire style, fiery storm. A ball of fire spewed out from the young ninja's hands. The endless fiery storm instantly swallowed up the lava balls, and the violent explosion rang in the ears of the 2 people, and the shockwave swept everything around. In the thick grey smoke, the figure of the young ninja slowly walked out. His face was still arrogant, but with a little more surprise. "Huh. No wonder you dare to resist me. You are also a ninja." The young ninja sneered, closed his palms, and said disdainfully, "Then remember, there are differences between ninjas." "Wait." Lao Zi hurriedly stretched out his palm to stop the young ninja's next move, looking at him with a strange expression. "Don't you know me? Who do you think you are? Why should I know you?" The young ninja grinned and sneered, "No matter who you are, you dare to fight me. Do you know who I am?" Lao Zi's expression was a little broken. Damn, did he really think too much? Why did he feel that the young ninja in front of him was actually an idiot? Lao Zi's mind instantly began to recall everything that happened between him and the young ninja. Obviously, the young ninja really didn't care who he was. Maybe he was a genius from a small ninja village. And it seems that he was spoiled by his elders. This is also normal. After all, it is not easy for a small ninja village to produce some talented ninjas. The village leader must be afraid that they will melt if they hold them in their mouths, and they will fly away if they hold them in their hands. Isn't it an enemy? Laozi breathed a sigh of relief and slowly clenched his fists. He looked at the young ninja and said in a deep voice, "It seems that the elders in your village have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your ignorant little brat." Just when Laozi's vigilance had just subsided, the Sun Wukong in his body spoke up to remind him, "Hey, Laozi, don't relax. The chakra in that brat's body is beyond your imagination. I feel that his chakra is very dangerous." "Well, don't worry," Laozi agreed. 2 updates, and there will be more at 8 o'clock in the evening. Yesterday's rewards from the big guys will add 1 more update, and today's rewards from the leader will add 3 more updates. I calculated that there are still 5 updates to go. Well, come on. Chapter 189. Is this the tailed beast? It's a bit funny. Some things really can't be said too confidently. In the last second, Laozi told the 4-tailed Sun Wukong to rest assured, and in the next second, he was beaten by a series of physical battles and almost couldn't recover. It was simply a live version of a face-slapping scene. Bang! The young ninja punched Laozi in the chest, knocked him out, and slowly shook his wrist. "Hey, when you are old, you should take good care of yourself, understand? Asshole." Laozi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, suddenly closed his palms, and a stream of burning breath came out of his body. Lava chakra mode. This is his unique ninjutsu. The lava chakra mode turns chakra into lava and blesses it on the body. In addition to improving Laozi's defense, its defense is so strong that it can almost ignore some ninjutsu attacks. In addition, the hot lava on the surface of Laozi's body will burn the attacker's skin to prevent Laozi from falling into a disadvantage in physical battles. When the lava release chakra mode was completed, Laozi had transformed into a lava man with steam coming out of his body. He jumped towards the young ninja and said, "You little brat should stay at home and not cause trouble outside." TSK, it looks so scary. The young ninja stretched out his palm, and a void blade appeared in his palm, slashing towards Laozi's body. The void blade is the best choice to deal with an enemy whose chakra is rich enough to bless his chakra mode. The void blade can absorb the chakra from the enemy for its own use. In this respect, it is similar to the Samehada in the hands of Hashigaki Kisame. Compared with the Samehada, the void blade is also very obedient. No matter whether it is lava or something else in front of it, the void blade will just chop it. Crash. The young ninja ducked to avoid Laozi's attack, and the void blade in his hand cut a hole in his lava body, and instantly he felt a stream of chakra entering his body. This is. Laozi's face changed drastically. The next moment, the void blade in the young ninja's hand fell on him one after another, and a moment later, the originally indestructible lava body was cut with 7 or 8 wounds. What shocked Laozi even more was that his chakra was rapidly attenuated under the attack of that strange ninja sword, and now he couldn't even maintain the lava escape chakra mode. It looks right. The young ninja slowly raised the void blade in his hand, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry about enemies with more chakra in the future. The only pity is that the void blade absorbs the chakra of the Jinkriki's body, not the chakra of the tailed beast. Laozi covered his wound a little weakly and slowly recovered with the help of the chakra given to him by the 4-tailed Son Goku, and a tail appeared behind him. This is the state of borrowing the chakra of the tailed beast. Similarly, this tail is equivalent to Laozi's body, and he can also fight with the help of this tail. But there was no relaxation on Laozi's face. Instead, he looked at the ninja sword in the young ninja's hand with some uneasiness. The ninja sword could absorb his chakra. The ninja sword was very restraining for Jinkriki. The young ninja looked at the tail growing from Laozi's back, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Monster. Monster. You are not a human. Laozi's face suddenly became ugly. He remembered what he had experienced in the Hidden Rock Village and slowly clenched his fists. I'm not a monster. Laozi looked at the young ninja, spoke word by word, and explained in a deep voice, Kit, I'm not a monster. The young ninja did not answer. The next second, the young ninja suddenly disappeared from Laozi's sight. a figure suddenly appeared behind Laozi, and at the same time, a sharp blade suddenly pierced Laozi's lower abdomen. The young ninja pushed Laozi's body, pushed him to the ground, and slowly pulled out the void blade in Laozi's abdomen. The young ninja looked at Laozi's wagging tail and sighed. Alas, it finally came out. The next moment, the young ninja swung the ninja sword in his hand and cut off the tail behind Laozi. Who the hell are you? Laozi slammed his fist on the ground, and the red chakra gradually spread over his body. Now he wanted to use it to enter the half-tailed beast state. However, the young ninja still swung the void blade in his hand expressionlessly, and after a few consecutive slashes, he absorbed most of the chakra on Laozi's body. The ninja sword that can absorb chakra made Laozi unable to enter the state of half-tailed beast, and even his physical injuries could not be restored with the help of the chakra of the four tails. My ninjutsu experiment is complete. The young ninja squatted down with the sharp blade in his hand. Looking at the weak Laozi, his face became gentle, as if he was two different people just now. Let me introduce myself. The young ninja looked at Laozi's face, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. My name is Uehara Naraku, a ninja dedicated to peace in the ninja world. This is the first time we meet. Please give me your guidance in the future. The four-tailed Jinchuriki. Asshole. Laozi moved his chin little by little, looked up at the young ninja, and said fiercely, Kid, you have known for a long time that I'm the Jinchuriki, so you deliberately lowered my vigilance? I'm just doing a ninjutsu experiment, and I find it interesting by the way. Uehara Naraku shook his head and explained calmly, now it seems that my ninjutsu experiment is very successful. Let me remind you that, even if I directly expose my purpose, you can't defeat me. After that, Uehara Naraku glanced at the ground beside him and said softly, Senior Jew, can it be considered that the four-tailed Jinchuriki has been captured successfully? Hehe. Of course. A pitcher plant drilled out of the ground, revealing Ju's yin and yang face. Black Zetsu glanced at Uehara Naraku, then at Laozi, and smiled sinisterly. According to our information, the four-tailed Jinchuriki Laozi cannot enter the complete tailed beast transformation. Now that he can no longer borrow the chakra of the four-tailed, it should be considered a success. Laozi clenched his fists, looked at the two people present, and suddenly grinned. Humph, you finally showed your true colors. Then your information is outdated. The next moment, the chakra on Laozi's body expanded rapidly. His body almost instantly transformed into a huge red ape, and the rich chakra on the ape showed its identity. The four-tailed Son Goku. No one thought that Laozi had reached a tacit understanding with the four-tailed through mental communication during the years since he left the Hidden Rock Village. They might not have 100% trust in each other, but they were also friends who could rely on each other in times of crisis. Laozi obviously believed in the four-tailed Son Goku more, so he simply gave it control of his body and directly released the complete form of the tailed beast. He can actually transform directly into the four tails. Black Zetsu sounded a little unhappy and said in a deep voice, Uehara, if this happens, it will cause a lot of noise. White Zetsu nodded and continued to add, if this happens, it will be easy for the ninjas of the Hidden Rock Village to detect the disappearance of the four tails Jinchuriki, which will be very troublesome for our future plan to collect the five tails. I didn't expect that he could actually transform into a complete form. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, glanced at Zetsu next to him, and whispered, Senior Zetsu, don't worry, it's just a tailed beast, I will find a way to deal with it, you guys stay away for now. Okay. Zetsu nodded and slowly drilled into the ground. After a moment, Zetsu's figure disappeared from the spot. As an intelligence officer, it didn't want to be affected by the fierce battle. Uehara Naraku looked up at the huge four tails and curled his lips. My summoned Monkey King has been replaced by Chakra. I hope that, after defeating you this time, I can get a new Monkey King. Kid, then you got the bad luck. The four tails Monkey King looked down at Uehara Naraku, swung his fist violently, and punched down at Uehara Naraku's area. Uehara Naraku disappeared from the spot in an instant, and the next moment he appeared in the distance of Monkey King, and suddenly closed his palms. No, it's you who got the bad luck. Water style, roaring waves. A wave emerged from under Uehara Naraku's feet, pushing Uehara Naraku higher and higher, and his height instantly surpassed the surrounding mountains, reaching a height of more than 1,000 meters. After a moment, a huge wave swept over and instantly submerged the body of the four-tails Monkey King. A wave directly overturned it and drowned it in the sea. Is this the tailed beast? Uehara Naraku looked at the four-tailed Son Goku floating in the waves, constantly being knocked over by the waves, and frowned. It's so funny. Oh, it really disrupted the plan. Keep coding. There are still 4 chapters left. Maybe I can't finish coding today. I will try my best. By the way, the event from 8 to 12 o'clock has started. I shamelessly ask for awards. After all, 1500 points is 2 monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. I'm sorry, Senior Jew, I couldn't stop him. The four-tailed Goku is a bit weak. Uehara Naraku feels that he can hang it up and beat it. Uehara Naraku is a bit confused. Are all monkeys afraid of water? Since he is sure that he can easily defeat the four-tailed Goku, it is time to burst out a wave of acting skills. It is understandable that he can easily beat a four-tailed Jinchuriki. But if beating a four-tailed perfect body is like beating a child, it is a bit hard for Black Zetsu to understand. Now, just a water ninjutsu strengthened by chakra has made the four-tailed Goku exhausted. In the past, Uehara Naraku relied on skills, recovery ability, and intelligence that had never been explored to fight. Now Uehara can completely rely on his own chakra to strengthen those ordinary ninjutsu to fight. The four-tailed Goku couldn't maintain his body balance in the sweeping waves. He climbed up in a mess and was knocked over again. Until the roaring waves of the roaring waves completely ended and the sea water slowly receded, the four-tailed Goku finally climbed up again and opened his mouth to condense his strongest ninjutsu. Yin attribute chakra and yang attribute chakra quickly gathered. This is the ultimate ninjutsu unique to the tailed beast, the tailed beast ball. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his arm, stretched out his palm towards the four-tailed Monkey King, and whispered, "Hollow sphere." A black and purple sphere hit the four-tailed Monkey King first, directly interrupting its tailed beast ball and even blocking the flow of chakra in its body. The four-tailed Monkey King sensed the chakra in his body and tried desperately to make the chakra flow, but it was useless after all. Fortunately, this time was only 3 seconds. Uehara Naraku looked at the four-tailed Monkey King with some amusement. It seems that this technique is not bad. It can even interrupt the tailed beast ball. Then it can also interrupt the pile of Rasengan of Uzumaki Naruto in the future. In this way, the four-tailed Monkey King never dared to use the tailed beast ball again. After all, the four-tailed strength is limited. It can't condense the tailed beast ball at the same speed as a nine-tailed. The fox is almost as fast as opening its mouth. If the four-tails uses the tailed beast ball again, the condensation process will be interrupted directly. How can it fight? Rely on the lava release ninjutsu? But the water release ninjutsu released by that little devil is much stronger than its lava release ninjutsu. Then I'll knock you away with one punch. The four-tailed Sun Wukong used the force of his hind legs and punched Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku dodged the flying fist inside. Others can defeat you in just a few seconds. Do I need a few minutes? But if it doesn't take a few minutes, it seems that there is something wrong with me. Uehara Naraku suddenly understood the pain of the actor. Uchiha Madara defeated the nine-tailed beasts in a few seconds because his strength was too strong. Uehara Naraku defeated the four-tails in a few seconds, probably because he was a problem. The most important thing is that Uehara Naraku must make himself look extremely weak in order to create an opportunity for Uchiha Obito to take away the four-tails Jinchuriki. At the beginning of the battle, Uehara Naraku saw that Old Purple was so weak, and he only used a blade of nothingness to beat Old Purple without any resistance. At that moment, Uehara Naraku had already thought of a scenario in which he and Uchiha Obito would have a battle and eventually lose. Now it is estimated that Laozi really tried his best. After all, the four-tailed Son Goku has come out, and he has no stronger ninjutsu. Trouble. The dull voice of the four-tailed Son Goku echoed in the spiritual space of it and Laozi. This time it seems to be a formidable enemy. The two sides started a game again. but this time Uehara Naraku's chakra seemed to be a little insufficient, and he could no longer release any powerful ninjutsu, and was hit by the four-tailed Son Goku several times in a row. Fortunately, Uehara Naraku hurriedly found an opportunity to fly into the sky. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Uehara Naraku closed his palms in the air. It was obvious that the technique could be completed with a few hand seals, but he made 44 hand seals. It was not until a huge water dragon with a length of more than hundreds of meters, winding and whistling, hit the four-tailed Son Goku, that the tailed beast was subdued. Uehara Naraku also fell to the ground exhausted. Above the ground, the pitcher plants came out again, and Black Zetsu sighed and said, even if they are talented, and have developed, or learned a few powerful ninjutsu, civilian ninjas are still far inferior to those descendants. After all, Black Zetsu had seen Uchiha Madara subdue the Nine Tails with one glance, and had also seen Ashirama Senju controlling the true Thousand Hands to pinch the Nine Tails like a chicken, and had also seen Uzumaki Kushina directly use countless diamond sealed chains to tie up the Nine Tails and make it unable to move. Now Uehara Naraku was fighting the four-tailed Sun Wukong, and it seemed like he was risking his life, which really made people feel a little distressed. White Zetsu sighed softly. However, the ninjutsu of this little guy Uehara is quite powerful, but unfortunately his chakra is far from enough to support his battle. Even so, Uehara's attainments in water-style ninjutsu have already surpassed the second Hokage, right? Yeah. Black Zetsu nodded and praised him rarely. He is not lacking in talent and hard work. For thousands of years, everyone who has left his name in the ninja world is like this little brat Uehara. The only pity is that he lacks a suitable bloodline. Senior Zetsu. Uehara Naraku struggled to stand up, sat on a rock, looked at old Z who had reappeared in the distance, and whispered, finally it's solved. Well done, the capture of the Four Tails is complete. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's yin-yang faces were drawn with a smile, and they did not hesitate to praise against their will. Anyway, it doesn't cost money to say a few good words. Now only Uehara Naraku and Hoshigaki Kisame are willing to obey their orders, so they naturally have to appease them. However, the next moment, Black Zetsu's smile froze on his face. A space-time vortex suddenly appeared next to the Four Tails Jinchuriki. That was Uchiha Obito's signature ninjutsu. Both Black Zetsu and Uehara Naraku had panic on their faces. As expected, Uchiha Obito's figure emerged from the Camu space, with his old patterned mask on his face. He looked at the battlefield around him and chuckled. You're trying so hard just to deal with the Four Tails. Uehara Naraku, your strength is really weak. Obito-senpai. Uehara Naraku's face was full of disbelief, and his expression became a little expectant after a moment. Why are you looking for us now? You once teamed up with Orochimaru to attack me, and now you're here to apologize? Kid, you're still so naive. Uchiha Obito stroked his mask and laughed up to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Black Zetsu, did you see that? Such a naive kid. Even towards the person who once attacked you, you still have such expectations. Uehara, don't have hope for Obito. After Black Zetsu scolded Uehara Naraku, he looked at Uchiha Obito with a gloomy voice and said coldly, Uchiha Obito, what are you doing here? Why on earth did you betray the Moon Eye project? Because I want to get the power of the tailed beasts myself. Uchiha Obito slowly raised his head and looked at Black Zetsu and put his hand on his heart. Black Zetsu, I don't want to be a pawn of Uchiha Madara forever, so I asked Orochimaru to help me remove the spell on my heart. As for why I came here. After saying this, Uchiha Obito put his hand on Leo Z's body and laughed wildly again. Ha 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 ha. Since I want to gather the power of the tailed beasts myself, how could I miss the opportunity to capture the Jinchuriki? Leo Z's figure was quickly collected by Uchiha Obito into the Camu space. This scene made Black Zetsu and Uehara Naraku shocked and angry. Except for Uchiha Obito himself, no one else could enter the Camu space. It hasn't even figured out the specific capabilities of Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan yet. It's just that Black Zetsu himself is a non-combatant, and the real combatant Uehara Naraku just collapsed. In order to capture the Four Tails, they could only watch Obito put away the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Obito chuckled and continued, by the way, I also want to thank you for helping me defeat the Four Tails Jinchuriki, although I can do it easily by myself. Uchiha. Obito. Black Zetsu's face gradually became ferocious. Obviously at this moment, it was already extremely angry. Speaking of which, it's really easy to collect the tailed beasts from you. Uchiha Obito scratched the back of his head and chuckled and said, Black Zetsu, although I can't find your location, I can track others. Uchiha Obito waved his hand, and the whole person turned into a time and space vortex and disappeared, leaving only a burst of arrogant laughter. Ha 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 ha. See you next time. I hope that, when we meet again next time, you will help me prepare another tailed beast. Arsehole. As a 1,000-year-old Black Hand, Uchiha Obito actually took advantage of it. Black Zetsu's anger was almost unstoppable. Just as Black Zetsu was thinking about how to solve Uchiha Obito's problem, Obito's time and space vortex appeared again. This scene made Uehara Naraku's eyelids twitch. The next moment, he couldn't help but raise his finger and control Uchiha Obito, the jumping guy, to get out immediately. However, Uchiha Obito just appeared in front of them again with a smile, and said with a smile, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you one thing. Remember to keep an eye on your outer path demon statue." After that, Uchiha Obito disappeared again. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's image had become extremely bad in Black Zetsu's mind, and he wanted to kill him immediately. This idiot. Black Zetsu cursed in a gloomy voice, and said in a muffled voice, "Except for Nagato who has the Samsara Eye, no one else can control the outer path demon statue." Oh my. The space-time vortex appeared for the third time. Just when Uchiha's figure just appeared, Uehara Naraku threw a card, and shot him in the body. Damn, this idiot. Uehara can't stand it. Uehara's attack finally made Uchiha Obito realize one thing, and his appearance could end. Sure enough, Uchiha Obito learned his lesson and never reappeared. Uehara Naraku cursed Uchiha Obito several times in his heart, turned his head, and looked at Black Zetsu with an apologetic face. "I'm sorry, Zetsu-senpai, I couldn't stop him." After that, Uehara Naraku slowly clenched his fist again. "If I hadn't wasted too much chakra in a hurry to deal with the foretales, I would never let Obito-senpai be so presumptuous." This chapter is an extra chapter for the monthly ticket rewards from the big guys yesterday. Phew, there are still 3 chapters left for the leader. I can't finish it today. I guess I will finish it tomorrow. Chapter 191. At the age of 18, I'm almost the boss. Uehara Naraku tried his best. Even Black Zetsu couldn't find any fault with him. He used up all his chakra to capture the foretales. In the face of Uchiha Obito's sarcasm, he still threw a sharp card with all his strength. Facing Uchiha Obito's pursuit, Black Zetsu really had no way. After all, not everyone has his ephemeral technique to avoid Uchiha Obito's pursuit. Others in Akatsuki will become Uchiha Obito's pursuit targets. Uehara, this is not your fault. Black Zetsu shook his head and said in a muffled voice, "Let's go back and report this matter first. We must find a way to get rid of Uchiha Obito. This guy is the hidden danger of our Moon plan. There are so many S-level rebels in Akatsuki. If they brainstorm, they can always find a way to deal with Uchiha Obito. After all, Obito's ability is now in the open, and it was spread everywhere by the Hidden Mist village a few years ago. In the Camu space, Uchiha Obito felt a little uncomfortable. It was not because of anything else, but because of Uehara Naraku's speech. How thick-skinned is that bastard Uehara Naraku? It was Uehara Naraku who teamed up with Orochimaru to attack him, and even took the opportunity to kill him, using the impure world reincarnation and the bond of Nohara to control him to do evil. However, in front of Black Zetsu, Uehara Naraku looked innocent and generous, and even said that he would forgive you, even if you attacked me. As a result, Black Zetsu persuaded Uehara Naraku. Damn, where did Uehara Naraku learn this acting skill? It would be fine if he just turned black and white, but he was obviously a bastard who harmed people, but he still put on a face of a victim. Uchiha Obito finally understood. Why haven't Nagato and Konan forgiven him for all these years? It would be strange if Nagato and Konan could accept a guy like Uehara Naraku who has been saying good things for him for years. The foretales Jinkriki, Laozi, in the Camu space also woke up from his trance and said with an ugly face, "Who are you guys? You don't need to know too much." Uchiha Obito didn't dare to provoke Uehara Naraku, but he could still control the foretales Jinkriki. His voice was very arrogant. "All you need to know is that I'm a person who can control you." The future foretells Jinchuriki, Laozi, will stay in his Camus space for the time being. It is estimated that Obito will have to control his eating, drinking, and defecation during this period. But it just so happens that Uchiha Obito can also get some freedom from this. At least it is much better than sleeping in a coffin in the past. And Uchiha Obito also showed a hint of joy. He just took the opportunity to scold Uehara Naraku and felt a little happy. No, it was very happy. Even if it was just acting, it allowed Obito to vent his anger. Uchiha Obito actually looked forward to the next encounter. Uehara Naraku was too lazy to pay attention to him and was watching his reward. Side quest, defeat the foretells Jinchuriki, Laozi, 1/1, quest completed, reward 100 gold coins. Haha, no surprise. After all, in the world of Naruto, appearance and strength are the most important. Laozi has no strong strength to show, and he can't even beat a Shigeki Same. Side quest, defeat the foretells Son Goku, 1/1, quest completed, reward skill Vajra Indestructible. Vajra Indestructible, passive skill, increase life energy by 1800 points, and increase all life energy recovery effects by 50%. Another passive skill. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows. His current life energy is over 60,000, so he doesn't lack these 1,800 points of life energy, but what he lacks is the life energy recovery effect. At least 72 point/second of life recovery effect. In just a few minutes, Uehara Naraku recovered most of the damage caused by the foretells Son Goku's attack. Since the foretells Goku was captured by Uchiha Obito, Black Zetsu was in a bad mood. He was thinking hard about how to deal with Uchiha Obito. To be honest, Black Zetsu really had no idea. If he wanted to deal with Uchiha Obito, he had to find his whereabouts. But Obito, who had the Camus Sharingan, wanted to hide, and no one could find him. No, there was still someone who could find him. Senior Zetsu, I remember Hatake Kakashi had a Sharingan. I remember Hatake Kakashi had a Sharingan. The two spoke almost in unison. Uehara Naraku and Black Zetsu couldn't help but look at each other. A light flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes. That Sharingan was their opportunity. Maybe that eye was the way to restrain Obito. Black Zetsu said sinisterly, "It's a pity that Hatake Kakashi is not a ninja of the Uchiha clan, and he can't exert his true power." What's even more regrettable for Black Zetsu is that the remaining Uchiha in the ninja world are all a bunch of idiots. Even if he gets Kakashi's Sharingan, it will be useless. Can this ninja world still work? Black Zetsu secretly glanced at Uehara Naraku next to him, and he didn't say the next sentence he wanted to say, which was to revive Uchiha Madara, and it must be a real resurrection. It must be Uchiha Madara in his prime. This requires a way to use the impure world reincarnation. Black Zetsu plans to find an opportunity to see the progress of Orochimaru's research and see if Orochimaru can revive Uchiha Madara's body in his prime. Now he needs to go back and report to Pain. Since the foretelled Jinchuriki has not been captured, and even the members of the Akatsuki organization are at risk of being monitored and tracked by Uchiha Obito, they can only temporarily give up collecting Jinchuriki to prevent more tailed beasts from falling into Uchiha Obito's hands. Losing one foretelled is no different from losing all the tailed beasts. The Akatsuki organization entered a stage of dormancy. The others basically stayed in the base to rest or practice. Uchiha Sasuke's progress during this period was extremely fast. Boys will gradually develop faster after the age of 13. It is normal for Sasuke to progress quickly, and he also has the stimulation of Uchiha Itachi. Only the intelligence officer Black Zetsu is still active outside. However, Black Zetsu did not pay attention to the intelligence of Jinchuriki, but focus more on monitoring Orochimaru, trying to see to what extent Orochimaru has perfected the impure world reincarnation. Unfortunately, for some reason, Orochimaru has been studying how to break the Shikigami Fujin recently, and has no interest in continuing the impure world reincarnation experiment. Because Orochimaru wants to get the impure world body of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Only by getting Minato Namikaze, who is good at Flying Thunder God technique and has a fast speed, and having two Flying Thunder God technique users, Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru believes that he has the possibility to resist Uehara Naraku. Since Orochimaru was obsessed with breaking the Shikifujin technique for a long time, the task of collecting the corpses of powerful ninjas was handed over to Kabuto Yakushi. And Orochimaru also realized that his control was not strong enough, so he simply asked Kabuto Yakushi to learn the impure world reincarnation to help him control some powerful ninjas. Anyway, he had already got enough. The first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, and after breaking the Shikifujin technique, he could also get the fourth generation Hokage Namikaze Minato. These are the truly powerful ninjas. The shadows of other villages are all a bunch of trash. Kabuto Yakushi did not dislike the trouble left by Orochimaru. While studying the impure world reincarnation, he dug graves everywhere and collected the corpses of powerful ninjas. The time in the ninja world was spent slowly in peace. More than a year passed slowly like flowing water. The Akatsuki organization was still dormant because they only took big business and generally did not show up in the ninja world. Everyone was waiting for the resurrection of the three-tailed beast and Black Zetsu's promise to deal with Uchiha Obito and get the four-tailed beast back. During this period of time, several major events happened in the ninja world. The first thing was that the 5th Kazekage of the Sand Village was selected. The one-tailed Jinchuriki and Gaara of the Sand Falls were the only ones who had the most suitable strength. In fact, Chiyo originally wanted to choose Kankuro as the puppeteer, but it was a pity that Kankuro was not very strong. He only repaired and cleaned up the puppets she had left behind every day, and never thought about making any puppets by himself. Damn, can a puppeteer rely on others to give him equipment every day? Is there such a thing as equipment dropping out of thin air in this world? A real puppeteer must learn to make puppets by himself. Even if Chiyo urged Kankuro to make a few puppets, it was really horrible to look at, and it was not good at all. If Kankuro had given a little more strength, Chiyo would have really made Kankuro the 5th Kazekage, but this guy was still timid and too weak. What if he was killed by her grandson, Scorpion of the Red Sand, for insulting the puppeteer, just after he was established as the 5th Kazekage? In desperation, Chiyo could only hold her nose and make Gaara the 5th Kazekage, the youngest Kage in the history of the ninja world, a 14-year-old Kazekage. Since the Kazekage has succeeded to the throne, he naturally has to express his feelings to the ninja world. The 5th Kazekage of Sand Village, Gaara, sent invitations to the entire ninja world, inviting them to participate in the Chunin exam hosted by Sand Village. The village of Yugakure, which has a feud with Sand Village, also received an invitation to the Chunin exam. This is truly fearless. The invitation naturally fell into the hands of Uehara Naraku. He was looking at the very polite wording in the Sand Village invitation letter, which had an attitude of starting over from the past. The Sand Village did not care about Uehara Naraku killing the 4th Kazekage. In other words, the new 5th Kazekage Gaara did not care about Uehara Naraku killing the 4th Kazekage. After all, although the father-son relationship between Gaara and Rasa was deep, it was so deep that it could almost be described as a life and death feud. It's a pity that it's not appropriate for me to take part in the Chunin exam again. Uehara Naraku touched his chin. He is already 18 years old this year and has become the new generation pillar of the Hidden Rain Village. According to the customs of the ninja world, he can get married at this age. Unfortunately, he is still single. If love is not going well, career will develop more vigorously. Every Rain Ninja believes that Uehara Naraku must be the next leader of the Hidden Rain Village after Lord Pain, because there is no one more suitable than him. And now Uehara Naraku has begun to slowly deal with the affairs of the Hidden Rain Village on behalf of Konan, and even began to frequently appear at the Akatsuki base to assign tasks on behalf of Pain. The identities of Nagato and Konan are gradually a bit like the two old consultants of Konoha. Uehara Naraku tapped the table lightly, turned his head to look at Konan who was drinking tea calmly, and couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. Why does it feel that his teacher's life is getting more and more leisurely? Teacher, don't you have anything to say? No. Xiaonan drank tea in small sips, with a slight smile between his brows. No matter what decision you choose to make, I will support you unconditionally. I'll post one update first and the thank you list will be posted in the afternoon. Chapter 192 You are worthy of being me. You even dare to use the god of death. Xiaonan didn't change much. No, there were some changes. Xiaonan's feminine charm became more mature. But Xiaonan's mood was still the same as before. Even when she was smiling at Uehara Naraku, she always frowned inadvertently, hiding a trace of sadness. Give me some advice. Uehara Naraku slowly approached Xiaonan, stretched out his palm to take the teacup in her hand, and handed her a cup of wolfberry water. Teacher, you are old. You should learn to drink more of this in the future. It's good for your body. Xiaonan's forehead twitched. Xiaonan watched Uehara Naraku sitting down by himself and almost crushed the cup of water in his hand. This disciple who was raised by his own hands is really becoming less and less cute. Xiaonan held the cup of wolfberry water in his hand and spoke softly about business. Let Hydrangea and the others go. By the way, let them collect information about the Jinchuriki. Uehara Naraku's expression was a little hesitant. Well, with Hydrangea's strength, if she goes to collect information about the Jinchuriki, what if something goes wrong? It's really not that Uehara Naraku underestimated Hydrangea. It's just that the girl's strength is really a bit weak. Uehara Naraku was lucky enough to guide Hydrangea's training once, and was responsible for a battle practice with the girl. As a result, without using any ninjutsu, he only used physical skills to beat Hydrangea to a pulp. Obviously, Hydrangea has a strong talent for time and space ninjutsu, but she only summoned a broken door and summoned a pile of white paper to block Uehara's sight. What a mess. That girl has learned. Have you finally learned to feel sorry for the little girl? Conan raised his eyebrows and looked at Uehara Naraku meaningfully. Don't think that all genin are as powerful as you used to be. The Hidden Rain village really couldn't pick out any suitable candidates, and no one else was suitable to participate, except the Hydrangea team. If Uehara Naraku was shameless, he could certainly participate, but I don't know if the Hidden Sand village dared to let him participate. Then let's follow the teacher's opinion. Uehara Naraku sighed, turned his head, and looked at Conan and said, "Oh, by the way, I'm leaving the village tomorrow." "What for?" Conan immediately frowned, as if Uehara Naraku was going to do something bad. But this time Uehara Naraku was going to do good things, so he was somewhat justified. Some time ago, Karen talked about the Uzumaki clan, and Lord Nagato hoped that I would accompany Karen to find out if there are other descendants of the Uzumaki clan. This sentence was also half true and half false. After all, the reason why Karen mentioned the Uzumaki clan was entirely because of Uehara Naraku's instruction to her, and this little girl was also his subordinate. Yakashi Kabuto finally quietly sent a message to Karen. In the past year or so, Orochimaru finally succeeded in finding a way to break the Shiki Fujin, and the prop that must be used is the death mask in the Uzumaki clan's shrine. Therefore, Orochimaru plans to rush to the Uzumaki clan's Nanman shrine in Konoha in the near future to directly break the Shiki Fujin technique, so as to resurrect the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze in the belly of the death god through the impure world reincarnation. Uehara Naraku plans to join in the fun. This reason is not easy to find. Conan looked at Uehara Naraku for a while, lowered his head and said, "Nagato has never made any requests, so you can go with Karen." "Okay." Uehara Naraku nodded hurriedly. The distance from the Hidden Rain village to the Nanman shrine left by the Uzumaki clan in Konoha village is not short. Uehara Naraku and Karen spent 2 or 3 days quietly lurking near Konoha village. Because this ninja world once had ninjas from the Uzumaki clan, it is said that the chief of Uzashio village, Uzumaki Ashina, was the founder of the Konoha sealing technique. Later, Uzashio village was destroyed by war, and Uzashio village was also destroyed. Only Konoha still had traces of the Uzumaki clan. These should be left by the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito. Karen didn't care much about what was in front of her, because she was born and raised in the sinful Kusagakure village. Only when she was rescued by Kabuto Yakashi did she think she was redeemed. And Kabuto Yakashi is also quite handsome. Karen slowly arranged her messy hair because of the rush. "Sir Naraku, when will Kabuto come?" "According to their schedule, it will take about a day." Uehara Naraku touched his chin and whispered, "According to your chakra perception, when they arrive, you can easily find their traces, right?" "Yes." Karen nodded and said seriously, "I'm very sensitive to Kabuto's chakra. If they arrive around us, I will find their location immediately." Uehara Naraku nodded and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. Wait until Orochimaru breaks the Shikifujin Jutsu, then we will take action directly." Okay. Karin looked at Uehara Naraku with a strange expression. Karin is not an innocent girl. She is much smarter than most female ninjas in the ninja world, and is especially good at analyzing intelligence. As for the matter between Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru, Karin can analyze it roughly, if not completely. Uehara Naraku could have pinned Orochimaru to the ground and beat him up, but he planted Kabuto Yakushi as a spy next to Orochimaru, using Kabuto Yakushi to secretly guide and control Orochimaru's every move. This boss is so insidious. When everyone mentions Orochimaru, they all say that he is a sinister and cunning guy, but Orochimaru was played around by Uehara Naraku. The waters of the ninja world are too deep. Because of the conflict of interest, Karin didn't dare to think about it anymore. There were not many people coming to the deserted place like the Uzumaki clan's Namen Hall, so after they spent a night quietly, they waited for the arrival of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. In more than a year, Orochimaru has become much more confident than before, perhaps because of the confidence brought by his own cracking of the Shikifunjutsu. Hehe. Orochimaru first saw the ancestral hall of the Uzumaki clan and licked his lips. As long as it is proven that the substitute technique and the undead reincarnation technique can be used to break the Shikifujin technique, it also means that I can use the power of the god of death at any time in the future. The next time I meet that kid Uehara, as long as Orochimaru is sure that the method of breaking the Shikifujin technique this time is feasible, from now on, he can use the Shikifujin technique to fight without restrictions if he has a living white Zetsu as a substitute body. This is almost equivalent to the bug of the god of death. As long as the god of death cannot harvest his soul, Orochimaru can use his soul to summon the god of death infinitely and fight. The god of death is a legendary god that cannot be touched. Orochimaru believes that, as long as he can control the god of death, he can kill all enemies in the entire ninja world, whether it is Uehara Naraku, the Red Sand Scorpion or Peen. Those people who he once couldn't afford to offend. From today on, he will take their lives back one by one. Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and searched for the mask of the god of death in the shrine of the Uzumaki clan. He quickly rolled off a mask with a terrifying and ferocious appearance. "Are you ready, Kabuto?" Orochimaru turned his head and looked at his trusted subordinates. Kabuto Yakushi nodded and took out 2 white Zetsu from his pocket. One of them was the body that Orochimaru would use after summoning the god of death, and the other was the sacrifice for the resurrection of the 4th Hokage through the impure world reincarnation. Now these 2 white Zetsu have undergone the transplantation experiment of Hashirama cells, and both white Zetsu have awakened the would release bloodline. Very good. Orochimaru slowly stretched out his tongue, wrapped the mask, and put it on his face. A strange and sinister smile emanated from his throat. From today on, let everyone's most terrifying god be used by me. The next moment, Orochimaru jumped up with his fangs and claws bared. God. A tall shadow floated out from behind Orochimaru, biting a huge short knife in its mouth, with a pair of sharp horns on its head, and it looked extremely scary. This is the god of death in the ninja world. Even if it only appeared as a shadow, people could not help but feel a little scared, because its appearance meant that someone was destined to die. However, today was different. Not only would no one die, but someone would even be resurrected. Orochimaru suddenly cut open his lower abdomen, and the wound was bleeding. The shadow of the god of death floating behind Orochimaru also suddenly cut open his lower abdomen, and a soul suddenly emerged from the wound in his lower abdomen. That was the soul of the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze. In order to seal the Nine Tails, Minato Namikaze used the power of the god of death of the Shikigami Fujin to split the Nine Tails into 2 halves, one half of which was sealed in his body, and the other half was sealed in the body of Naruto Uzumaki. In the end, Minato Namikaze and half of the Nine Tails were also swallowed by the god of death as a sacrifice for the Shikigami Fujin. Seeing that the phantom of the god of death was about to dissipate, after cutting open his lower abdomen to release the soul, its claws grabbed Orochimaru's soul in midair, and was about to swallow Orochimaru's soul into its stomach as a sacrifice, to summon it to appear. Kabuto, hurry. Orochimaru's body suddenly slumped down. I saw Orochimaru suddenly opened his big mouth, And when the claws of the god of death arrived, a little white snake suddenly jumped out of his mouth and rushed into the mouth of the white Zetsu next to Kabuto Yakushi, trying to directly occupy the body of the white Zetsu. This is the magic of the snake-style substitution technique. As long as he can jump out in time, the god of death can't catch him. From then on, he can not only get the reincarnation of Minato Namikaze, but also control the entry and exit of the god of death. This is Orochimaru, a person who dares to use even the god of death. This is really reckless. Sure enough, the next moment something unexpected happened. Before the little white snake had time to jump into the mouth of the white Zetsu, it was nailed to the ground by a shuriken. Papa. Chapter 193. Hurry up and prepare a good coffin for the fourth Hokage. Uehara Naraku really admires Orochimaru. If Orochimaru had not been whitewashed in the future 4th Ninja World War, but used the god of death to fight, he would be at least 3 times stronger. Uehara Naraku gently clapped his palms, looked at Orochimaru who had turned into a skin bag, and then looked at the mailed little white snake. Mr. Orochimaru, don't you recognize me? Uehara Naraku touched the head of the little white snake, looked at the angry little white snake opening its mouth to bite him, and quickly retracted his palm. Hey, how can you bite people? Hiss hiss hiss. This little white snake is the real body of Orochimaru. Obviously, it has recognized Uehara Naraku, and its mood is naturally not very good, especially now that it is the weakest. So, may I ask, when you are the weakest and helpless, but you meet your biggest enemy, what would it feel like? It's probably better to die than to live. Throughout the second half of Orochimaru's life, he has almost always been bullied by Uehara Naraku. After betraying the Akatsuki organization, when Orochimaru was trying to survive, he was caught by Uehara Naraku and extorted a lot of ninjutsu. When the Konoha rebellion just ended, Orochimaru had the first and second generation Hokage in his hands and was at his most powerful, but was forced by Uehara Naraku to hand over his favorite ninjutsu, Impure World Reincarnation and Corpse Reincarnation. Now that Orochimaru has just figured out how to use the forbidden technique of Shikifujin efficiently to fight, and wants to revive Minato Namikaze, and replace himself with a body with wood release bloodline, Uehara Naraku popped up again. Damn it. Is Uehara Naraku here to restrain him? How can this guy always bully him alone? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The little white snake roared, and broke free from the shuriken. It suddenly crawled towards the white Zetsu next to Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru knew that he had to get a body first to change the current situation. However, just when Orochimaru was about to rush into the body of white Zetsu, Uehara Naraku grabbed his body with one hand and threw him to the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I don't understand snake language. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead, glanced at the little white snake on the ground, and a smile appeared on his face. But I know, you definitely want this, right? After that, Uehara Naraku pointed at the white Zetsu controlled by Kabuto Yakushi. The little white snake nodded hurriedly. Hiss, hiss. Oh, I see. Uehara Naraku twisted the head of the white Zetsu with his palm, and the little white snake suddenly went crazy. But it obviously still had a trace of reason. In order to be able to revive the fourth Hokage through the Impure World Reincarnation, they brought 2 white Zetsu, and the other white Zetsu could also allow it to occupy the body and recover. Obviously Uehara Naraku would not give it this opportunity. Uehara Naraku kicked the little white snake away with a flying kick. Then Uehara stretched out his palm again, took a kunai from Karin, and threw it fiercely, nailing Orochimaru's body, the little white snake, to the wall. Orochimaru was furious. The chakra in the little white snake was about to expand rapidly. He could actually use the 8-headed technique to fight desperately, but this was the last killing move, and it was obviously not enough to use it against Uehara Naraku. Speechless fear. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm, and 2 light blue chakras fell on the little white snake. In an instant, the little white snake was powerless, and lowered its head. Faced with a powerful illusion, it was difficult for Orochimaru to resist. This is the sequel of the reincarnation of the corpse. In just 2 seconds, Orochimaru experienced the most terrifying nightmare of his life. That nightmare was that he had just escaped from the claws of the god of death, and when he was about to change his body, he was hit by a shuriken by the bastard called Uehara Naraku. It turned out to be just a nightmare. Orochimaru's original body, the little white snake, struggled to wake up in a decadent spirit, and slowly looked around. The man in the lead looked so familiar, it seemed to be Uehara Naraku. Damn, that was not a nightmare. That was reality. Orochimaru was furious again, and when he wanted to activate the 8-headed technique again, he was once again cast into a super illusion of speechless fear by Uehara Naraku. Lord Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi hesitated and asked, what kind of illusion is this? Yeah. Uehara Naraku nodded, and looked at Orochimaru, who had just experienced an illusion nightmare, only to see that he became furious again after waking up. Uehara Naraku had to cast illusions for Orochimaru over and over again, and said curiously, the effect of this illusion is to make people experience the most terrifying thing in life within 2 seconds. What do you think Orochimaru is afraid of? Kabuto Yakushi didn't dare to say anything. In fact, Kabuto Yakushi was thinking in his heart, I guess Orochimaru is afraid of you? Until Orochimaru's original form, the little white snake, had no more power to resist, and seemed to have finally accepted his fate. Uehara Naraku put down his arms, and gave up torturing Orochimaru with illusions. Uehara Naraku turned his head, and looked at Kabuto Yakushi beside him. Where are the body materials of the 4th Hokage and the other white Zetsu? Here. Kabuto Yakushi handed the things to Uehara Naraku respectfully and said softly, Sir Naraku, Sir Orochimaru has an advantage in scientific research that no one in the ninja world can match. He can even cultivate the chakra of the tailed beasts. Kabuto Yakushi wanted to plead for Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru was his guide and the benefactor who had saved him and rescued him from Danzo. And Kabuto Yakushi was not wrong. There was almost no one who could match Orochimaru in scientific research. This guy even cultivated the chakra of the 8 tails with only the organs he had obtained from the 8 tails. If Orochimaru is given enough time, he may even be able to cultivate a whole tailed beast. Maybe there is no tailed beast soul, but it is definitely possible to cultivate the chakra of the tailed beast. Lock him up first. Uehara Naraku waved his hand, indicating that Kabuto Yakushi could deal with him as he pleased. You are now the successor of Orochimaru. You can decide how to deal with him. Yes, I understand. Kabuto Yakushi nodded seriously. Kabuto Yakushi opened a small pocket, took the little white snake down from the wall, and persuaded softly, Lord Orochimaru, please come in. After we leave here, I will prepare a new body for you. Hiss hiss hiss. The little white snake shook its head and tail at Kabuto Yakushi, probably scolding Kabuto Yakushi for being a traitor. In the end, it still got into Kabuto Yakushi's pocket. Orochimaru's mentality is really a bit broken. Fortunately, Kabuto Yakushi is still a person who knows how to be grateful. Uehara Naraku looked at this scene and sighed. Alas, if you don't kill the snake, you will be bitten by it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The little white snake spit out its own snake core. Is this bastard afraid that he will not die? At this time, he still wants to lure Kabuto Yakushi to kill him. Anyone, even if they don't understand snake language, now knows that Orochimaru must be spitting sweet words and saying a bunch of messy dirty words. Uehara Naraku guessed in his heart that Orochimaru's real body, the little white snake, must be scolding him. After all, he was about to force Orochimaru to death. Could Orochimaru still say goodbye to him in a friendly way? Snap. Uehara Naraku slapped the little white snake into Kabuto Yakushi's small pocket, raised his head slowly and said, Kabuto, put your pet away. The little white snake shrank into the pocket and dared not say anything. Although the little white snake didn't dare to say anything, Orochimaru had already scolded Uehara Naraku from head to toe in his heart. Kabuto Yakushi nodded with a complicated look. Although Kabuto Yakushi knew that what Uehara Naraku said made sense, he still wanted to spare Orochimaru's life, but he had to wait until the right time to let Orochimaru return to his original appearance. After all, even if Orochimaru recovered now, he would only be exploited and used by Uehara Naraku, and he might even be angry to death. Uehara Naraku looked at the materials on the ground and a living white Zetsu, and slowly rubbed his palms. It just so happens that I can use the impure world reincarnation to revive the 4th Hokage, so that Uchiha Obito and Namikaze Minato can get along well in the future. Kabuto Yakushi. Haha, his boss is not a human being again. How complicated is the relationship between Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Obito, and how deep is the grievance and hatred? Does this new boss really not know? He really enjoys watching the fun. It's a pity that Kabuto Yakushi didn't dare to refute it. He could only say that he is worthy of being his new boss, right? How others try to resolve disputes, Uehara Naraku creates disputes. Alright. Uehara Naraku's eyes flashed with determination. He closed his palms, quickly made a hand seal of the impure world reincarnation, and slammed his palm on the ground. Uehara Naraku looked at the runes that emerged in his hands, and a hint of an ambiguous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let me see how powerful the legendary golden flash is. The ninja law, impure world reincarnation technique. Countless smoke and dust debris wrapped around White Zetsu's body. The next moment, a blond man wearing a Konoha forehead protector and a white divine robe emerged from the smoke and dust debris, and the golden flash of the ninja world, Minato Namikaze, was resurrected. After Minato Namikaze was resurrected, he immediately frowned, slowly raised his head, and looked at the people present, and asked in confusion, "Where is this place?" "Welcome the fourth Hokage, to return to the world." Uehara Naraku clapped his palms and expressed his warm welcome to the resurrection of Minato Namikaze. Kabuto Yakushi and Karen raised their palms and clapped with helpless expressions. They really had no choice when they met such a boss. Even if Uehara Naraku was a middle school student, they had to follow him. Minato Namikaze looked at Uehara Naraku, and then at Kabuto Yakushi and Karen behind him, and there was a little curiosity on his face. "Who are you?" "We are all peace-loving people." Uehara Naraku waved his palms and instructed Kabuto Yakushi beside him. "Kabuto, help the fourth Hokage prepare a coffin for sleeping. Use good materials. Only luxurious coffins are worthy of the status of Hokage." Minato Namikaze. Kabuto Yakushi. Karen. "This person is really sick. Thank you for the reward from Ueijushin. Thank you for the reward from Death God is coming. Thank you for the reward from Erwin Zero Rommel. Thank you for the reward from Kaluotno 1. Thank you for the reward from King's Alien. Thank you for the reward from Kueijio Onijiang. Thank you for the reward from Bianbei Kong Bay. Thank you for the reward from Gui Huafuvi. Thank you for the reward from the bus to the kindergarten. Thank you for the reward from Shandan Chengguang. Thank you for the reward from Zhangli 19,950,724. Thank you for the reward from JRYHS. Thank you for the reward from Shanduan Crossing Nan. Thank you all for the reward, and thank you for the genuine support from the book friends. Chapter 194 Make this place look like Orochimaru invaded. Extra chapter for King Janemini leader. Generally, people with mental disorders are easy to get along with. Minato Namikaze, who had just been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, also thought so. He showed a gentle smile on his face. Can you tell me what happened first?" "No." Uehara Naraku hesitated for a moment and said, "After all, even if I tell you what happened, you can't solve the problem." Minato Namikaze was almost choked to death by this sentence. After a long time, he regained his gentle appearance. "Maybe I still have some ways. I still have some research on some ninjutsu. Is Konoha in crisis?" "Yes." Uehara Naraku nodded with a sad face and explained softly, "I use the forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage to resurrect the fourth Hokage. The purpose was to control you to endanger the ninja world and destroy Konoha. I told you the facts. Can you change everything in front of you?" Minato Namikaze's face instantly turned cold. It turns out that the guy in front of him is an enemy. When Minato Namikaze first saw Uehara Naraku speaking in a nice voice, he really thought he was a friend of Konoha. He was obviously using the gentlest attitude, but he said the coldest words. This way of speaking was really familiar. Minato Namikaze's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next moment he appeared behind Uehara Naraku. A Rasengan was formed in his palm, and it was about to fall on Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku almost raised one of his fingers at the same time, controlling Minato Namikaze to stop the action. His face was full of admiration for the golden flash. "Even without using the flying thunder god technique, your speed is very fast. What's going on?" Minato Namikaze's body could not move, and he could only watch his palm controlling the Rasengan and pressing it against the wall. Uehara Naraku came to his senses and looked at Namikaze Minato in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. "How can I say this? If I'm not sure of controlling you, then why should I revive you?" Kabuto, take a coffin and put the person in. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi calmly pushed his glasses. Karen, who was standing next to Kabuto Yakushi, also subconsciously pushed her glasses. Karen felt pretty good in her heart. She and Kabuto Yakushi both wore glasses, and at first glance they looked quite a match. However, the next moment, a flash of surprise suddenly flashed across Karen's face. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Uehara Naraku and Kabuto Yakushi. Lord Naraku, Lord Kabuto, someone is rushing in this direction. It's a team of 4. A golden light flashed in Uehara Naraku's eyes. He instantly turned on the hunting rhythm and saw the signs of 4 people appearing in his field of vision. This team should be Konoha's daily patrol team. It was not a problem for them at all. Even if the 5th generation Hokage Tsunade came here in person, it would not be a big problem. Kabuto, stop. Uehara Naraku looked at Kabuto Yakushi, who had just unsealed the coffin, and then turned to look at Minato Namikaze, who could not move, and hooked the corner of his mouth. Just after resurrecting the 4th Hokage, someone came to help us test his combat ability. Uehara Naraku raised his finger again, controlled Minato Namikaze to walk out the door, and chuckled. Then let me see the golden flash of battle. A kunai with the word Sword of Ninja Love was stabbed on the wall by Minato Namikaze, and then Minato Namikaze disappeared in front of everyone. 3 seconds later, Minato Namikaze appeared again on the edge of the kunai of the Sword of Ninja Love, with some pain on his face. In these 3 seconds, he easily killed the ninja team that came to investigate. The ninja team didn't even have time to observe his figure, and then it was directly defeated by Minato Namikaze, and all the members were killed. So fast. A flash of shock flashed across Karen's eyes. When she tried to sense again, a drop of cold sweat appeared on her cheek. The enemy's chakra has disappeared. It's really scary. Kabuto Yakushi also subconsciously pushed up his glasses, and a relaxed smile appeared on the corner of his mouth after the shock. It was just a few seconds, and there was no time to even blink, and the members of a ninja team were easily killed. Uehara Naraku nodded to Minato Namikaze with satisfaction. Well, this wave is not a loss, and from now on he has another trump card. Papa. Uehara Naraku clapped his hands and praised loudly. Come on, applaud. Celebrate our 4th Hokage's good start. Kabuto Yakushi and Karen clapped their hands awkwardly. Minato Namikaze looked at Uehara Naraku coldly, gritted his teeth and said, who the hell are you? This is an extremely dangerous enemy. Although Minato Namikaze and Uehara Naraku had only been together for a short time, the 4th Hokage had already realized the danger of Uehara Naraku. Not only was he dangerous in terms of strength, but his mental state was even more dangerous. Who would applaud and celebrate after the death of an enemy? Shouldn't we all lament the death of innocent people? Well, strictly speaking, we are still related. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed softly. My teacher is also a disciple of Master Jiraiya, so if you count it this way, we are still family. If you count by time, Konan and the others were the first batch of disciples accepted by Jiraiya. Even Minato Namikaze was accepted later. Who are you anyway? Namikaze Minato shook his head and said with an extremely ugly look, if your teacher was Jiraiya's disciple, he would not have taught such an evil person like you. Oh. A playful smile suddenly appeared on Uehara Naraku's face. He looked at Namikaze Minato and smiled. So, the 4th Hokage knows what kind of disciples taught by Jiraiya's disciples should be like. Uehara Naraku slowly closed his palms and continued to smile. I remember that the 4th Hokage was also a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. Then let's see what kind of disciples you taught. Uehara Naraku quickly closed his palms and slapped the ground. A coffin came out of his summoning formation, ninjutsu summoning technique immortal reincarnation. The lid of the coffin slowly opened. Uchiha Obito's voice came out first. Hey, Uehara Naraku, if you don't let me out, the 4 Tails Jinchuriki imprisoned in the Kamu space will starve to death. This is. Namikaze Minato looked at the coffin in confusion. The coffin lid slowly fell down, revealing the figure of Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito did not see Uehara Naraku at first glance, but saw a familiar blonde figure, and his cynical attitude instantly restrained. Teacher? Minato teacher? Uchiha Obito was immediately furious. Hey, what the hell is going on? Why did this bastard Uehara Naraku want to resurrect Minato? Doesn't this guy know that he has no face to see this teacher? The shock on Namikaze Minato's face flashed away. He looked at Uchiha Obito in disbelief and hesitated for a moment before recognizing him. Are you Obito? Yes, teacher. Uchiha Obito lowered his head in embarrassment. Uehara Naraku knocked on Uchiha Obito's coffin, chuckled and said, how about it, Hokage? This is the disciple you taught. I will not introduce him to you what kind of person he is. You can talk about him in the future. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and pulled down Uchiha Obito's coffin again, patted his forehead and said, don't worry, I believe you will have a lot of topics to talk about. Hey, Uehara Naraku, let me out. Uchiha Obito slapped the coffin desperately, and his emotions were obviously a little furious. I have already agreed to serve you. Why are you disturbing Minato's soul, you bastard? What's wrong? Uehara Naraku still had a smile on his face. Didn't you create the Ninetales Rebellion and kill your own teacher? I just resurrected him. Shouldn't you thank me? Bastard. Minato, I'm sorry. Teacher. Uchiha Obito slapped the coffin and cursed, and then cried and apologized with some sadness, but his will was not strong enough to resist Uehara Naraku, and he could only let his coffin gradually sink into the summoning array on the ground. Did you see it? Uehara Naraku spread his palm towards Minato Namikaze. That person is a disciple taught by the Hokage himself. We should all be considered as disciples of Master Jiraiya. Do you think he is evil? Or am I evil? Minato Namikaze was still digesting the news he had received. The Ninetales Rebellion was a key word. He immediately thought of Konoha, which suffered heavy losses that night, and himself, whose family was destroyed that night. Why did Uehara Naraku say that the Ninetales Rebellion was caused by Uchiha Obito? And Uchiha Obito hadn't denied it just now. Okay, you can think about these questions slowly. Uehara Naraku manipulated Minato Namikaze to step into the coffin step by step, and then personally closed the coffin for him, chuckled and knocked on the coffin with his fingers. Don't worry, the one you saw today is just the first one, and you will see many old friends in the future. Kabuto Yakushi and Karen dared not speak. These two people inexplicably understood Uehara Naraku's way of controlling others, or torturing others. That is the bond of emotion. This is exactly different from Konoha. Konoha cultivates the emotions of ninjas little by little, allowing them to establish the bond of friendship or love, so that they cannot abandon their friends, teammates, and hometown. Uehara Naraku is also using this bond. It's just that he will use this bond to torture the enemy. Karen subconsciously wiped the sweat from her face. Using the enemy's emotions to torture and defeat the enemy. This method is too cruel, right? If Uehara Naraku manipulates Minato Namikaze to fight Jiraiya in the future, will it be a nightmare for the master and apprentice? This boss is simply a real devil. If Uehara Naraku knew what Karen was thinking, he would definitely look down on it. How could a subordinate of Minato Namikaze's level be used to deal with Jiraiya? Can't he be used to deal with Uzumaki Naruto? In the future, Uzumaki Naruto will participate in the Ninja World War in Kurama mode, and he will meet his father who is also in Kurama mode. Hiss, the picture is here. Uehara Naraku shook his head and turned to look at Kabuto Yakushi. Okay, clean up here, and then throw the snakeskin shed by Mr. Orochimaru on the bodies of the Konoha ninjas, making it look like Mr. Orochimaru has sneaked into Konoha again. Kabuto Yakushi, can his new boss really not be a good person? Orochimaru has been forced by you to the point that only the little white snake is left to survive. Even in this state, do you still want to throw dirty water on him? Uehara Naraku glanced at the stiff Yakushi Kabuto, raised his eyebrows, and urged him to satisfiedly, hurry up and work. What are you doing? After you solve the problems here, I have other tasks for you. Please vote for me. There are 2 more chapters left, estimated to be 8 and 10 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 195. How much benefit can you get from standing on the right side? Late at night, Konoha Tavern. Tsunade had a rare moment of leisure, and when she was drunk here, an Anbu appeared beside her and whispered something. Hokage-sama, the Anbu just received a report that a patrol team was killed, and there was only the human skin left by Orochimaru at the scene. Tsunade suddenly crushed her wine glass with force. The evidence of this kind of thing is solid, and it cannot be denied no matter what. After hearing the report from the Anbu, Tsunade sobered up immediately and said with a gloomy face and gritted teeth, "It's that bastard Orochimaru again. Send 2 teams of Anbu here immediately and go with me to hunt him down." Yes. After the Anbu agreed, he hesitated and said, "But the intelligence department Captain Yamanaka Inoichi reported that the 4 killed ninjas died instantly, and the squad leader Narashikaku speculated that Orochimaru might have resurrected the 4th generation Hokage." Tsunade slammed her fist on the table. The table obviously couldn't bear her huge force at all, and it instantly turned into a pile of pieces, shocking the guests who were drinking. Tsunade quickly put on a smile on her face and said a little embarrassedly, "Ahahaha. It's okay. Everyone keep drinking. I'm just too happy." Oh, ho ho. The atmosphere in the tavern suddenly became lively again. After Tsunade borrowed money from the Anbu to compensate for the loss, she left the tavern, and her face immediately became gloomy. "Can you confirm that the 4th Hokage was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation?" "No." The Anbu shook his head and whispered, "But according to the analysis of Captain Nara, only the 4th Hokage should have that kind of strength to kill 4 ninjas in a short moment without revealing his identity. Captain Nara and Captain Yamanaka are waiting for you in the Hokage's office." That bastard. Tsunade gritted her teeth in hatred. At this moment, she hated Orochimaru to the extreme. In fact, Orochimaru, who was inexplicably blamed, was also gnashing his teeth now, but he hated Kabuto Yakushi and Naraku Uehara. Through the gossip between Uehara Naraku and Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru finally knew that Kabuto Yakushi had always been a spy arranged by Uehara Naraku around him. Even when Orochimaru went to find White Zetsu and crack the Shikifujin, it was Uehara Naraku who instructed Kabuto Yakushi to guide him to do so. Isn't this just playing with his life? Orochimaru's body, the little white snake, hid in Kabuto Yakushi's small bag, and fell into deep thought. Has he been controlled by Uehara Naraku all this time? I thought I was the one who truly pursued the truth in the ninja world, but I didn't expect that the truth I worked hard for was under the control of others. I thought I had become strong enough. I didn't expect that he was just a chess piece secretly controlled by Uehara Naraku. Is this ninja world not worth his survival? Why not fight with Uehara Naraku? This thought flashed through Orochimaru's mind. Forget it. It's better to live than to die. As long as people are still alive, they can still pursue their dreams. As for Kabuto Yakushi, although he has always been a spy for Naraku Uehara, he also secretly helped him, and even pleaded for him. Orochimaru's thoughts gradually became complicated. Naraku Uehara, Kabuto Yakushi and Karen did not pay attention to Orochimaru. After they left Konoha, they found a secluded place. Naraku Uehara was not vague. He took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag and handed it to Kabuto Yakushi. "This is Uchiha Obito's Kamu Mangeki Sharingan. You can transplant it with Hashirama cells." "Understood." Kabuto Yakushi nodded seriously and took the scroll from Naraku Uehara. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan and Hashirama cells can restrain each other. Kabuto Yakushi has also participated in research in this area. Even the armful of Sharingan that Danzo Shimura had was delivered by him personally. But what Kabuto Yakushi did not expect was that Naraku Uehara was willing to give him a Mangeki Sharingan. This kind of precious material is not easy to find. After watching Kabuto Yakushi put away the scroll, Uehara Naraku continued, "I have met the White Snake Sage of Ryochi Cave before. Go to Ryochi Cave and tell him my name so that he can teach you the Ryochi Cave Sage mode." "Yes." Kabuto Yakushi nodded again. Although Kabuto Yakushi's face was still very calm, his heart had long been in turmoil. Is this the benefit of standing in the right team? The power of the Mangeki Sharingan is clear to them, especially Uchiha Obito's Kamu Mangeki, whose strange ability makes most people in the ninja world unable to do anything to him. Moreover, after following Orochimaru for so long, Kabuto Yakushi has also heard of the Ryochi Cave Sage mode. It is said that Orochimaru has been seeking for so many years, but has not been able to obtain the teachings of the White Snake Sage. Unexpectedly, Uehara Naraku arranged it for him. This new boss is much more generous than expected. Not to mention Kabuto Yakushi himself, even Orochimaru in his pocket, is envious at this moment. Why can't people trust each other and cooperate sincerely? If Uehara Naraku used this method to make a deal with Orochimaru, Orochimaru would definitely agree to cooperate with Uehara 100%. Kabuto Yakashi's harvest is too rich. Orochimaru in Kabuto Yakashi's pocket was so envious that he wanted to drool. What Kabuto Yakashi got were all the treasures he had dreamed of. Uehara Naraku was a little worried that Kabuto Yakashi would have problems practicing the Sage Mode, so he patted Kabuto Yakashi on the shoulder and whispered, "Tell the White Snake Sage that you are my most trusted subordinate now. Don't let you turn into a snake when you practice the Sage Mode." "Yes." Kabuto Yakashi nodded hurriedly, and a hint of excitement gradually appeared on his face. "I won't let Lord Naraku down." "Yeah." Uehara Naraku was very satisfied with his attitude and continued to instruct, "From now on, I will arrange for you to use two identities. One is the successor of Orochimaru, and the other is Uchiha Obito. You have been working hard for a while. Since you have ordered your subordinates to do the task, rewards are naturally indispensable." After Uehara Naraku finished talking about the task, he spoke to comfort Kabuto Yakashi. "The orphanage in the Hidden Rain village has started to run smoothly. Now Karen is assisting teacher Conan in this matter. All the orphans in the entire Rain country have been taken in by the orphanage. And the biological science laboratory you want has also been set up. It is usually taken care of by Karen, and the equipment is even more complete than you think." "Yes, thank you, Lord Naraku." After listening to this, Kabuto Yakashi raised his head and said, "By the way, there is one more thing. Lord Orochimaru has always been worried that he would not be able to control the first and second Hokage in their prime, so he has not performed the impure world reincarnation ritual on them again." Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses and looked at Uehara Naraku with a fanatical face. "If Lord Naraku performs the impure world reincarnation, he will definitely be able to control the first and second Hokage in their prime." "Collect Hokage?" Uehara Naraku touched his chin and suddenly became interested. "The materials of the first Hokage, the second Hokage and the third Hokage. Do Orochimaru's base have these?" Yakashi Kabuto nodded and chuckled. "Yes, and Lord Orochimaru's collection is even richer than Lord Naraku imagined. Let's go and have a look." Uehara Naraku was a little excited and asked repeatedly, "Besides those, are there other impure world reincarnation materials?" "Yes." Yakashi Kabuto nodded and said softly, "Some time ago, I got the materials of the second Mizukage, the second Tsuchikage and the third Reikage, but because Lord Orochimaru is worried that he doesn't have enough control, he still lets them sleep. Keep those for yourself." Uehara Naraku waved his hand indifferently and said, "I'm only interested in collecting Hokage. If you have learned impure world reincarnation, then revive and control them. As the future successor to Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito, you can't fight alone. You must always have some combat power in your hands." In the fourth Ninja World War in history, Kabuto Yakashi resurrected many cage level strongmen one after another. It can be seen that he has the power to control these cage level figures. If the souls of the first Hokage and the second Hokage were still there at that time, Kabuto Yakashi might also perform impure world reincarnation on them. However, Kabuto Yakashi may not be able to control them. After all, the strength of the first Hokage is enough to suppress all other cage level figures with one person's strength, and he doesn't even have to spend too much effort. The strength of the second Hokage is only below the first Hokage. Even Uehara Naraku himself can only confirm that he can control the second Hokage. For the peak period of the first Hokage, Uehara Naraku is still a little unsure. The strength of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the Samurai Uchiha Madara is only below the combat power of the 6 paths level. Uehara Naraku suddenly felt that his strength was not enough unless a Ninja World War was launched, allowing Uehara Naraku to fight 1 against 10,000 and accelerate his 3-dimensional attribute superposition through the Dark Harvest. That's right. Uehara Naraku thought of Uchiha Madara, grabbed Yakashi Kabuto's shoulder, and solemnly warned, "If one day you find Uchiha Madara's body, don't try to resurrect that guy without my permission." Thank you for the reward from old friend Yuanji27. Thank you for the reward from Yiwuaya. Thank you for the reward from MMMMMMSTKLKL. Thank you for the reward from Zio Duxon. Thank you for the support of all the book friends. Thank you for the reward from the big guys. Chapter 196I, Uehara Naraku, a Hokage collector. After running around for several days, Uehara Naraku and his team finally arrived at Orochimaru's northern base, which was also the largest base created by Orochimaru, with complete facilities and advanced equipment. After Kabuto Yakushi settled Orochimaru's original body, the little white snake, he found a bunch of Orochimaru's collections and placed them in front of Uehara Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi pointed to a piece of meat that was moving back and forth and whispered, "This is cultivated from the cells of the first generation Hokage. It can be directly used as a material for the impure world reincarnation, and can even be used as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation." Uehara Naraku and Karin frowned at the same time. How should Uehara Naraku complain about this? The cells of the first generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, are just like cancer cells. As long as there is chakra and nutrition, they will proliferate indefinitely. His cells have many uses. As long as people are willing to use their brains to study, they can study the many uses of Hashirama cells. This is the material for the second Hokage. Kabuto Yakushi pointed to a bone and whispered, "Even this little bit is enough to revive the second Hokage through the impure world reincarnation." Uehara Naraku, I thought he was no longer a human being. Now I think he is still a long way from Orochimaru. Orochimaru actually dug out the bones of the second Hokage and kept them piece by piece as materials for the impure world reincarnation. Is he still a human being? Let me try to control the second Hokage first. Uehara Naraku pointed to the bone and then to the pile of meat and whispered, "Help me collect the cells of the first Hokage. When I feel that I have enough strength, I will let him perform the impure world reincarnation." Yes. 5 minutes. Kabuto Yakushi quickly arranged everything for Uehara Naraku, except for part of the second Hokage's bones, the living white Zetsu, and even prepared a beautiful coffin. Uehara Naraku closed his palms, quickly formed a seal, and shouted in a deep voice, "Ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation technique." The next moment, the corpse of the second Hokage turned into ashes, tightly surrounding the living white Zetsu, turning it into a resurrection sacrifice. Uehara Naraku quickly closed his fingers, fearing that the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who was close to his peak, would suddenly rise up and smash the base. It must be said that Senju Tobirama's chakra is indeed huge. Uehara Naraku even had some trouble controlling it, and could only barely control it. Little brat. After Senju Tobirama revived, he looked at Uehara Naraku with an ugly face. "Did you, little brat, resurrect me this time?" Senju Tobirama still had a little impression of Uehara Naraku. After all, the last time they met, Uehara Naraku was able to blow his head off with one blow under his flying thunder god speed. That kind of speed and power is not an ordinary ninja. "You still recognize me?" Uehara Naraku chuckled and patted the luxurious coffin. "Well, my purpose of resurrecting you is different from Orochimaru. I resurrected the second Hokage in order to deal with Uchiha Madara, who is very likely to be resurrected from the dead." Uchiha Madara. After Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, he looked at Uehara Naraku. "Kit, then tell me all the information about Uchiha Madara. I'll go deal with that guy." So confident? Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead with a headache and sighed. "Second Hokage, shouldn't you have some idea of your own strength? Don't worry, the power of my resurrection this time is very close to my lifetime." Perhaps because of the impure world reincarnation, Senju Tobirama had a little more confidence. "Although the strength of Uchiha Madara is far superior to mine, I have a set of tactics specifically matched with the impure world reincarnation." After Senju Tobirama finished speaking, he continued to add, "Besides, that set of tactics was originally developed to target Uchiha Madara's Susanoo." Uehara Naraku. Although Senju Tobirama said that he was extremely confident, Uehara Naraku still didn't believe him at all. Senju Tobirama, this guy, said so loudly, but in fact he couldn't even beat Uchiha Madara, who didn't have any eyes. Uehara Naraku was too lazy to continue talking to him, and just slowly controlled Senju Tobirama to enter the coffin and fall asleep. When the future ninja world war comes, if Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Minato's father and son fight, causing Naruto's Ninetales Jinchuriki to explode, Uehara can still arrange for Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato to cooperate. In addition to the second generation Hokage, there is also the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kabuto Yakushi directly took out a corpse and said softly, after Orochimaru collected the body of the third Hokage, he has been thinking about whether to perform the impure world reincarnation. Perhaps he has not figured out how to face his old teacher. Oh, I don't have so many burdens. Naraku chuckled and said slowly, I have reasons why I must control the third Hokage. After all, he knows my true identity. The next moment, Naraku suddenly closed his palms and shouted sternly, Ninjutsu impure world reincarnation technique. Compared to controlling the second Hokage Senjuta Biruma, it would be much easier to control the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, even easier than controlling Namikaze Minato. After waking up, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly opened his eyes with a dead look on his face. Orochimaru, are you blaspheming the souls of the dead again? Yeah, who else would do this except Orochimaru? Naraku raised his finger, chuckled, and was about to control Sarutobi Hiruzen to enter the coffin. Who would have thought that Naraku's voice stimulated Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the old man's will began to struggle instantly. It's you, little brat. You little brat deceived Konoha. Don't be so irritable, just lie down in the coffin obediently. Naraku waved at Sarutobi Hiruzen, chuckled and closed the coffin lid for the third Hokage. Your Excellency the third Hokage. In fact, you don't know that your reputation in the ninja world has become stinking. Hypocritical and treacherous old man. This is true. Because Kabuto Yakushi pretended to be an Anbu rebel ninja named Orphan, and spread the news that the third Hokage manipulated the village's Jinchuriki, and assassinated the fourth Hokage and his wife for power. As for whether it was true or not, no one could find out. After all, the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage were already dead, and later even Uchiha Obito was dead, and the Anbu rebel ninja named Orphan also disappeared. How to check this? Of course there is no way to check it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's friendly image in the past collapsed completely, and he became a sinister, despicable and hypocritical guy who was a kind old man on the surface, but actually a black hand of Konoha. After all, what everyone hates most is this kind of hypocrite. Kabuto Yakushi watched Naraku controlling Sarutobi Hiruzen from the side, and secretly complained in his heart, why did the third Hokage's reputation become bad? Isn't it because of you? Now Naraku's main mission, to come to Orochimaru's base, has ended. Except for Hashirama Senju, who was not easy to be controlled by him, the other three Hokage have all been successfully reincarnated, and became Naraku's collection. Naraku still felt a little regretful. To be honest, the Hokage that Naraku wanted to collect the most was the fifth Hokage Tsunade. If possible, the fifth Hokage Tsunade must be captured alive. Naraku put away the two coffins with satisfaction, and glanced at Kabuto Yakushi. By the way, can you control the second Tsuchikage and the third Raikage with your power now? I want to fight with them. After all, his advanced task is only missing the Raikage and the Tsuchikage. If it can be completed here, the three-dimensional attributes such as chakra are secondary. The most important thing is that the recovery effect will definitely be greatly improved. Moreover, defeating the 5 Kage might be the final advanced task. The rewards that the system can give him must be very generous. I just don't know if defeating the Kage level figures who have been reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation will also be counted in it. I'm not completely sure. Kabuto Yakushi was silent for a while, and said softly, but I can use talismans to destroy their intelligence, and make them temporarily under my control. That's enough. Naraku twisted his wrist and chuckled. Don't worry, anyway, I'm sure I can defeat them. When it's over, I will help you seal them up, and let them sleep in the coffin. Yes, Lord Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi agreed respectfully. Since the boss is not trying to seize his control over other Kage level figures, but just wants to fight, of course Kabuto Yakushi will agree. Kabuto Yakushi will try his best to meet any request of Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi has gradually found a way to get along with Naraku. As long as they can agree to any request from Uehara and complete any task assigned by Uehara, Naraku is still very generous to his subordinates. The most important thing is that Naraku seems to have a bottom line. Because Kabuto Yakushi found that all the requests and tasks proposed by Naraku were within his ability, and occasionally just required a little effort. Compared with Orochimaru, Naraku is too humane. Then let's get started. Uehara Naraku pinched his fingers one by one. The legendary strongest Raikage who can fight 10,000 alone, and the legendary second Tsuchikage who was so bored that he went to Konoha to ask for an alliance, but was forced to surrender when he asked Uchiha Madara for an alliance. I really have heard of them for a long time. Yes, then I will revive them now. Kabuto Yakushi immediately cleaned up the venue and slowly closed his fingers. Do we need to revive both of them directly, or just revive one first and let Lord Naraku fight? Uehara Naraku hesitated for a while, frowned and said, let's do the simplest one first. I want to experiment first. Kabuto Yakushi and Karen's faces relaxed immediately. Originally, the two of them thought that this boss was too arrogant, but now it seems that this boss is still very rational. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. I'm a cheater. Uehara Naraku was purely for the reward of the advanced mission. Uehara Naraku actually didn't like fighting at all. He had no interest in fighting. What he hated most in his life was the battles he had experienced. Uehara Naraku's favorite life was actually sitting in the Hidden Rain village, waiting to give money to the members of the Akatsuki organization every day. Although it was all organizational funds, Uehara would also feel a little heroic in his heart. Lord Naraku, get ready. Kabuto Yakushi closed his palms and quickly completed the hand seal of the impure world reincarnation. A cloud of dust rose and gradually wrapped up a white Zetsu as a sacrifice. The next moment, a figure wrapped in bandages appeared. It was the second Tsuchikage Mew. After the resurrection, the second Tsuchikage seemed a little confused about the situation, and was still observing the surrounding environment. This was the instinct of a ninja in a war era. Hey, Lord Tsuchikage, don't look at it. Back. Uehara Naraku patted the second Tsuchikage's shoulder, as if he was an old acquaintance of the second Tsuchikage, and greeted him affectionately. However, when that Tsuchikage turned his head to look, Uehara suddenly punched out, smashing his head into pieces of confetti. The confetti gradually flew up with the wind. The head of the second generation Tsuchikage Mew was reunited under the special body of the impure world reincarnation. No matter how fatal the damage was, it would be completely recovered, unless it was hit by a technique of the Seeking the Way Jade level. After the second generation Tsuchikage Mew was restored to his original appearance, he looked at Uehara Naraku with a hint of vigilance and hostility. His palms suddenly closed, and a white light appeared in his hands. Dust release, original realm peeling technique. It was just that the second generation Tsuchikage Mew's technique had just condensed, and Uehara Naraku's body disappeared on the spot, leaving the second generation Tsuchikage's attack in the air. The white light of the dust release in Mew's hand penetrated the ground, instantly piercing a large hole in the ground, and the soil in the hole was directly decomposed into atoms. This is too terrible. After Uehara Naraku whispered a praise, his body quietly appeared behind Mew, and his palm suddenly pierced Mew's chest. His speed was too fast, far exceeding Wu's reaction speed. When the second Tsuchikage stared at the fist that popped out of his chest in disbelief, and whispered, "It turns out to be the same as the second Hokage of Konoha, a time-space level instant body technique. TSK, you are well informed." Uehara Naraku slowly retracted his fist, and while the second Tsuchikage's body was recovering, he kicked him to the ground. The next moment, Wu's body had just recovered, and then he was knocked to the ground by Uehara Naraku's punch. He didn't even have a chance to react. As a powerful ninja who developed bloodline elimination, he was completely powerless in the hands of a young ninja, and couldn't even do a simple defense. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and watched the one-sided battle between Uehara Naraku and Wu. He couldn't help but admired softly, "You are worthy of being Lord Naraku." Indeed, the gap is really too big. Karen pushed his glasses like Kabuto Yakushi and whispered, "In my perception, the chakra momentum of the two people is completely incomparable. No matter in which aspect, Lord Naraku has an absolute advantage. If it is just a physical confrontation, the second generation Tsuchikage seems to be too far behind. He is almost no match for Lord Naraku. He can't even touch the corner of Lord Naraku's clothes." There is nothing we can do about it. Kabuto Yakushi smiled and continued, I have seen with my own eyes that Lord Naraku defeated the second generation Hokage single-handedly. The second generation Hokage of Konoha is second only to the first generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara among his contemporaries. After saying this, Kabuto Yakushi changed the subject and said, but the second Tsuchikage is not completely useless. The dust release Kekui in his body has not been used yet. In fact, it is not that the second Tsuchikage does not want to use his dust release Kakui. It is that Uehara Naraku is too fast, and dust release cannot keep up with his speed. Now the only thing the second Tsuchikage can do is to find an opportunity to counterattack Uehara from the disadvantage. Born in the war era, the second Tsuchikage Mu has a lot of experience in how to save the situation in this disadvantageous battle. He did not want to find an opportunity to use dust release, but instantly split his body after his impure world reincarnation body recovered. Split technique. Mu's body instantly split into two. This is his unique clone technique, which can be released without the need for hand seals. The most important thing is that each clone is a physical entity and can exert his power. The only weakness is that he cannot use dust release to attack. But this is harmless. Anyway, he can't use dust release to counterattack. It is better to give up dust release temporarily in exchange for a chance to fight. One of the entities of Wu was kicked to pieces by Uehara Naraku and then disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that this entity was just to resist Uehara's attack. This second was enough for the other entity to prepare to dodge. The other entity of Wu turned transparent and quietly disappeared from Uehara Naraku's sight. Dustless Misei. Dustless Misei is one of the strongest invisibility abilities in the ninja world. Even Wu's chakra cannot be sensed by people. Therefore, Wu is also called Nobody. It is precisely because his invisibility ability is too terrifying. Uehara Naraku glanced around and slowly started his hunting rhythm. A golden light flashed in his eyes. He chuckled and said, I caught you. But this little time is enough for Wu to launch an attack. Dust release. Original realm peeling technique. A cube of dust release white light shot out from Wu's hand, completely covering Uehara Naraku's body, obviously wanting to directly disintegrate Uehara. Life form disintegration ray. Uehara Naraku turned his head suddenly, and a purple energy shot out from his eye sockets, facing the group of white light of dust release. At this moment, two techniques that can disintegrate the enemy collided with each other. The purple ray and the white light of dust release were not willing to show weakness to each other, and they were directly deadlocked in midair, unable to move forward or retreat. How is it possible? The second generation Tsuchikage frowned and stared at Uehara Naraku below. Is there a technique that can compete with dust release? No, not compete, but completely disintegrate. The white light of dust release was constantly disintegrated by the purple ray. When the purple ray completely understood the essence of dust release, it instantly penetrated the white light of dust release. Wu moved up in surprise and avoided the purple ray. Crack. Uehara Naraku's body used the void to walk and instantly appeared in front of Wu. He waved his hand and grabbed his neck, chuckled and said, second generation Tsuchikage, it seems that in this case, you are not worth fighting. Who is your excellency? The second generation Tsuchikage looked ugly and subconsciously grabbed Uehara Naraku's wrist tightly, trying to break free from his restraints. However, Uehara Naraku's power was so great that Wu had no way to do anything. I'm the future leader of the Rain Country, the neighbor of the Land of Earth. Uehara Naraku chuckled and suddenly exerted force and threw his hand to press the second generation Tsuchikage from the sky to the ground. A void blade was born in Uehara Naraku's hand, and the second generation Tsuchikage was nailed to the ground and could not move. The void blade can absorb the enemy's chakra. Even if the impure world reincarnation is infinite chakra, the total amount of chakra they can use at the same time is only a limited value, which is limited by their talent. Uehara Naraku leaned over and pressed the void blade that was inserted into the second Tsuchikage's body deeper. This is a tool that is far more suitable for restraining the enemy than the yin-yang release black rod. Okay, the experiment is almost successful. Uehara Naraku clapped his hands and looked in the direction of Kabuto Yakushi and Karin. I didn't expect that the dust release Kekui could not even compete with my ninjutsu. This second generation Tsuchikage is not as strong as we thought. Help me prepare the next one. The Dust Release Kekui is the highest bloodline in the ninja world. It was actually defeated head-on by Lord Naraku's technique. Kabuto Yakushi touched his glasses and a smile appeared on his face. It seems that Lord Naraku really has no enemies in terms of ninjutsu. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Uehara Naraku in the air and raised his finger, but the next enemy is the third generation Raikage, who is known as the strongest defense and the strongest offense, and can fight tens of thousands of rock ninja alone. Tens of thousands? That's right. Kabuto Yakushi's face showed a solemn expression, and he said in a deep voice, this person is known as the strongest Raikage. It is said that he can fight the Eight Tails with his bare hands. Hurry up. Uehara Naraku looked down at the reward he had just received after defeating Wu, and saw Kabuto Yakushi and Karen muttering, and couldn't help but urge him. Side quest, defeat the second generation Tsuchikage Wu, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward skill is Kigen Cannon. Kigen Cannon, by consuming chakra energy and life energy, it directly launches a powerful attack on the target area, instantly destroying everything in the area, with a minimum consumption of 1000 points of life energy and chakra energy, and the skill has no cooldown time. Uehara Naraku scratched his head a little. This is the first time I have encountered such a magical skill. Skills that consume life energy and chakra energy at the same time seem to be quite powerful. But why is this skill rewarded? Because the second generation Tsuchikage Wu's dust release gesture is similar to the gesture of Kigen Cannon. Unfortunately, the limited time skill exchange is no longer available, so I can only keep this skill. Compared with those, the most important thing is the advanced task. Advanced task, kill the 5 shadows, 4/5. The task is not completed, and the reward is unknown. This advanced task is completed after Uehara Naraku punches Wu's head. Obviously, Impure World Reincarnation will also be listed as an advanced task. After all, not everyone can easily get close to the second Tsuchikage and punch him to death. This requires many conditions to achieve. The first condition is, I'm a hacker. Today is my dad's birthday. I will post one update first, and then 2 more updates at 5:30 PM. Thank you for the reward of 10,000 by Darkstar Emperor. Thank you for the reward of LLF14. Thank you for the reward of Yuending Fengchen. Thank you for the reward of Usugieri 521. Thank you for the reward of Xianji 00. Thank you for the reward of Zangli 19,950,724. Thank you for the reward of Emoting. Thank you for the reward of Ake's Bizarre Adventure. Thank you for the reward of Shandian Chengang. Thank you for the reward of Yuwaya. Thank you for the reward of Yuanji 27. Thank you for the reward of Gahuafuvi. Thank you for the reward of Venal. Thank you for the reward of Yizengayu. Thank you for the reward from Great Demon number 2. Thank you for your support of Genuine Books. Thank you for your award. Chapter 198. The enemy was blown up with one punch. Kabuto Yakushi was more cautious than Uehara Naraku imagined. Before Kabuto Yakushi reincarnated the third Raikage, he first sealed the second Tsuchikage Mu into a coffin and controlled him to fall into a deep sleep. This subordinate was very meticulous in his work. After finishing off the second Tsuchikage, Kabuto Yakushi began the Impure World Reincarnation of the third Raikage, Ninjutsu, Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Scrapbook dust quickly enveloped the sacrifice White Zetsu, and a muscular man emerged from White Zetsu's body and appeared in their sight. Third Raikage AI. The third Raikage mastered the Ipan content, which was known as the strongest spear, and the lightning chakra mode, which was known as the strongest shield. He was invincible in both offense and defense. In fact, in that era, he should have been the strongest ninja. When the second Hokage Senjutsu Birama and the second Raikage AI had just reached an alliance, they were attacked by elite ninjas led by the brothers Kinkaku and Jinkaku from the Hidden Cloud Village. The second Raikage was killed on the spot, and Senjutsu Birama was also killed, in order to cover the retreat of his disciples. It was simply outrageous. I really don't know how those two guys killed Senjutsu Birama. What's even more outrageous is that the third Raikage succeeded to the throne at the most critical moment of the Hidden Cloud Village. The first thing he did was to kill Kinkaku and Jinkaku, and personally sent the remains of Senjutsu Birama back to Konoha for memorial service, allowing the Hidden Cloud Village to survive the most dangerous moment. From then on, the Hidden Cloud Village soared to the sky. Enemy. The third Raikage was even more decisive in the second Suchikage. After his resurrection, the first thing he did was to fly to the position of Kabuto Yakushi. As long as they are not his own people, they are enemies. This is the way the hidden cloud ninja thinks. Just when the third Raikage was about to rush to Kabuto Yakushi to capture him, Karin, who was standing next to Kabuto Yakushi, blocked Kabuto in front of him. At this moment, the descendant of the Uzumaki girl mustered up her courage and moved so fast that even Kabuto Yakushi didn't have time to react. She saw Karin appear in front of her, but how could she possibly stop the third Raikage? Fortunately, Uehara Naraku appeared beside Karin in time, picked up Karin's collar, threw the girl aside, and cursed a few words. "You are asking for your life. Can you stop an enemy like the third Raikage?" As he spoke, Uehara Naraku kicked forward fiercely. This kick hit the third Raikage in the chest, and the huge force made it almost impossible for the third Raikage to resist, making him fly back at a faster speed. Uehara Naraku slowly retracted his legs, frowned and said, "I really don't know what you women are thinking. Do you want to fall in love without caring about your life? But Lord Kabuto, you two should stay away." Uehara Naraku interrupted Karin's words, looking at the third generation Raikage who was kicked away by him, and stood up again. Uehara clenched his fists. "Physical fighting, but I'm best at it now." To this day, Uehara Naraku still misses his battle with my guy. That physical duel was a real romance for men. Of course, this is if Uehara Naraku can beat him. If Uehara Naraku can't beat him, he won't like this kind of romance. People are so realistic. Lightning chakra mode. The third generation Raikage's body instantly flashed with large patches of lightning, and the whole person seemed to be bathed in lightning. This is a ninjutsu that only the Raikage can practice in the hidden cloud village. The lightning chakra mode can not only greatly activate cells and enhance the body's defense, but also greatly enhance the speed of ninjas. The next moment, the figure of the third Raikage flashed by. What a fast speed. This scene surprised Uehara Naraku, and he swung his arm to block the third Raikage who suddenly appeared beside him. In Uehara Naraku's sight just now, the speed of the third Raikage was almost as fast as that of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. The Raikage of the hidden cloud village really can't be underestimated. Uehara Naraku waved his fist and instantly fought with the third Raikage, and the speed of the two fists was almost faster than the last time. But at the moment, according to the battle situation, the third Raikage is almost on par with the seventh gate of the shocking gate, my guy. But I have already surpassed the standard of the regular shadow level. Uehara Naraku hooked the corner of his mouth, spread his fist, grabbed the arm of the third Raikage with one hand, and threw him into the air. Uehara Naraku rushed up quickly and kicked the third Raikage in the air to the ground with another kick. Just as Uehara Naraku was about to fall from the sky and use his huge force to break the third Raikage's body, black lightning appeared beside the third Raikage. Countless black lightning gathered and rushed towards Uehara Naraku. You used ninjutsu first. Uehara Naraku's figure flashed by using the void walking, and the next moment he appeared in front of the third Raikage and stepped down. The third Raikage AI hurriedly turned over to avoid it. The area where he was just now was crushed by Uehara Naraku in just a moment. The third Raikage AI's eyes twitched when he saw this scene. He stretched out his finger, concentrated all the chakra in his body on that finger, and shouted coldly, "Health Rust Ipendoku. I heard that this is the strongest technique of Lord Raikage?" Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Except for this technique, there is no technique in the entire ninja world that can leave any wounds on your body. Even the eight-tailed Gyuki dare not compete with you. Little boy, you know a lot." The third Raikage looked at Uehara Naraku and spoke in a muffled voice. In fact, being able to fight against the level of the runaway eight-tailed beast is already a proud thing for ordinary ninjas. Not every ninja can use bullying the nine-tailed beast to highlight their own strength like the first generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara, the two geniuses. Then I want to try to see if I can leave a wound on you. Uehara Naraku hooked the corners of his mouth, slowly closed his palms, and a flash of madness flashed across his face. Sage mode god ascending long stairs open. Two pairs of wings suddenly appeared behind Uehara Naraku. The next moment, his entire momentum soared, and an invisible shock wave instantly swept everything around him, almost making it impossible for the people around him to hold on. Even the third generation Reikage AI, who was condensing the chakra of the hand, looked at Uehara Naraku's body at this moment, and flashed a trace of horror. Uehara Naraku twisted his shoulders, and the two pairs of wings moved gracefully. At the same time, Uehara Naraku also saw his status bar. Since the destruction of the Kusagakure village, coupled with the Akatsuki's rebellious certification reward, Uehara Naraku's life energy has been strengthened almost by leaps and bounds. With the blessing of the 400% Sage Mode, the life energy is almost as high as 250,000 points. This is a powerful force that Uehara Naraku has never experienced. The third Reikage AI launched the attack first. His body flashed like a flash of lightning, and he rushed to Uehara Naraku's position. Health Rust Ipon content. Uehara Naraku was faster. In just a moment, the two of them fought together. Boom. A loud noise rang in everyone's ears. Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly stopped, slowly turned his head to look at his fist, and curled his lips. Is this the Ipon content? However, the third Reikage was nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. Karen pushed her glasses and looked at the battlefield with shock on her face. Lord Kabuto, what's going on? Where is the chakra of the third Reikage? How could it disappear in an instant? Because Kabuto Yakushi looked at the battlefield, looking at the dust and debris that were slowly gathering in a corner of the battlefield. His eyes showed a bitter smile. Just now, the third Reikage AI, who is known as the strongest shield and the strongest spear, was blown up by Lord Naraku with one punch. Yes, one punch. It made Kabuto doubt his life. How could this happen? The man who was known as the strongest Reikage in history was actually shattered by a punch from Uehara Naraku in a close combat. Okay, let's seal him up. Uehara Naraku slowly landed beside them, and the two pairs of wings behind him folded back the moment he landed. He yawned slowly. 250,000 points of life energy. When he only had 10,000 or 20,000 points, Uehara Naraku could compete with shocking Might Guy. Now he has almost surpassed that period by 10 times. Who in the entire ninja world can withstand a punch? First of all, the most important reward. Advanced Mission 5. Kill the 5 cage. 5/5. The mission has been completed, and the reward is 10,000 points of life energy, 10,000 points of chakra energy, 10,000 points of natural energy, 10,000 gold coins, a 50% increase in the recovery effect of all attributes, and a reward for advancing the Sage Mode to the third form. Advanced Mission 6. Kill a 6 Paths Ninja. 0/1. Mission not completed. Reward unknown. Uehara Naraku began to tilt his head. This broken system is looking down on him. The whole ninja world can't even produce a 6 Paths level ninja. Rubbish system. Nothing. We are going to have dinner at night. It's estimated that it won't be until 10 o'clock, and 3 is indispensable. Chapter 199. White Zetsu coat made by Kabuto Yakushi. Uehara Naraku's life reached a brief peak. According to Uehara Naraku's understanding of the system's advanced tasks, enemies below the 6 Paths level in the entire ninja world should not be his opponents, except for the uncertain Liver Emperor Might Guy. Who knows if Might Guy will work hard in the past year or so, directly open the 8 gates and kick Uehara Naraku so hard that he can only use invincibility to save his life. After a short time, the third Reikage recovered his body. Kabuto Yakushi raised his fingers, trying his best to control the third Reikage's body, and asked with sweat on his forehead, Lord Naraku, do you still need this Lord Reikage to continue to be your sparring partner? No. Uehara Naraku waved at Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi took out a shuriken with a spell, and inserted it into the back of the third Reikage's head, temporarily extinguishing his consciousness. Kabuto Yakushi eagerly pushed out a coffin and stuffed the third Reikage in it. He believed that his boss had defeated the third Reikage in his strongest state, so there was no need to keep him anymore. This is a qualified subordinate. Uehara Naraku looked at Kabuto Yakushi with satisfaction, and then looked at the system panel, which showed the reward he received for defeating the third Reikage and the status of the Sage Mode's advancement to the third form. Side quest, defeat the third Reikage AI, 1/1, quest completed, rewarded with the skill step forward slash, charge forward, towards death. Charge towards a nearby enemy at an extremely fast speed, no cooldown. Uehara Naraku was completely dumbfounded. This is the fucking skill of rushing forward to die. This system is crazy. Why would it reward him with such a skill? Is it because the third Raikage charged towards tens of thousands of ninjas alone and died in the end, so he was rewarded with such a skill to die? Uehara Naraku suppressed his thoughts of complaining and went to see the effect of the Sage Mode that had been advanced to the third form. Sage Mode, long steps to godhood. Third form Fiery Chakra automatically converts to Senjutsu Chakra. All skill cooldowns reduced by plus 100%. Life energy increased to 600%. Life recovery effect increased to 600%. Senjutsu Chakra energy recovery effect increased to 600%. Consumption when using Senjutsu Chakra. To release skills will be reduced by 50%, and flame wave attacks will be carried out when using physical attacks. Uehara Naraku slowly reopened his Sage Mode and saw that the original 4 wings behind him had turned into 6 wings, which floated him up with a slight flap. According to the fiery blessing of the third form, he can even use the Sage Mode to fight forever, greatly reducing the consumption of Senjutsu Chakra and greatly increasing the recovery of Senjutsu Chakra. If he releases a skill of several hundred points of Senjutsu Chakra per second on average, basically no chakra will be consumed. The third form of Sage Mode is so strong. If you enter the fourth form, how much stronger it will become. Uehara Naraku swung a punch and saw that his fist landed in the air and set off a heat wave, which quickly impacted and destroyed a large tree in the distance. Uehara Naraku clenched his fist with satisfaction and suddenly turned his head to look at the Yakushi Kabuto next to him. With a touch of enthusiasm on his face, Kabuto, learn the Ryuchidang Sage Mode as soon as possible, and then we will compete against each other. Uehara couldn't wait to see the final form of the Sage Mode. Maybe that Sage Mode is the trump card he can use to face the 6 paths level enemies in the future. If he wants to evolve the Sage Mode, he must defeat another Sage Mode. Although Uehara Naraku can also revive the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, he is still a little unsure in his heart. Senju Hashirama is too strong. The smile on Yakushi Kabuto's face rose. His boss must be joking, right? This boss who punched the strongest Raikage must be joking with him. Or is he hallucinating? It just seems that Uehara Naraku wants to compete with him. He must have heard it wrong. Karin, who was next to Kabuto Yakushi, was also confused. Although the girl thought that Kabuto Yakushi must be very powerful, his strength was still a little worse than that of Uehara Naraku. After all, in Karin's perception, the aura emanating from Uehara Naraku far exceeded that of anyone Karin had ever seen, even including Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. If there really was a god in the ninja world, it must be Uehara Naraku in front of him. Don't worry, we are just practicing. Uehara Naraku saw Kabuto Yakushi's stiff smile, slowly landed beside him, patted his shoulder, and chuckled. Okay, these wings are the effect of my Sage Mode. Maybe your Sage Mode will be stronger. Kabuto Yakushi. Although Kabuto Yakushi has not practiced any Sage Mode, Uehara Naraku, his boss, must not try to deceive him. Even if the Ryuchidang Sage Mode is so strong, can it still blow up the third Raikage with one punch? Although Kabuto Yakushi has never seen pork or pigs running, has he ever heard of pigs? The curse seal developed by Orochimaru is a weakened version of the Sage Mode. And if I remember correctly, more than a year ago, Orochimaru once told Kabuto Yakushi angrily that the little bastard Uehara Naraku couldn't even defeat the White Snake Sage. The strongest White Snake Sage in Raichi Cave couldn't beat Uehara Naraku. Okay, don't think too much, I'll accompany you to do the experiment. Uehara Naraku folded his wings and said with a smile, if I'm here, even if your experiment fails, I can save you. Yes, thank you Lord Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi nodded seriously and said in a deep voice, then allow me to prepare the materials for myself. After all, I have already thought about how to transplant the Kami Sharingan and the cells of the first Hokage for myself on the way. Oh. Uehara Naraku suddenly became curious. As an orthodox scientist disciple, Kabuto Yakushi's method of transplanting Hashirama cells is more reliable and safer than Nagato and Karin's experiments. And Kabuto Yakushi doesn't need to awaken wood release. In fact, he also thinks he doesn't have that qualification. He only needs the chakra of Hashirama cells to reduce the consumption of Sharingan. Kabuto Yakushi skillfully cultivated Hashirama cells into the shape of a human face and placed the Kami Sharingan into the eye sockets of the human face, carefully waiting for their fusion to stabilize, and then began to supplement the visual nerves and other messy things in the human face. Perhaps because Uehara Naraku could give him a lot, Kabuto Yakushi did not intend to use the Sharingan to replace his eyes. He liked to add things to his body and did not like to take things off his body. Will this work? Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and said, if the Kamu's strongest hollow evasion attack cannot be used, it will greatly reduce its practicality. No, it seems that it cannot be used now, and the Four Tails Jinchuriki is still inside. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled and shook his head, looking at Uehara Naraku and said, don't worry, Lord Naraku, I will make arrangements, and I will find a way to imprison the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Okay. Uehara Naraku still believes in Kabuto Yakushi's intelligence. The problem is that this experiment seems to take a long time. In order to ensure that everything goes well and maximize the power of the Kamu Sharingan, Kabuto Yakushi constantly adjusts it. Even his assistant Karen doesn't quite understand it. Not to mention Naraku Uehara, who is a science idiot. Half a month. Naraku Uehara looked at the human face, made up of Hashirama cells, and was still being cultivated. He finally couldn't wait any longer. Give me a definite answer. How long will it take you to complete this? About 10 years. After Kabuto Yakushi finished speaking, he saw Naraku Uehara's somewhat ugly expression and subconsciously changed his words. It will take at least 5 years to cultivate. Naraku Uehara knocked on the laboratory table. Can you tell me the principle of the experiment? Can't you directly fuse Hashirama cells into your body and then transplant the Sharingan? Anyway, I can help you solve any problems. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Uehara in confusion. The problem is that, if he tells Naraku Uehara the principle of the experiment now, will this boss understand? However, as a qualified subordinate, regardless of whether his boss can understand or not, Kabuto Yakushi must explain, the chakra required for the Sharingan is far more than what I have, and my physique, after transplanting Hashirama cells may not be able to match the consumption of the Sharingan, so it is easy to end up like the copy ninja Kakashi of Konoha. Everyone knows the problem of Hatake Kakashi. Because he does not have the physique of Uchiha, he cannot close the Sharingan. Therefore, Kakashi's chakra has never been sufficient, so Kakashi often has to calculate the most appropriate time to consume chakra and use a seal level ninjutsu in a battle. Kabuto Yakushi doesn't want that. Uehara Naraku knocked hard on the experimental table and asked in a deep voice, is there no other way? By the time you finish the experiment, I think I have already eliminated Uchiha Madara. Damn it. How can he wait for 4 or 5 years? The Three Tails of the Hidden Mist Village will be reborn in 2 years at most. Even if Uehara Naraku can control the actions and speed of the Akatsuki organization to collect the tailed beasts, his patience cannot wait. Instead of waiting for Kabuto Yakushi to completely turn into Uchiha Obito, it is better to directly control the reincarnated Uchiha Obito to continue working. Can this be done? Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and mobilized his only scientific knowledge. You find a way to make a white Zetsu into armor and wear it on your body, and then transplant the Sharingan to the white Zetsu, and you find a way to control the consciousness of this white Zetsu. Kabuto Yakushi was silent for a while, pushed his glasses, and slowly raised his head to look at Uehara Naraku. Mr. Naraku, have you really never been exposed to biological experiments? Are you laughing at me? Uehara Naraku stood with his shoulders folded, looking at Kabuto Yakushi with a smile. Is the method I said not feasible? No, it's a very genius idea. Kabuto Yakushi nodded seriously and explained in a deep voice, although the principle sounds very naive. No, it's very simple, but I do have a similar method. Uehara Naraku. Did Kabuto Yakushi mock him just now? Kabuto Yakushi didn't know what Uehara Naraku was thinking. He just slowly clenched his fists. That's the method I plan to use to transplant Orochimaru cells. Now maybe I can use it on White Zetsu first. This method can be applied by analogy. Kabuto Yakushi once tried to seal all the cells of Orochimaru, Kidomaru and others into his own body. Those cells and chakra were even enough to create a new Orochimaru in his body, so that Kabuto Yakushi could use all of Orochimaru's ninjutsu. In the 4th Ninja World War in history, Many people's half-bodies appeared on Kabuto Yakashi's body one after another, and he also released the ninjutsu mastered by those people. Obviously, he had this idea a long time ago. Perhaps because of this idea, Kabuto Yakashi's experiment went very smoothly. He erased the consciousness of a white Zetsu and sealed its body in his own body. When Kabuto Yakashi needed to use white Zetsu, he would release this white Zetsu and wrap his body like armor. On that white Zetsu, there would release an Kami Sharingan awakened by Hashirama cells. Kabuto Yakashi was wearing the body of a white Zetsu, with his real body hidden inside the white Zetsu. He slowly clenched his fists, would release Manjaki Sharingan. The experiment seems to be going more smoothly than I thought. Can your real body use Kamu? Uehara Naraku frowned and said, what if someone attacks and penetrates the white Zetsu's body, but stabs your body? This white Zetsu is a part of my body. Kabuto Yakashi shook his head, and the white Zetsu on his body was flowing rapidly on his body like liquid. These were the cells in the white Zetsu's body moving. As these cells moved rapidly, the true face of Kabuto Yakashi gradually appeared, and those white Zetsu cells quickly poured into Kabuto Yakashi's chest and abdomen. However, there was a white area on Kabuto's chest and abdomen, with a Sharingan on it. It was a bit scary to look at. Uehara Naraku touched his chin, nodded and said, if the eye on the chest wasn't too scary, and the experiment wasn't too, I would have wanted to make a white Zetsu code for you. I can prepare a stronger one for Lord Naraku. Goodbye. Uehara Naraku shook his head quickly, sighed and said, if you have a chance, please make me a mecha or something. I wish you all a happy National Day. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm pretty happy today. Thank you all for the blessings from my book friends. I hope everyone can be happy every day. Go to sleep. Good night. Chapter 200. Wait, why is Sujetsu Kizuki here? Kabuto Yakashi's experiment was very successful. Just the Kamu Manjaki Sharingan and Wood-style bloodline ability alone allowed him to achieve a leapfrog growth in strength, and he could even control the impure world reincarnation bodies of those cage-level strongmen. From then on, Kabuto Yakashi would have multiple roles, adhering to the will of Uehara Naraku, and replace Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru's successor, to work in the ninja world. Then let's get started. Uehara Naraku searched for a ninja world map from Orochimaru's base, tapped his fingers, and landed on Konoha. Go to Konoha from time to time in the future, and put a few bouquets of flowers at the tombstone of a female ninja named Nohara in the memorial, to brush up Uchiha Obito's presence. Kabuto Yakashi. What kind of a mission is this? Is there something wrong with this boss? If he wants to brush up his presence, shouldn't he just attack Konoha or something? Why only put a few bouquets of flowers at Nohara's tombstone? However, as a qualified subordinate, Kabuto Yakashi immediately activated his brain and remembered the relationship between Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi and Nohara, a Konoha team of 2 men and 1 woman. This kind of team is a basic configuration of Konoha, and there will usually be a problem. A love triangle is already a common one. Kabuto Yakashi nodded, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, chuckled and said, yes, Lord Naraku, I remember, and I will choose the right time, such as when Hatake Kakashi may go to the memorial to visit. TSK. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but look at Kabuto Yakashi. He is indeed his most satisfied subordinate now. He can think of everything very carefully. As long as Kabuto Yakashi puts a few bouquets of flowers in front of Nohara's tombstone from time to time, and Hatake Kakashi happens to find this, Kakashi will focus his attention on Uchiha Obito. If there is anything bad in the future, he will definitely think of his old friend. The second thing. Uehara Naraku knocked on the map drawn by Orochimaru, picked a base at random, and continued to instruct. Let the entire ninja world know that Orochimaru is dead. Let them know that Kabuto Yakashi is the successor of Orochimaru, and even you are stronger than him. Understood. Kabuto Yakashi showed a smile on his face, and whispered, Lord Naraku, is the use of doing this for some people in the ninja world, to recruit me for the power left by Orochimaru? It seems that only Akatsuki can be taken seriously by Lord Naraku. That's right. Uehara Naraku nodded and looked at Kabuto Yakashi with appreciation. But it's not Akatsuki, but a sinister villain in Akatsuki. It has set its sights on the power of impure world reincarnation. Only you must have this power in the entire ninja world. This is mainly to target Black Zetsu. If the opportunity is right, maybe Kabuto Yakushi can be pulled into Akatsuki, and then further pulled into the small circle of Black Zetsu's Moonai plan. By that time, hehehe. When Uehara Naraku thought that everyone around Black Zetsu was an undercover agent, and when Black Zetsu found out about this in the future, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. A sinister villain? Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Uehara Naraku subconsciously. Oh, is there anyone in the entire ninja world who is more sinister than Lord Naraku? To be honest, Kabuto Yakushi really couldn't imagine why a super strong man like Uehara Naraku would always target Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito. Does it mean that the stronger the strength, the darker the heart? Uehara Naraku looked at Kabuto Yakushi, knocked on the table, and asked, Kabuto, what are you thinking about? Your eyes are a bit rude. Kabuto Yakushi hurriedly lowered his head to hide the rude look in Uehara Naraku's eyes, and quickly changed the subject. Lord Naraku, are there any other tasks? Nothing. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead and whispered, when you have nothing to do in the future, just use the identity of Uchiha Obito to do more bad things. Okay. Kabuto Yakushi blinked and nodded. After seeing that the matter here was resolved, Karen pulled Uehara Naraku's sleeve and whispered, Lord Naraku, I'm worried that Lord Kabuto will be deceived by Orochimaru. Uehara Naraku immediately fell into deep thought. He couldn't be more satisfied with his subordinate Kabuto Yakushi. The only thing he was worried about was that Kabuto Yakushi was too soft-hearted to Orochimaru. After all, those idioms about snakes that Uehara Naraku knew were not good words, and those idioms all had allusions. What if the farmer and the snake version of Kabuto Yakushi happened again in the ninja world? Karen's worry was not unreasonable. Kabuto Yakushi was good in every way, except that his personality was very similar to Karen's. If someone gave him a little sunshine-like warmth, he would want to build a sun for them. The problem was this guy Orochimaru. If someone took great pains to build a sun for him, he would want to take away other people's abilities and build a solar system or even the Milky Way for himself. This person cannot be kept. But we must consider Kabuto Yakushi's feelings. I figured it out. After thinking for a while, Uehara Naraku suddenly hammered his palm, looked at the somewhat puzzled Yakushi Kabuto, and whispered, I can understand your feelings for Orochimaru, but at this critical moment, let's hand him over to someone else to take care of him. I can. No, this person is more suitable than you. Uehara Naraku pressed the fingers of his right hand against the palm of his left hand, and slightly scratched a small wound, and a drop of blood oozed out of the wound. Uehara Naraku quickly put his hands together, and made a seal, and explained in a low voice, it just happens that you can meet your next teacher in advance. Ninjutsu summoning technique White Snake Immortal. A huge summoning spell appeared at the feet of Uehara Naraku and others. The smoke screen of the summoning array sounded, and a huge white phosphorus snake appeared in front of everyone. It was the White Snake Immortal of Ryochi Cave. However, its current size is smaller than when it was in Ryochi Cave, and it seems that it can change its body at any time according to the environment. The White Snake Immortal took a look at the surrounding environment, and bowed slightly forward to Uehara Naraku, spitting out the snake core. Mr. Naraku, is there anything you want me to do here? Help me to temporarily lock Orochimaru in the Ryochi Cave. Uehara Naraku pointed to a place, which was where Yakushi Kabuto kept Orochimaru's original form, the little white snake. After the White Snake Immortal nodded with its huge head, its tail slowly turned to that place, and rolled up Orochimaru's original form, the little white snake. Even though the little white snake resisted frantically, and tried to transform into the Yamato no Orochi, it was still easily strangled by the White Snake Immortal and quickly fell into a disadvantage. As a Snake Immortal, the White Snake Immortal is simply invincible when dealing with snakes. After a moment, the little white snake slowly lost its resistance. There is one more thing. After seeing the White Snake Sage solve the problem, Uehara Naraku pointed at Yakushi Kabuto and said, if this person has time, he will go to Ryochi Cave to learn Sage Mode. Is that okay? Sage Mode is not easy. The White Snake Sage shook his huge head and explained, Sage Mode is different from conventional techniques. The requirements for scholars are not too low, and it is very dangerous. It's okay, just teach him, don't let him have any problems. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms, looked at the White Snake Sage in front of him and chuckled. I'm now more than 10 times stronger than before. If Kabuto has any problems and is assimilated into a snake, I will demolish Ryochi Cave. This is my most capable subordinate. Naraku-sama. Yakushi Kabuto seemed to think that it was not good to say that. Obviously, he didn't know that facing a creature as powerful and extremely afraid of death as the White Snake Sage, threatening it is the best choice. Sure enough, the White Snake Sage was silent for a while, then nodded and said, I will use a safer method to teach him to practice the Sage mode, but the progress may not be too fast. What if I want both speed and safety? Uehara Naraku put his fingers together, smiled and continued, of course I'm also a reasonable person. If I let him learn the Sage mode within 2 years, this matter won't be too difficult for you, right? When Uehara Naraku said the last part, he slowly released the chakra in his body, and a hint of golden light appeared in his eyes. The White Snake Sage slowly leaned down. This kid's strength has really become much stronger. There are actually humans in this ninja world who are more like monsters than them. How did this guy Uehara Naraku practice? No. The White Snake Immortal nodded slowly and continued softly, but if his qualifications are really dull, I can't do anything. Lord Naraku is also a sage, and you should understand how strict the threshold of practicing the Sage mode is. Haha, of course I know. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and continued with a smile. It is precisely because I know the difficulties that I gave you a 2-year deadline. Do your best. The White Snake Immortal opened his mouth and spit out the contract scroll of the Ryochi Cave towards the position of the Medicine Master Kabuto, and his mouth gradually became more majestic. Sign your name on the spiritual blood contract. For the sake of Lord Naraku, I will teach you well. Yes, Lord White Snake. Medicine Master Kabuto clenched his fist, opened the spiritual contract scroll of the Ryochi Cave, bit his fingertips, and wrote his name. From then on, Medicine Master Kabuto could communicate with other spiritual beasts besides the White Snake Immortal, and even use snakes to transmit information. The spiritual beasts of the 3 holy places are used more widely than you can imagine. Kabuto Yakushi had never thought that, after signing the summoning contract, the main summoning beast he would use for battle would be a Yamato no Orochi. Now that Kabuto Yakushi's problem has been solved, there is no need for Uehara Naraku and Karen to stay here. They also have a mission, to find the descendants of the Uzumaki clan. When Uehara Naraku asked this question, Kabuto Yakushi bluntly mentioned a well-known name. Except for Karin, there are very few descendants of the Uzumaki clan. The only one I know seems to be Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. Uehara Naraku looked at him speechlessly. Do you need to tell me the name of the protagonist of the ninja world? Karin frowned and said softly, Lord Kabuto, I have seen Uzumaki Naruto. He does not have the red hair feature of our clan. It is probably because the genes of his father Minato Namikaze are too strong. Is there anyone else? Uehara Naraku skipped this topic. He wanted to take Uzumaki Naruto back, but this was obviously not realistic, especially with his broken mouth. Uehara Naraku did not dare to take the risk. There was indeed one. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and explained, there is a spiritual island in the sea country. When Lord Orochimaru established a base in the sea country, he did see a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, but she had already died, and only her soul remained. There is no need to disturb the peace of the dead. Uehara Naraku frowned and whispered, in this case, are we going to return empty-handed? There is nothing we can do about it. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and sighed. Pain's mission is not completed. Uehara Naraku supported his forehead and had a headache. I don't know what gift to give to teacher Conan. Karen also knew that Naraku Uehara and Conan had a close relationship, so she immediately suggested, we can buy a beautiful piece of jewelry. Teacher Conan only likes paper flowers. Uehara Naraku immediately interrupted Karen. Forget it, let's take a look. Kabuto Yakushi and Karen looked at each other and fell into silence. To be honest, Kabuto Yakushi really doesn't understand why Uehara Naraku always carefully selects some messy gifts when he goes out. To be honest, if Uehara Naraku just picked a few flowers from the roadside, it would probably be more pleasing to Xiaonan than the gifts he carefully prepared. Uehara Naraku knocked on the table, stroked the ring on his finger, and said softly, forget it, go home. Kabuto, take me to visit here, and let me pick 2 gifts at random. Yes, Lord Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi nodded respectfully. But what he never expected was that this time Uehara Naraku's visit also found a little trouble in the North Base. In the Petri dish in the North Base, Uehara Naraku pointed at the person in the Petri dish in surprise, slowly turned his head to look at Kabuto Yakushi, and couldn't help but say, "Why is this guy here? Who can tell him? Why did Hazuki Kizuki appear in the North Base?" Obviously, he and Hazuki Maingetsu had already arranged for Mei Terumi to take good care of Hazuki Kizuki. Why was this guy caught in Orochimaru's base? This is the first update. I have to go to a gathering at noon. I'm not sure whether the next 2 updates will be in the afternoon or evening. Anyway, I will definitely send the 3 updates today. Thank you Shurama and Azzy for the tips. Thank you Mushazi for the tips. My fellow readers are much more educated than me, and I don't know the characters anymore. Thank you 201810091301252447 for the tips. Thank you for the tips from Call Me Nong. Thank you for the tips from Hey Mao. Thank you for the tips from Picky Mousebug. Thank you for the tips from Yuan Ding Feng Chen. Thank you for the tips from Wei Wei Shan He. Thank you for the tips from my old friend Kaeluo10 number 1. Thank you for the tips from my old friend Shandan Chen Guang. Thank you for the tips from my fellow reader 2017102018585049. Thank you for the tips from my fellow reader 201704272331579998. Thank you for the tips from LLF4. Thank you all for your genuine support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.